We're ready to go, Madam Clerk, correct?
We are.
I'm calling this regular meeting of the Stuart City Commission for the 10th of February 2025 to order. Good evening to you all, and thank you for all taking the time to come here and share your concerns with us. We're a very lucky community. So we will begin with the invocation. I ask you all to please stand, and it's Pastor Dino Padrone from the Stuart Congregational Church. Good evening, Pastor.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Shall we pray? Our Father, we thank you for the commission tonight. We thank you for this meeting. We pray your blessing upon our mayor, our vice mayor, our commissioners, our city manager, our city attorney, our city clerk. Father, we realize that you have taught us in your word that the government has been placed into position by holy decree. We believe, Lord, that the meeting tonight is by that method, and Father, we ask your blessing upon each of them. And Lord, whether they're dealing with budgets or capital improvements or appropriations or governance, whatever it may be, concerns of the citizen, we pray, Lord, that you'll bless them in their deliberations today. Thank you for the government that we have here. Thank you for the government we have in our nation, our state, and we thank you, Lord, for the privileges that we have. We are reminded in Scripture that we are to pray for those in authority. We are to supplicate, we are to intercede, and we're to give a thanks for each one of them. And so tonight, as we proceed with this meeting, we are reminded of the words of the Aaronic blessing. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. And I ask these things in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, God the Father and God the Spirit, and with respect to every religion, we ask these things tonight. In the name of our God, amen.
So please remain standing while we do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Mr. Darrell McGill will sing the national anthem for us, so I'll ask you to remain standing for that as well. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. McGill, you have a microphone?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Acapella as well, which is hard.
We're at Super Bowl or something. Thank you, acapella. Are we having a picture here? Where's,
Let's get back to that.
No, I thought it was. I know, you might have said that 73. I thought it was one.
was it working? Beautiful, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask you to back up on the agenda and do the roll call.
What?
Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call, please, Mary. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Rich?
Yes?
Vice Mayor Collins? Here. Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Here.
Okay. Sorry, I got so excited about the arts moment. Mr. Baggett, could you please read the proclamation regarding Engineers Week?
Whereas engineers design, construct, and maintain the infrastructure and facilities that contribute to a high quality of life for all residents of the municipality. The municipality growth depends on engineers executing innovative, creative, and high-quality solutions to technical problems. And whereas the purpose of the Florida Engineering Society is to advance the public welfare, promote the professional, social, and economic interest of engineering professions, and to stimulate and develop professional concepts among all engineers through education and excellence in practice. And whereas members of the Florida Engineering Society and the American Council of Engineering Companies of Florida are making strides to interact with the engineering education sector to prepare future engineers to maintain our economic leadership and quality of life. And it is important that we recognize and honor the continuing contributions of America's engineers. Now therefore, in recognition of an Engineers Week in the city of Stuart, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the city of Stuart, do hereby proclaim February 16th through the 22nd, 2025 as Engineers Week.
And accepting this proclamation for Engineers Week is Devin Curran, project engineer. Mr. Curran, are you here?
Peter. It's Peter.
I'm sorry.
Call Peter.
Call Peter?
You can pull it up, we got another engineer in the back.
Okay.
There he is. You have the full name. A real engineer. Thank you, real engineer. The chief engineer.
See, they have redundancy.
Speech.
No, he doesn't have to do that.
Well, on behalf of the Florida Engineering Society, I humbly accept this token of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Baggett, the proclamation in recognition of Black History Month, please.
Whereas in 1926, historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson established what would become Black History Month to bring special acknowledgement and awareness of African American accomplishments, contributions, and history in the shaping of America. And whereas the African American community has endured decades of struggle to be recognized as equal among our fellow citizens and has persevered through hate and bigotry to stand up for the rights and the basic rights we are all entitled to, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And where the theme for 2024 focuses on African Americans in the arts, this theme is infused with African, Caribbean, and Black American live experiences in the fields of visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other forms of cultural expression. The African American influence has been paramount. African American artists have used art to preserve history and community memory, as well as for empowerment. In 2024, we examined the varied history and life of African American arts and artisans. And whereas the City of Stuart is proud to honor the history, contributions, and achievements of African Americans in our community throughout our state and our nation. Now, therefore, in recognition of African Americans past and present in the City of Stuart, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month.
And accepting this proclamation for Black History Month is Thelma Washington, the long-time director of the Gertrude Walden Child Center. How about, I'll give you this first. And then, how long have you been at it?
26 years.
Okay.
I accept this award on behalf of all of Martin County, and it's funny because I moved to Martin County in 1983. I have worked in East Stuart community for 42 years this year. 42 years I have worked in East Stuart. So naturally, I've seen a lot of growth, a lot of changes, a lot of improvements. So I am happy to have been a part. I did my first 15 years as a fifth grade teacher at J.D. Parker and then at Gertrude Walden Child Care Center. Also, I'm being recognized by ACES on Saturday at the Black Heritage Festival. So those of you that want to hear the ABCs of the first Black history in Martin County, I would invite you to come out because I'm not going to do it today. But what I am going to do on Saturday also is to mention those names that help mold and model me into the person that I am today. And it's funny that quite a few of them I see today. I have the McHardy daughter, who's Gloria McHardy, and I work together at J.D. Parker. Alex Edwards, I work with at the city of Stuart. Robert and Sandra Newman, their kids were in my class at fifth grade. And Robert played the trumpet when I was teacher of the year at Parker. So just the Leggett family, so many that, and I have their names as a part of my ABCs to who I am on Saturday. So it's nice to see them today. The Rosiers, their daughter was in my class in fifth grade. So, and it's great because a lot of those students have moved away. They are grown and come back. I had two that were in my class in fifth grade. I've now had their grandchildren at Gertrude Walden, and I'm still young. So thank you very much, and thank you, Martin County.
Thank you, Thelma.
Thank you, City Commissioner.
And now we have two service awards this evening. The first is for 5 years of service in fire rescue, Lamont Dubois. Lamont, are you here? There he is.
Lamont to the left. To the right.
Yes, sir.
Really? You just remember onboarding him?
I do, I remember.
I'm just going to stand down here and do this one. For an impressive,
He is here.
I might have a speech.
impressive 30 years of service, Director of Finance.
Baglioli.
Woo!
30 big ones. He doesn't even look 30. You don't even look 30. You want to say a few words for your 30 years?
Speech. Just wanted to say thank you this evening. The city of Stuart has been like a family to me. I fished on the Roosevelt Bridge when I grew up in Belglade. My family has been out there with a Big Sugar. My family's been out in the Glade since before City of Stuart was incorporated. And we used to fish over here and visit all the time. And then I remember coming and interviewing, I got a speeding ticket from a City of Stuart police officer my first day of work. He followed me to City Hall to verify I was actually an employee here, so then he turned it into a warning. So that's great. And my first week of work, I couldn't keep my pencils on the desk because they were blasting for the Roosevelt Bridge, and the dynamite was like shaking City Hall. And I said, man, this is going to ruin the foundation. They go, don't worry, we're going to get a new City Hall. I'm now sitting over at Wells Fargo, so it finally happened. And a lot of the people in the room, I mean, when I came to work here as a intern when I was 16, and no, that's not true, but Milton had already had 20 years of service here. Right?
Yes, that's true.
Yes. Milton had already been here 20 years when I got here. No. So I've grown up with a lot of these people, seen a lot of individuals move from boards to becoming commissioners to other roles in the city, and a lot of citizens have come and passed over the years with me. And I really felt like a family and enjoy keeping Stuart. You know, I care about it a lot. Doesn't matter who I speak to. I get very defensive about Stuart. You know, people are like, what do big cities do? I'm like, what does Stuart do? You know, so. But anyway, thank you very much for loving me for 30 years, and I hope that we continue to love each other just as well. Thank you.
So we have a presentation this evening, and I appreciate the effort made by Dr. Rishi Singh, who is the Vice President and Chief Medical Officer of the Cleveland Clinic, and he's responding to the great concern that so many of us have regarding the quality of service and the scope of service that our local hospital is able to provide. And it is, I recognize, is a difficult situation, not just in Stuart, but around the country. So I appreciate you taking the time and providing the information to the community, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the commissioners for allowing me to give this talk and for the community coming here tonight to listen to this discussion. So I am Rishi Singh. I am a physician. I am the first physician leader in the Martin Health System. Prior to this, it was predecessors of mine were attorneys and various other attributes, and doctors have different roles to play in hospital systems, and I'll explain why that's important in just a moment. I represent not only myself today, but the 5,000 employees that Cleveland Clinic now employs. We are the largest employer in Martin County. We are your friends, your neighbors, your colleagues, the people who live on your street, the people at your soccer games, your football games. Everything around you is people that work for our hospital this time. 6 years ago, Cleveland Clinic came in with an agreement with Martin County, Martin Hospital System, to run the hospital. The commitment was the following. It was to expand the services that were offered, to increase the amount of care that was being delivered there, to touch more lives than we were doing in the past. Many of the patients were going 1 to 2 counties away for care. Despite the fact that, you know, we have had challenges in the market, and I'll explain what 6 years ago was like, we've committed and completed all of those accomplishments. 6 years ago was a different time, January 2019. Go back for a moment and think about that time for a moment. COVID pandemic didn't exist. Egg prices were at normal ranges. Inflationary concerns weren't even known. The interest rate was 3%. Very, very different economic times than where we are at now, and different in healthcare too from where we are now. Hospital systems were at least non-profitable or at the level of equal profitability. Martin actually was a system that for years had just had a balanced budget. Never had much in cash reserves, never had the ability to really have a large days of cash on hand for future opportunities. The COVID pandemic hit, this hospital was taken over by Cleveland Clinic. We spent 3 years caring for people in this community. Many of our patients died in our arms in this hospital system. Fathers, next day was the mother, next day was the child, all suffering from the same illness. By the way, during that 3 years of time frame, if somebody passed away in our hospital, we never provided a bill to that patient for services not rendered. So because their insurance company didn't pick up their bill for the hospitalization, we didn't go after them. We assumed it was a commitment to the community. For the past 3 years, we've actually spent the time rebuilding the hospital from where it needed to be because we had an exodus of physicians, nurses, a lot of providers, not of our own doing because they were not necessarily willing to come along with us on the healthcare journey we needed to take, which is to drive the level of accountability, increase the number of patients we were seeing, and invest in our community in improving their healthcare. For the past 3 years, we've actually doubled the number of doctors here. We've tripled the number of advanced practice providers. This year, we touched 1 million patient lives, which is 200,000 patients over where we started 6 years ago. We've already committed $380 million to the hospital system, which Martin Health System could never afford. The first year I was here, we lost $100 million. Think about that for just a moment. The hospital would have closed if it wasn't for the Cleveland Clinic. Thankfully, through a lot of different efforts and time and work, we've not only been able to improve the healthcare services we've been able to offer here, but broaden it and finance the budget through the process. This last year, we lost $50 million. Some might say to me that that should give me a gold star in some ways, but that doesn't give me a gold star because the Cleveland Clinic still picked up a bill for $50 million in this hospital system. And without the Cleveland Clinic, this hospital would have definitely closed. Since our time here, we've expanded 13 healthcare services. We've added services like oncology, cardiology services, which have expanded, neurology, neurosurgery, colorectal surgery, and even my own specialty, ophthalmology. Those are vitally needed services in the community that was so well underserved that many of our patients were going away for care. In addition to that, primary care was a big problem when we first came here. We had patients waiting up to a year for a primary care appointment. This past year, we hired 12 primary care doctors, all within Martin County. That would have never been possible in the prior hospital system. They could not attract as many doctors as they needed to attract here. The healthcare shortages across the country are being felt here in Martin County, especially because people don't know about Martin County necessarily. Maybe that's intended, but maybe it's not because we have to service the community. We added 8,000 appointments as a result of recruiting those doctors, and now our primary care wait time is less than 30 days. So we've definitely allowed for access of care in our areas. And we've excelled in a variety of different areas, and I've given you a handout which goes over all of these things, and the community can also read this handout as well. I've given it to the commissioners. There's a handout outside the room. We can certainly distribute them to anyone here. But let me speak about some various topics that have hit us, and I would say to you that these are the ones that are most concerning to me. The first is that the hospital has become the doormat for the community in many ways, and I'm going to speak with that very frankly speaking. It is very startling to me. Being from Ohio, I was there for 16 years. And when I came here 3 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and happy to work here, I was encountered with a community that said to me, don't wear your badge to the grocery store. Why is that? Well, because I'm in Ohio, I'm used to wearing my jacket, my label, my brand recognition is well known. We're known for our integrity in healthcare, our ability to deliver healthcare in a proper manner to patients, to not do procedures on them just because they come to our office and say, I need a procedure done. That was what we were known for. And the reality is that the public has become very critical of us for very good reasons many times on patient experience, on our nursing care, which was disastrous when we first took over the hospital because we had a lot of people leave. When I first got here, we had 1,300 nurses, of which 300 were travelers. Not in our community, not our teammates. 1 out of every 4 nurses here was actually a traveling nurse. That's not a great kind of teamwork style or kind of culture it's creating there if that happens. We're now down less than 20 traveling nurses out of a workforce of almost 1,400 nurses. Again, because we invested in our nursing schools, because we have the Cleveland Clinic brand behind us, because we have a lot of ability to work with nursing programs across the country, we were able to get those people to work with us. There's been a lot of criticism in the community about various issues that have happened in the hospital, issues with medical care. I would say to you again, that's where we had to work through those problems, those issues. So I'm not here to tell you that we're perfect in any way. I would just say to you that when people come to say bad things about the hospital, remember that that's your neighbor you're talking about sometimes, or your friend down the street. And think about that for a moment, because the public forum on Facebook and everything else, it's an easy place to throw a volley at somebody. It's hard when you receive it on the other end. And our 5,000 employees, again, receive those volleys every day. Some of the changes we've had to make in the hospital have been different by our finances. Some of them have not. Let me speak about one that has been particularly striking in the community, OB. So when I came down here 3 years ago, North Hospital was birthing 60 babies a month. An average birthing center in the United States births around 400 births per month. To do it proficiently, you have to birth about 400. I looked at this program, and as my colleagues did, and said, we want to invest in this program. We want to grow it. What can we do to increase the number of births in this facility? By the way, many of our constituents who talk about us were already going to birth in Jupiter Medical Center and in St. Lucie Medical Center, with no regards of their birth certificates not existing from Martin County at that time. We decided at that time we were going to invest in birthing, and despite the headwinds and all of that, we decided to do so. Let me speak about those headwinds for just a quick moment. There was a total lack of OB-GYN doctors in the United States. There's a pipeline issue. Not many people are going to OB-GYN. Why? It's become a very litigious area of healthcare. Secondarily, the Florida state laws for abortion make it incredibly inhospitable for OB-GYN doctors to come here and practice what they are doing. The third is that we have Medicaid patients that are in our community where they're receiving about 30 cents on the dollar for every birth that a normal birth would cost us. So we lose money on every birth that would be coming from Medicaid populations. By the way, Medicaid hasn't been adjusted for 18 years, up until last year when it was finally adjusted by Senator Gary Harrell. So those headwinds alone were lots of reasons why we had trouble keeping our birthing center open. Despite that, we actually increased it to 100 births per month. Miraculous. We went out and advertised, we talked to people, we worked for people like Martin County Healthy Start that helped us get out the word we were doing this birthing in the community, and we did our best to keep that open. We had 11 openings for OB-GYN doctors. We had 6 doctors for 11 openings. We increased salaries up to 50% more than we had offered in the past for OB-GYN doctors. We simply couldn't attract those doctors here. So we had to make a decision, and we could have made a decision strictly based on finances and say, close everything. If we were an HCA or a tenant, we would have closed this thing and said, you know what, it loses money 6 days to Sunday. Why should we keep it open in the first place? Instead, we decided to cohort care in Tradition Hospital, where it already had a very well-heeled birthing area, which could be enlarged to accommodate more births than it could, to get a level 3 NICU, and then to go back and to populate Martin County with what it needed, which was gynecology, urology, gynecology, oncology, MIG surgery, which is minimally invasive surgery for women, all of those things that people were going elsewhere for. So we made our commitment to do what we need to do. You might look at it like the finances. We look at it like staffing. We could not staff this appropriately. And in fact, even despite all that, we still have people working with Martin County Healthy Start. If they would like to set up a freestanding birthing unit, we're willing to help. And in fact, 3 of our physicians and our APRNs are serving on their committees to help them do such a thing for that. And by the way, the county has never provided $1 to us, nor do we ask for dollars right now, and the city has never provided dollars to us either in direct form of direct payment for these patients. So that's the story with the obstetrics and gynecology. Let me focus again on something else you may have heard of, which is our South Hospital. We are a success story in hospital medicine. We are able to take care of more hospital patients than ever before. Why? Because we have amazing teams of hospitalists that can immediately provide your history and physical, your treatment plan, within 6 hours of your arrival to our emergency rooms. Prior to me coming in, that was 24 hours. So you'd be sitting in a hospital bed for maybe a day, and a doctor wouldn't have written your treatment plan, and therefore nothing was being done for you. We changed that. We made it 6 hours now, all that's happening. We activated our hospital care at home program. It's seen over 1,000 patients already at hospital care at home. It's the first in the Cleveland Clinic system. You can now receive hospital level care at home with a nurse on call, paramedics coming visiting you, and they stay in those hospital care at home situations for 3 to 4 days and are discharged safely without any problems. We're avoiding 3,000 brick and mortar days as a result of hospital care at home. So what did we decide to do? Well, our South Hospital has excess bed capacity. We're on a census around 50 to 55 every day. Sometimes in the season it gets higher, but we have ways of escape valves for that. It has 100 beds in the hospital. So rather than shutting those 50 beds down, what we're going to do is we're going to retool them. We're going to work with partners in the community to develop inpatient hospice, inpatient skilled nursing and rehab, and actually inpatient geri psych. Those are the 3 areas we're looking at right now. So just imagine yourself, like I am right now, with an 84-year-old father and a 78-year-old mother, and they have a geri psych condition. The closest place to go to would be either West Palm Beach or Vero. That makes it very difficult for you to care for your parents. That's the type of facility we're trying to invest in here locally to occur. How about inpatient hospice? Inpatient hospice doesn't exist right now in Martin County. All those things we're going to be adding by retooling our hospital. Every year we spend with our community partners and take time and effort and determine what services the hospital will offer. If tomorrow the birthing rates went up in Martin County to exponential levels, we'd be happy to bring back birthing to North Hospital. We're not changing what's happening in North Hospital right now. The building's not being torn down. We're not destroying anything. It could be immediately put up. But we simply do not have the providers, nor do we not have the birth rates in this county to support it. Let me finish by talking a little bit about the community, because the community's been very sour on us for a lot of reasons, and I'll be honest with you again, this is where I think there's a real disconnect. I understand that there've been stories and certainly care issues and treatment delays and things like that. Those happen in medical systems, and we're very attuned to those. We respond to all of our ombudsman complaints within 24 hours when a patient complains about us or has an issue. I personally make my cell phone available to almost anyone who can get it. I'd put it on a billboard in Martin County if I could. But the issue is that we also provide a huge amount of charitable care to this community. Last year alone, we provided $250 million of charitable care to this community. You might ask why. Martin County is this affluent area, I've been told, full of people that can afford health care. The opposite is true. And the opposite is true because of places like Indiantown, because of Medicaid redetermination by the state, where patients have lost their health and care insurance, by the population of patients who are undocumented in this county, who are still taking care of our gardens, our areas outside of our facilities. They still have jobs here, they're still working. But we had to provide charitable care to all, because we don't distinguish between whether you're a Martin County resident, whether you're from Indiantown, whether you're from Okeechobee, whether you're from St. Lucie. Our care goes beyond these county lines, and that's really been a commitment we've delivered to the community last year. We worked with many community partners to expand, deliver care to them. 35 community partners delivered over $200,000 in charity care and charitable dollars to them. That's, again, on top of the $50 million we did lose last year. We didn't stop that commitment based upon that. And yet, we still are here today talking about how much this hospital means to this community. So I would offer you the following. I'm happy to listen to comments and discussion. I would say to you that we all live amongst you. And I would offer the fact that if I was in anyone's shoes here, I would take the words that you're saying and think about them as your family members and your community members who are affected by them. Because I can tell you I'm incredibly proud to be here. I've been here for 3 years. I'll be here for many more. And I wear my badge proudly at the grocery store now, as I always have. And I will continue to advocate for the hospital and advocate for the 5,000 employees that I represent and the 10,000 employees that we represent in the Florida region who take care of patients in this area. So happy to take questions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Do any of the commissioners have questions or comments for Dr. Singh?
Yes, I do have.
Sure.
Yes, Dr. Singh, thank you for coming today. I think you certainly enlightened the community on many things. I want to thank you for all that you and the hospital did during COVID and all of those new programs for, as you said, your father, your mother, the elder care. All of those things are important.
Commissioner, your
It's not that they're
microphone.
not- Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not that they're not important. Thank you. The issue currently is the birthing center.
Sure.
I mean, is the maternity ability
Yeah.
for the hospital. Those individuals who are mothers, who are about to give birth,
Yeah.
theirs is not a long-term, it's not hospice, it's not, theirs is an immediate need, okay? And that immediate need is now going to be serviced some 35 to 40 minutes away. And you have to hope that when you're ready to give birth, especially if it's your second or third child, that you are not doing it during season or during commuting hours, because you will never make it to the hospital. That's number one. Number two, I know you didn't make this decision. It's a bean counter in Cleveland, Ohio, who makes these decisions for everyone. And the thing I think I resent the most is that, yes, you bought over the tradition system in Port St. Lucie County, but we are two separate counties. So those needs are now moved over to St. Lucie, and I understand they have a great growth rate, greater than ours. But in a sense, you are relegating us to almost rural status.
Right.
There will be no families who are planning to have children or second or third children, or young people who are planning to make their life here and eventually have children.
Right.
They're not going to come here. So not only are mothers, fathers, grandparents, all in sight, the people who should be also upset are the investors. The people who invested in property here in Stuart for it to become the city it is.
Right.
Because now what you've done is basically, we can still be voted the best coastal town in America, where families and soon-to-be families will be leaving. It will only tourists need apply.
Right.
And so that is an important issue, and I understand there have been many mentions. I believe there was a report that was put out by Cleveland Clinic about how much you were able, how many people in specialties especially, Obstetrics was one of them, where you've expanded services.
Right.
So could it possibly be that they all have to reside in Tradition? Could we not have a smaller birthing center here so that we have at least 2 NICUs available, a smaller birthing center, since we cannot even compare to Port St. Lucie?
Let me clear, those are very fantastic comments. Let me clarify a few things. The bean counters were not involved. This was done locally in the Florida region by doctors, by nurses, by providers, by everyone involved. This was not an easy decision to make. I mentioned to you before that we could not recruit obstetrics and gynecology providers to this community. We tried our best for 3 years to recruit 11 doctors. We ended up with 6. It's not a game of money. It's about getting providers. So if we can be successful as a community attracting those doctors here, with all the headwinds in the state of Florida, with all the headwinds nationally in regards to insufficient number of physicians coming to the state of Florida for obstetrics and gynecology, then we can change what we're doing and certainly do that. And again, if we have proficient number of births, we do that. But by the way, Commissioner, I have to say, again, going back a little bit, no one bats an eyelash when they go to Jupiter Medical Center to deliver their baby and they have a Palm Beach birth certificate. Yet they have problems all of a sudden when the hospital changes what they do and they're going to St. Lucie and they're going elsewhere. I can tell you we spent 3 years doing this and we tried to increase the number of births. We went from 60 to 100. That's a quarter of what national services, normal services do. So your answer, as far as I'm concerned, absolutely, we are evaluating year by year and we'll change and retool that. A secondary thing to add to that is if a mother is in need in this county, we have made sure our emergency rooms can service their care because we know that the first place they're going to go is to an emergency room. So we have 2 emergency rooms in this county, and urgent care as well. All 3 are well-tooled to take care of a mother in desperate need of delivery and to figure out what the next step is, whether it's delivery in our EDs or whether it's transfer that patient to a facility. We will make sure that happens. But I understand the challenges here, but I think the challenges, just to be clear, are made here. The decisions are really made here locally and within the region of Florida, not at the bean counter level in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, you might have been better to let me believe that it was in Ohio and not local, trust me.
I just want to be honest with you, because I think
understand.
it's transparent. You know, if we cannot stand up a service, it's very hard for us to recruit physicians. There are many services we have very difficult trouble attracting physicians with. A great example was primary care when we first got here. Primary care is not a specialty a lot of people go into. It's a very low-paying specialty. I can tell you that as the spouse of a primary care physician who works hours and hours past her bedtime to basically make sure all her charts are answered for patients. So it's a thankless specialty, but yet we still are able to recruit those doctors here for many, many different reasons, and part of it is the culture we're creating in the hospital system.
And I understand what you're saying, that
Yeah.
you would increase or reactivate the
Absolutely.
birth unit. That will never happen if we don't have one. I'm not asking you to reopen the whole unit. Maybe you can only staff it with 2 doctors.
Sure.
But at least there should be a dedicated bed, not an emergency room bed.
Sure.
There should be some sort of dedicated section where it would be for birthing, it would be at least 1 NICU in case there is a child in need.
Right.
Okay, so
Yep.
I just feel that you've done some great things, and I know you came into a situation where you had to make a lot of changes. Since the beginning of time in the Bible, births are going to continue to take place, and they'll take place into the future. Unfortunately, if you close a birthing center here, they're not going to take place in our community.
Right.
Thank you.
Understood.
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I beg to defer. I was actually born at Martin Memorial, and I might be the only one sitting up here with a Martin County birth certificate. To me, it's a shame if I do decide to have children, they won't have that same opportunity to have that Martin County birth certificate. I'm also an educator for the next generation. I'm a small business owner with my family for preschool. We service about 16 infants in this county alone, right off East Ocean. It's right across from your hospital. My questions for you would be, how would you handle an emergency birth if you had to, if transportation was not the option, if someone came into your hospital?
Right. So we have all of our ED teams well-equipped to handle births if they do occur. That's something we can do. You don't need an obstetrician at the time of an urgent birth to take care of a baby, nor do you need, if there's a pediatric emergency at that time. The ED doctors are well-trained. We've actually gone through all that training with them. We've activated intubation carts, pediatric carts that have lines in them, so we can place lines. They've actually gone through simulation training up in St. Lucie, which we have a simulation center up in Tiffany. So we have the ability to take care of those patients urgently when they come into our facility right off the bat. With regards to transportation, we own our own trucks. We own our own ambulance services. We can run patients to our facilities or to other facilities. We have trucks that wait in our facilities for urgent care situations, just as the one you described. I don't have any doubt we're going to be able to take care of those patients if need be.
My next question was, you had mentioned two things. You talked about the birth rate being too low.
Yeah.
And that was one reason. So is it a two-part reason because you were looking for more specialists because you only had 6?
No, so we were looking for 11 obstetricians. We had 6 obstetricians.
So you would need 11?
Total.
And does the birth
Right.
rate still have to go up?
No, that was just to staff it at the low level we had it at, to really sufficiently staff the hospital. Because if you imagine a doctor works 12 hours on call, 12 hours off call, so we needed 11 doctors to fill a month's shift. We only had 6 doctors. So what happened to the rest of it? Well, some people were having to double shifts, sometimes triple shifts. It's a horrible quality of life for those physicians, and they're liable to make mistakes at that time because they're going to be exhausted. So we really think that was the major reason. That was the genesis of the beginning. It wasn't the financials. It was really around the fact that we were facing huge staffing issues with the hospital. We initially faced staffing issues with nursing, which I mentioned to you before. We were able to right-size. Then with midwifery programs, and also with physicians. The midwifery program actually was fine. It finally was the physicians that really broke the straw on that camel's back.
And when you mentioned the $250,000 that you guys give away, was that like services that you provided that you never billed for? Or
Correct.
was that
$250 million.
Not quarter
So-
of a million.
Yeah, it's $250 million that was
Okay,
provided.
$250 million.
Yeah.
So the $250
It's $250
million,
million.
and that was services that you gave
Services that
away,
we
but-
provided the community that they could not afford or pay for that ended up in charitable care because either they could not afford it due to their poverty level or otherwise they just could not make it happen. Many of our charitable care policy is 2.5 times the poverty rate, which is quite generous, some up to 3 times the poverty rate in some service areas. And still, we had a lot of people that could not afford that health care. They didn't have insurance to even bill.
And with the 6 doctors that you had mentioned, you needed 11 for a month, basically, to
Correct.
staff it.
Yeah.
It wasn't possible to staff it every other week, so you could have some births at all?
So we
or-
should just playing
just
this out,
curious.
Sean, I don't know if you're a father, but tell
Not yet.
tell your wife to hold on to the baby for the next week because the doctor's on call.
No, I was just curious, like.
No, I mean in the kindest way
Yeah.
possible. I just don't think it's possible to staff it other week. It would be doing, I think, the community a further disservice to say that every other week we would have it available to people.
All right.
But I understand the concern.
Commissioner
Mayor?
Clark.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you for coming out. And I must say, Dr. Singh, I want to thank you for the community workshops and different things that you've had that I've attended. And I really appreciate your efforts to reach out. And I'm glad that you explained some of the things about staffing and the idea of some type of people either maligning the hospital or whatever is happening. It's in our community, and we want to make sure that it's the best facility and giving the best service as possible. I have 2 questions. I'm going to just ask both of them. They're probably unrelated, but then you can
Sure.
wrap your head around them
Yeah.
and figure it out.
Yep.
So with regard to Health Start and the work that they do, trying to encourage mothers to have safe delivery for their babies and to have a safe prenatal work in the community and to make sure that that help is there. My question is to ask you how realistic or viable it is to work with Health to Start to see how we can get something like, I think Commissioner
Yeah.
was saying, having some type of a dedicated facility or something so that we know that there'd be something
Yeah.
here.
Yep.
How realistic that is. And then the other one is not related to maternity at all, but to care, is what is the status of providing care to undocumented persons now at the hospital?
Yeah, okay, so two great questions. So regarding the first question, we've been very much supportive of Martin County Health Start. We've funded their doula program, their mom mobile for patients to be screened in the community. We provided both in-kind services and dollars to the organization. As regards to their ability to stand up a freestanding birthing unit, which is part of the state of law in Florida, absolutely, it's possible. It does require, again, the ability to recruit those providers. Finding the providers, I think, will be the biggest challenge. We have 3 of our people, one midwife as well as 2 physicians who are on their current task force. So we have committed individuals. We didn't turn our backs and say we're not, participating. They are participating in those discussions. We actually had discussions even prior to this about them coming in and taking over parts of our facility that we're birthing at the time. But at the time, they were not ready for that. And I understand why, because it is a very large financial commitment for anyone to undertake this. As I talked to you about before, it's not just the fact that you have to find the providers, you have to underwrite these situations. And insurance companies, as I mentioned to you before, Medicaid in particular, pays 30 to 40 cents on the dollar for most of the things that are done in the community. That hasn't changed in a long, long time now. Just up until last year, it hadn't changed for 18 years, and it's still way below the level it is, its efficiency. So I think, all of those are possible and challenges, but they can be overcome with the right mixture of various support structures. We're willing to help and to continue to help them over time. In regards to undocumented individuals, we care for undocumented individuals with regards to the EMTALA laws, which are important for all of us to follow. The EMTALA laws, for those who aren't aware, if patients come in medical need to our ED facilities, our urgent care facilities, we do take care of them. We have to take care of them. It's our law. It's a law to take care of those people who have undocumented status in regards to that. In regards to undocumented status in our ambulatory sites and elsewhere, they are provided charitable care at times, and it, again, depends on their qualification, but they are still provided charitable care. And that's being evaluated as the government's evaluating it. It's sort of the government's rule, not our rule at this point, but they're still allowed to receive charitable care under some of those activities.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So, Doctor, thank you for being here.
Yep.
I appreciate that you're here to take potentially slings and arrows.
Yep.
In the same way that you are here representing Cleveland at large, I feel responsible to communicate to you directly face to face the frustration that I am hearing and I feel from our residents. Sometimes what makes sense on paper doesn't translate into what is best for the community. Would you agree? Sometimes we can lose track on spreadsheets. It often happens in here with development and other things. This is a fundamental function of a hospital. Even though you have multiple hospitals within your system, this is the hospital for this community. People have been born in that hospital, like Commissioner Reed mentioned. That's what I've heard a lot of. Boomers, a lot of folks that are a lot older than me, telling me that they were born in that hospital and what a shame it would be. And even before that, when it was off of Coconut by Hospital Pond, and that white building that's still over there, people were born in that hospital. Moms don't want to give birth in an ER. Would you? Next to somebody overdosing or somebody with some kind of staph or bacterial infection that's come in, some diabetic infection, while you're trying to have a baby. Do you understand what I'm saying? I have serious concerns that as population increases, I've heard ominously from my city manager that Port St. Lucie intends on dumping another 500,000 or so people over the next 50 years.
It would be about 400,000 over the next 30.
Close enough. Newfield will have 12,000 people there on Citrus, thanks to Stacy Hetherington and company. I'm very worried that this community will not be able to get to that hospital safely and that it will endanger mothers and their babies, specifically around home births or situations where there's issues that weren't accounted for, which there always can be. You're a private business. Your company's a private business. I'm a chiropractor, just next to where you guys are. I appreciate this is not a public enterprise, but you are a hospital that serves this community. And you spoke about the perception of your hospital in this small town, right? And one of the worst ways to damage the perception of your hospital with relatively new ownership and management would be to do something like this in this community. It's not a good look. And not to beat you up, I, again, appreciate that you're here, man. I respect you a lot for coming in here, and I hope you'll stay, and I hope you'll listen to some of the comments from midwives and doulas and people that their livelihoods involved in this, and they're the ones, like you have, you might be administrative now, but at some
No,
point.
I'm clinical.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But that are putting their hands on mothers and babies every day. So I hope you'll stick around for those comments. But if there is a way to do this at a small scale, I've heard your comments that
Sure.
you can't find staff. Anything that you could possibly do, I would just face-to-face encourage you and ask you to find a way to not close that maternity at our community hospital. So thank you.
Yep, thank you. So, Vice Mayor, I just would probably add to your comments as far as decision-making. Physician leaders do things that drive accountants crazy because we do it for the good of patients.
Exactly.
Let me give you a quick just example of where the decision-making comes into play. I have obstetricians, but they're also gynecologists. Because we could not staff obstetrics, we also turned away a lot of patients who had gynecological needs. This county is almost 10 years older than St. Lucie County. Your mother or my mother might come home one day with abnormal vaginal bleeding and need to see a gynecologist, only realizing that there are not enough gynecologists in this community to service her. That's what we're doing when we are basically deciding between obstetrics and gynecology, because simply we don't have enough providers. Now, in a different day, if we had enough providers, then we have enough people to service all the community. But we're trying to do the best to service as many communities as we can with the limited staffing that is available. And I know that doesn't sound palatable at times, but basically at the same time, while we are staffing our obstetrics, we're really ignoring our gynecological patients. And last year alone, we had 200 patients or so that didn't have gynecological surgeries at Martin Hospital. Where did those women go? We don't have any idea where they went to. We hope they got care someplace. I hope they got care someplace. I'm a practitioner. I provide care in my hospital to patients. Simply, I hope that they get someplace they need to be. Those are the difficult decisions that are being made this day in healthcare. And you, as a practitioner, knows better than anyone the difficulties with insurance, with denials, with prior authorizations, with all those sort of things that really are affecting us. And we're not immune from that.
And I believe you can figure it out.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence. We will do our best to figure out things. And we've actually done better at most of these things than most have. We, thankfully, are a large organization that now spans almost 25 hospitals across the U.S. So we will definitely figure it out in some way.
So,
Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Yep.
thank you, Dr. Singh. Just
Yep.
let me, as I mentioned in my introductory remarks for you, this is a crisis that exists across the United States. And we, it is not just Cleveland Clinic in in Martin County. I know the mayor of Sebastian, and they completely lost their medical system a while with the collapse of the Stuart healthcare system. It also left the state of Western Massachusetts, one of the wealthiest states in the United States, completely without health care, no service at all, as they had a private equity debacle with that system, and I know they are working desperately to try to get doctors and nurses back in those hospitals. So to ask you to solve these problems that the entire U.S. healthcare system has created, in addition to insurance, in addition to legislation, especially with regard to OBGYN, it's a little bit unfair, and I do think you are making your best effort. Now, if the city of Stuart wants to solve this problem and provide this resource, and the irony of this statement is not lost on me, we need to work with the county. This city simply does not have the financial resources to cover the costs, the very real and substantial costs that would be incurred. I see Ms. Suffich is in the audience. I hope that she's spoken with all the commissioners. At this point, I think that's the most practical way forward, and she does have the cooperation of Dr. Singh and that healthcare system, and we need to, if we want to, and I don't know, it's very difficult when government gets into the private business of healthcare, then we're going to need to work with the county and come up with solutions. So,
Yeah, and I would offer, if people have solutions to this issue, we're really willing to hear them. One of the hardest things about my job is to say that we are not the smartest people in the room, that there are other people that can help us be smarter at this. So we're willing to have people come and give suggestions, as you are right now, as others have in the past. But we're willing to listen to those, any suggestion we can get to change things in what we're doing.
thank you, Dr. Singh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I do have a few public comments on this presentation. That's up to you.
That's kind of unusual, but sure, let's go ahead.
Samantha Suffich.
Oh, there we go.
Might open up forever.
Good evening, Ms. Suffich.
Good evening. I'm sorry, Commissioner Collins, you're the only one that I did not get to beforehand. I'm working on getting you scheduled. So I am Samantha Suffich, CEO of Martin County Healthy Start Coalition. I'm also a resident of the city of Stuart and a mother of 3 lovely children, 2 of which were born in Martin County. So this is it's not a great situation, and I highly respect you, Dr. Singh. I applaud you for coming out here and talking about the situation. But until this point, our county has had a hospital where expectant mothers could safely deliver their babies close to home. And as you heard earlier, this will no longer be the case. The closure of this unit means that every pregnant woman in Martin County will now have to travel the county to the county north or south, and that's could be, if you're on the eastern side of the county, anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour, considering traffic. This is not just an inconvenience, it is also a direct threat to our maternal and infant health. Studies have shown that an increase in travel distances lead to higher rates of maternal complications, preterm births, and NICU admissions. The financial burden will be severe for those families and our community as well. For many women, especially those with high-risk pregnancies, limited transportation, or economic hardships, this change could mean the difference between life or death for them. Martin County is now on the verge of becoming a maternity care desert, just like Okeechobee County. And as our birth numbers continue to grow, so last year we had a record-breaking 1,353 births, this lack of access will only become more dangerous. We haven't seen a maternal death since 2006, and I'm fearful that this closure could result in that. Most immediately, yes, Healthy Start is educating our clients on the urgent warning signs that during pregnancy and postpartum period that will indicate that they should seek out their closest emergency department. We need to ensure families in our community have safe, accessible options for childbirth. I urge the commission, and I applaud you for your leadership in doing this today, to address this crisis. Whether by supporting alternative maternity care options like a community-based birth center, working with state and healthcare leaders, or advocating for immediate solutions to fill this dangerous gap. Our families deserve better, our infants deserve better, and the decisions that you make today will impact our generations to come. So thank you. Are there any questions?
Miss, have you been speaking with the county?
Yes, I have. Yeah. So,
Any questions?
No, and she's also spoken to the state.
yes. Mhm. All right.
Okay,
Next, I
thank
have
you.
Randy.
Thank you.
Randy Pennington.
Hello, I'm Randy Pennington, and I have the privilege of being the president of Martin County Healthy Start. The closing of this birthing center in Stuart's concerning due to the added stress on the infrastructure when expectant mothers have to be transported via ambulance to the Tradition Hospital. We talked about 45 minutes, an hour round trip. I think it'll put some stress on the city or county ambulance when we think about they won't be able to address local needs. Just something to think about. And I think it has a significant effect on this population. I'm trying to think, like, my parents are aged. I wouldn't want to have an ambulance, not be able to get them to the hospital. So just something to think about. Wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Yes, I have a Mr. or Mrs. Beck King.
It's a Mrs. Hi, I'm Talinda Lee Beck King, and I'm a nurse home visitor for Nurse Family Partnership, part of Martin County Healthy Start. And I'm also a mother to 3 young adult children, 2 of which reside right here in Martin County, and I hope to be a grandma someday before I'm 80. And I'm really here because I work with moms and babies right here. And of course, we're concerned about them being able to have the safe access that they need for delivering healthy babies. And in my work, I'm working with families for a long time. I know actually something I think we don't think about is as a mom is concerned that she might need to get to the hospital even earlier than needed. I know as a healthcare worker, when someone goes to the hospital too early, medical staff like to have unnecessary medical interventions because, okay, well, you're here, you already drove 40 minutes to get to Tradition, you think you're in labor, let's start some medical interventions to get labor going. And that's just one example of the complication if we have moms right here that are trying to get there even earlier. So I just wanted to address the fact that this really is a concern to not have, especially in such a prosperous county as Martin County is. We know that in the state of Florida, so it's appalling to think that you can't give birth here. So I beg you to consider what are our other options. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Rosie Shepherd.
Good evening, Ms. Shepherd.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. My name is Rosie Shepherd. I am a director on the board for Martin County Healthy Start. When we look at our community, and we look at that at-risk population here in Stuart, it sits in East Stuart right near the hospital. What Martin County Healthy Start is doing is phenomenal. I do hope to see continued support, and I do love that you guys are behind us too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jill Taylor.
Hello all, good evening. Thank you so much, Commissioners, for having us here today and allowing us the opportunity to speak to you. I am an employee with Martin County Healthy Start, so it's very exciting to have all of us here to be able to speak to you. I think we're preaching to the choir. It's very obvious that you all feel the same way that we do, and that our mothers who birth babies have a right to deliver in a safe space where they feel welcome and they feel heard. And although I'm a Martin County Healthy Start employee, I'm also a woman of childbearing age, and one of my closest friends had a baby at North, and I was there pretty much her entire stay, and it was one of the most incredible experiences that I've seen. And so for myself to say, wow, I wish I could have that, and now there's a potential and a likelihood that I would not be able to have that, it feels like the rug being ripped from underneath me. And as part of someone who works for Healthy Start and has been there for the last 4 years and works with many of the families, they are your children, they're your neighbors. There may be nothing special about them except for the fact that they are going to help to keep Stuart alive, to keep Martin County alive. And, you know, as the population here ages, we have something that's called, you know, a population curve. And so as the population ages, someone has to fill that gap. And so if we're not able to fill that gap with children who can live here, go to school here, work here, the entire infrastructure starts to sort of crumble. And so I'm so grateful that you are supportive of our decision to come up with a resolution. That's something that Healthy Start is very proud of, is that when we see a problem that supports or that impacts our families, we are solution driven. And so just very grateful that you all are on board with us, and we look forward to working together to see how we're gonna solve this problem. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have Katie Draw. I can't read this, I'm sorry. Begins with a D? Douglas. I'm gonna hurt. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Singh, I don't think I've met you in person. Nice to meet you. My name is Katie Douglas. I'm going to give you a quick background. My husband and I moved here 29 years ago to work at the Women's Center of Martin County. Worked there. It was an independent birth center, and it went well, and I can see the future of another birth center that Healthy Start is working hard to put together. In those 29 years, I have delivered 3,000 babies in this community. I have worked at all 4 hospitals, with Martin being the one in my heart. It has always been the one in my heart. And I can only speak from my heart today. I don't have a lot of numbers. You guys presented some very, very significant information. I thank you. I thank you for your support. A couple of things that I do want to bring up. The diversion that Dr. Singh spoke about was, there wasn't diversion. The number of babies that were born at Martin, 60 a month, was a diversion to St. Lucie Medical Center because there were problems in this community. One with physicians, I'll agree with that, wanting to be somewhere else. Those problems have been resolved. Cleveland Clinic built a pretty strong OB situation. They have doctors, they have nurses. Those nurses are dedicated. They have whatever things came out a few years back have improved. They provide safe, good services. I don't know how many nurses or doctors are in the room, but when you get an OB patient in the ER, the first thing they do, we're bringing her up. They don't want them. You might say they're trained. They're scared of them. They don't want them. They don't want them. That is not a solution. The other thing I want to bring up is that Dr. Singh is basing his numbers on an OB department that does 3,000 to 4,000 deliveries a year. Martin, we heard it, 1,300 this past year. Port St. Lucie, they have some issues right now. I don't know what their numbers were. They're down. Tradition, 1,500. Longwood is where I work now, out of the county, I'm sorry, but Longwood, 1,500. Longwood and Tradition are considered busy hospitals. We are in a growing community, but we are still a small community that needs a small community OB service, not to Jupiter, not to Tradition, here in our county, for our mothers to have safe care, for our babies to be born. My husband and I were over here at Kiwanis Park last weekend with our grandchildren, and he said, you know, look around here. These are the last of the Martin County babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Bond.
All right, I'm Sonia Bond. I was born here in Martin County 42 years ago, as were 5 of my siblings and 3 of my 5 children. And so thank you for allowing me time to speak. I come before you today just not as a concerned citizen, but as someone who understands the deep impact that access to quality maternal care has on families, and I'm gonna cry, so bear with me. And one of my earliest memories as a young child was actually the birth of my sister at Martin North 38 years ago. It still sticks with me to this day. It was a beautiful, beautiful experience. And at the age of 16, I was raped and I became pregnant. And Katie Douglas was actually one of my midwives at the age of 16 at the birth center. And my pregnancy deviated at the end and I needed to deliver at Martin North. And that's what happened. And my nurse was an amazing woman. Her name was Karen. She actually just retired 2 years ago from the OB unit there. And I know that that day, I was just a young girl having a baby, right? But she treated me with respect and dignity and a standard of care that still exists to this day on that floor. She changed my life so much that I went on to become a birth worker. My sister went on to become a midwife. We practice here locally. I've been attending birth in this area for over 17 years. I've attended over 1,000 births in this local area, and most of them at Martin North because it's an exemplary OB unit, absolutely exemplary. Cleveland Clinic's decision to close the county's only labor and delivery unit is not just a policy change. It's a life-altering decision that puts the health and safety of women and babies at risk and has brought fear and loss of choice into a room where neither should exist. Labor is unpredictable, and as we've already mentioned, it happens fast. Recently, I attended a home birth with a licensed certified nurse midwife just 2 miles from Martin North, and an emergency did occur at 2 a.m. It took paramedics 35 minutes to transfer my client those 2 miles during a absolutely life-threatening hemorrhage that was not treatable with medication. It needed surgical intervention. And that is why this matters. It's a big deal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Gore?
Miracle Child.
My name is Jerry Gore, 410 Lake Street. My kids were born here in Martin Memorial, but when I got sick in 2009, and I went from Jacksonville all the way to Miami and couldn't find a doctor, and I became a dead end. So they sent me down to Cleveland Clinic, which is in Weston. Since then, that's in 2009, I had a complete colon removed down at Cleveland. And I got sick and came here to Martin, and they stabilized me, and then they transported me back down to Weston to fix the problem. I had a liver inner transplant done by Weston at Cleveland Clinic. And when I had a problem with that, I would come to Martin. Yet still again, I had to be transported all the way back down there to Weston. I had instruction in my bladder, and I just passed that test. We are free of that now. And if it wasn't for Weston, my kids that was born in Martin would not have a father, and my wife would not have a husband. So I think my baby days is over with, and I think some of my kids' baby days are over with. But I want to thank Cleveland Clinic. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be standing before you today. And if I done any great work in this community at all, I give thanks to Cleveland Clinic because they kept me here. And I'm a pastor here also. So if I touch anybody's lives, and I have a food bank here. So we have quite a bit going on here because of Cleveland Clinic giving me another opportunity besides God. But Cleveland Clinic was in the mix. And most of my doctors here, a lot of them done retired or they passed on already. And Cleveland Clinic keep bringing new doctors, so I give them a challenge too. So I want to thank Cleveland tonight for what they have done for me and my family. Thank you.
Corey Weiner.
Pardon me. Just very quickly,
Could you just introduce yourself?
my name's
please?
Corey Weiner. I live in unincorporated Martin County over by Mariner Sands. I've lived here for 5 years. I know a lot about political economics. As it pertains to, like someone mentioned, Cleveland Clinic, I'm from Broward County originally. When you want certain treatments, you do have to go to Weston Bonaventure. That's the original Cleveland Clinic. While everybody has a lot of concerns about procreation and how their children were born in Martin County, you guys should just try to understand and give the city commission and the county commissioners a break, because if you were in Miami-Dade County or Broward, you would find that the resources for maternity care, meaning the follow-ups, like the 5 or 6 appointments you have till you actually give the birth, then the follow-ups, are way backlogged. And Martin County does a really good job as best as it can because our population isn't so big, if that makes sense. It's a blessing, political, economic wise and tax base wise, just that we were able to bring in a huge facility of the Cleveland Clinic. So please think about that, even though it might be a little disappointing that you might have to go to Jupiter or to the next closest facility for maternity care. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Andrea Berry is the last one.
This is the last one, Madam Clerk?
Hi, I'm Andrea Berry. I live in Jensen Beach. So nice of you guys to hear this today. And Dr. Singh, thank you so much for being here. I know it's not easy to hear all this stuff because it's real. I want to comment really quick to what everyone was thinking when that gentleman said this is not Miami, and we keep it that way for a reason. So there's a difference, and let me just be clear before I start my comments. There's a reason why Martin County is different. I am the CEO of Family Empowerment Project. I'm a mommy of 2 boys that were born right here in Martin County, and a wife to a firefighter, and who does EMS. And I would really like to just ask, because it has been batted around a lot, about what would it actually take to keep labor and delivery open. I would really like to know exactly what it would take so that we as a community could help to make that happen. If we could see the metric in writing so we know and we could work towards it, because I think that would be so helpful.
Could you please address the commission
Yes,
and
sir.
not the audience?
I'm sorry. Absolutely. I would like to see a metric and that shows what we could do to what exactly it would take to keep that. And the other thing is I worked as the CEO of Indian River County Healthy Start for 7 years, and we have a hospital district up there, which is one of the solutions I was thinking of, because the hospital district would give you guys the clout and the leverage to be able to, unfortunately, take tax dollars, but it would allow you to keep the quality of care. And we do see Cleveland Clinic kind of shrinking its services. It would allow you to support that. And the last thing I would say is a big request for Cleveland Clinic to show its values that they list on their website and keep labor and delivery open in Martin County.
Thank you.
Next item.
I'm all set, Mayor. We have no more public comment on this issue.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Singh, for sitting through the concerns of those who bothered to show up and share their concerns with you. So there's a lot to talk about. There's not an easy solution, so hopefully we can work together. All right, moving on to something a great deal more pleasant. And I'm glad I'm sitting here and able to do this, because I actually got, have we ever recognized this much volunteer service in the city before, Mr.
Not even close.
And I don't think we'll ever do it again. Because we're providing recognition for someone who served on a volunteer board for 40 years. And why I'm happy I'm able to do this is because this was the first volunteer board on the city I sat on. And he had been there, I think, Bill, this was 8 years ago, I got on the LPA with you, and I think I sat directly to your right, which was good for me, because he really knew what he was talking about. He had all that experience, and he was never reluctant to let me know I didn't know what I was talking about. So his experience, his insight, and his genuine concern that the city prosper in a responsible way, in an environmentally sound way, we have all been the beneficiary of that experience. And just, let me see here, make sure I mention everything, Mr. Mathers. And it is the first time I've seen him in a coat and tie. Yeah, his expertise as an engineer has provided invaluable insights and guidance throughout the years, making a lasting impact. That's so true on countless projects. We are all in your debt and grateful for your exceptional contributions and tireless dedication to the city of Stuart. Mr. William Mathers, 40 years of Now, you were never that loquacious, Bill, but perhaps you would like to make some remarks.
I'll make a few. Usually I find it's better to say less than more. Okay? First of all, I'd like to introduce my wife and my daughter are back here in the back of the room. That's why I'm dressed the way I am.
Okay.
That's why I made all those meetings many years ago, is because they, both supported me, even when my daughter was much younger, okay? The only thing I would say is that I probably learned more than you can expect by sitting on the board. Now, I was born here in Stuart, all right? Dr. Parker delivered me. My aunt was his nurse, okay? I graduated from Martin County High School. That was down on East Ocean Boulevard. And we actually, in my last year, we moved out to Candor. But I realized several things. One, staffs that the city has, they work overtime. They're usually shorthanded. And now the day of the computer that we didn't have back then, okay, it makes it a little bit easier. But staffs have always supported all the boards. It's a relentless job. It's a lot of paperwork. So I think they do, they have as much, I'd say, gratitude that we should give them as the staff. But it's been a privilege working on the boards. Some of you I know, a few of you I don't know. Of course, the ones that know me, please don't talk to the ones that don't. Okay. Rich is right. Sometimes up on the board, it's a little bit different. There's commissioners, there's, they're winking between each other. I remember sitting on the boards, some of the people we've had sat on the LPA and P&Z board in the past years were very dedicated citizens. But I remember getting a little bit teased sometimes because if I'd go to ask a question, if it was getting late and the basketball game was on, some of the guys were, sportsmen. They wanted to get home. So sometimes there's a little bit of pressure on, okay, don't, listen to an answer, ask your question, but don't delay it, okay? So I can't say, it's really honor for you guys to do this. I think there's a lot of boards, there's a lot of men and women that have been serving on the commission, good citizens. And again, to have to sit up there and make decisions that affect people's lives, both the citizens of the city of Stuart and the citizens before you. I found that was very difficult at many times, especially in the past early years. Changes affected neighborhoods, okay? So I became a much better person looking at more than one side. so that I could understand what I'm doing. And as an engineer, many things we do, we can accommodate, or we can not accommodate things that should be looked at, okay? So it's very much appreciative honor I had. And the last thing I want to say, because I know everybody's here for something else, I apologize, okay? So, but I went back and tried to figure out, when did I first come on the board, Planning and Zoning Board? And what I found was, well, I think everybody remembers Charlie Foster.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Charlie served on the boards, I think, from 68 to 2004. Well, in 1977, the water management districts came into being. Before, they were flood control districts. The first thing they did is they began to assess all municipalities, their water use. And in 77, Charlie came to me and he asked me if I could give him some help because he found some flaws in the documents that he wanted me to look at. So I told him I'd be glad to. So that was the end of 77. So we started looking at it, and Charlie was right. There was a flaw in the numerical numbers. And the city of Stuart was looking at a daily gallons of about 2 million gallons per day, okay? Charlie found that was about $1 million gallons off, and it was over 3 million, okay? So I worked with Charlie. We sat with the South Florida. We spent some time. They reevaluated, and Charlie himself, by his efforts, got that extra 1 million gallons per day. And that was pushing the limit at the time because we were closing in on about that, many gallons per day. So Charlie did a great job. Sometime after that, I think he told me it was, if I'd serve on the board, there was a great retirement plan and everything. And, I could do some good because we were going into the deep well and so forth and new water plants and stuff. So, but he put me there. Now, he was there until 2004. I probably spent those first 20 years because Charlie kept me on it. After that, I'm sure it was commissioners possibly here and those in the past that decided to keep me there, or they forgot I was there and they just left me, okay? But again, I can't say enough. This is unusual. It's really something, and especially in front of my wife and daughter. I don't think they've ever been to one of my meetings, okay?
What?
But they've dressed me for all of them, okay? So I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
So I would ask all of us on the dais, come down, please. And Bill, hey, come back here, Bill.
He'd bring his wife to take a picture.
And bring the family. Come on, family.
Picture time.
I forgot some again.
Mr. Mortel, you sat in, Bill.
I was gonna sit quietly.
40 years, he gets everybody. Who clerked the LPA?
I served time with them from 96 to 2001. You guys are gonna have to back up.
See, you really did come to all these meetings.
Tim took my glasses off. Okay, now item number 2.
We're all ready to go.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, never again. I don't think ever again. Do you think, Mr. Mortel?
40 years is a long time.
Yeah, I can't.
Especially because now we have term limits of 8.
Now we have a presentation by the relatively new Director of the Business Development Board of Martin County. Sir, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Great to see you all. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the opportunity, first of all, to give this annual update. I appreciate it. And I've got a couple dozen slides to share, but I promise I'll be as efficient as possible and respectful of time today. So let's get right to it. So this first slide summarizes what we as professional economic developers strive to accomplish in partnership with and on behalf of the communities that we serve. We're committed to supporting retention, expansion of existing local businesses. We're committed to prioritizing high-wage job creation, and we're committed to strengthening the local business climate. And here's an important statistic that I love to cite. Per the International Economic Development Council, which is our association, existing businesses are responsible for up to 80% of net new local employment. And this really illustrates the importance of our local businesses and entrepreneurs, large, medium, and small, and why we focus most of our time and efforts on existing businesses as opposed to attraction and recruitment efforts. So the BDB occupies an important space between the public and private sectors. We're under the Florida Sunshine Law in most cases, but under Section 288.075 of the statutes, we are allowed to keep specific company information confidential excuse me, during attraction and recruitment of companies to the City of Stuart, Martin County, Village of Indiantown when discussing negotiation of potential economic incentives. So key responsibilities, the BDB has several, which are illustrated on this slide. Number one, we promote Martin County as an ideal place to do business. We act as a primary liaison between the county, City of Stuart, Village of Indiantown, and Florida Commerce. We're the single point of contact when we get those prospect leads from the state to help deliver services to them. We also assist existing companies with expansion and retention efforts, especially contributory businesses, which I'll get into a little bit in just the next slide. We assist the county, city, village with coordinating incentive programs to attract new companies and also provide administrative services to the Martin County Industrial Development Authority. And the Industrial Development Authority, as an aside, they issue tax-exempt bonds at lower interest rates, lower borrowing rates for certain eligible projects such as industrial manufacturing plants, warehousing or distribution facilities, company headquarters, or even a parking deck in an urban downtown area like the City of Stuart, for example. Contributory businesses, as I mentioned before, basically these are businesses that bring in new money from outside of the local economy into the economy. Examples include boat manufacturing or aviation-related manufacturing, such as, for example, Pursuit Aerospace, which is located in the City of Stuart off Commerce. They manufacture complex aircraft engine components. Business retention and expansion. I previously mentioned the importance of existing industry to the success of the local economy, and this slide talks more about that. BRE, or business retention and expansion, it's a core activity in the economic development discipline. And at the BDB, we've branded it as what we call our Pulse program, whereby we proactively reach out, engage, communicate with businesses to check on essentially their pulse, how they're doing, any pain points, what do they need, connecting to in terms of resources like technical assistance and access to capital. Those are the program's goals. And basically, that helps us identify trends and help us with new programming. For example, our Manufacturers Roundtable program was born out of the Pulse program, whereby we realized that companies, particularly manufacturers, wanted to interface with, and they needed a medium to do that, and we helped to provide that with our Manufacturers Roundtable, which we do quarterly. Pulse program highlights from FY 2024. The important stat in this slide I'd like to point your attention to is the third row, and follow-up and business assistance tasks. Those things are items resulting from the initial visit. So these are connections to the technical assistance or access to capital that I spoke about on the previous slide. And 5 of these visits actually resulted in bigger, more official projects, like a company that we discovered is running out of physical space. They desire to expand, but of course, from our perspective, we'd assist with the goal of helping them expand somewhere where they currently are, whether that be the City of Stuart, Village of Indiantown, and of course, Martin County. This next slide here kind of summarizes our company visits by industry, as well as by geographic area. And when it comes to our responsibilities of business retention and attraction, we're almost perfectly aligned with the goals, objectives, and policies that are listed in the economic development element of the city's comprehensive plan. So we're especially encouraged to see the BDB specifically listed among your economic partners. So our goals really do align perfectly, so we appreciate that support. This next slide breaks down the companies we've visited by years in business, years in Martin County, and number of employees. And as you can see, we've been able to reach a nice variety of companies across the spectrum, including our very important small business community, which we spent most of our time with, at 44% of companies with less than 10 employees. This slide summarizes the recent trends and in terms of opinions we've been hearing from the business community as we engage and speak with them. Notably, bureaucracy has moved down the list of top business challenges, and logistics has moved up on the list in terms of area advantages, along with that small town feel. So kudos to you all, to your leadership in those areas, and keep up the great work, because the city of Stuart is essentially what many consider the quality of place, quality of life, that continues to be a significant driving factor in business decisions in terms of location, along with the other more quantitative factors such as cost of doing business, et cetera. Where are we headed? I've been doing a lot of what I call board development in my first 3-4 months here in terms of refining, having our board, working with them, engaging them to refine the vision and mission. As you can see, the vision here is to foster a strong Martin County economy characterized by a diversity of businesses with a growing and sustainable tax base. And they just edited and updated that last month. So there was a number of workshops that we went through, and so I appreciate the board's support in that. The mission, of course, is to lead economic development by supporting local contributory businesses, attracting investment, and fostering job creation. Business attraction. In addition to the existing industry side of things, I'd like to speak a little bit to the attraction and recruitment side of the business, where similarly to the retention and expansion of existing businesses, we strive to bring businesses into the community from our targeted industries with the goal of continuing to build that tax base via corporate investment with the intended, not the unintended, but the intended consequence of capturing additional revenues so that you all, our elected leaders, don't have to find the need to resort to raising the tax rate, for example. So this is all going into building our tax base and increasing revenue to help the community. Some examples of recent business attraction recruitment efforts. This first one is in the county, the second one's in Jensen Beach, the third is in the city of Stuart right here. Power Systems Manufacturing, they are looking at the tangible personal property exemption as well as one of the incentives that helped to make this happen. They originally founded in Martin County and moved out. We did help them to relocate into 185,000 square feet at the South Florida Gateway off Canner Highway. And so that's going to bring more than 100 high-wage jobs at really great average salary of $74,000. And again, we're talking about the tax base, and I didn't mention this before, but the tax base and building that up, that in turn can help individuals and families raise their median incomes and in turn contribute back into the community. It's a cyclical, positive process that we try to engage ourselves in. The second example is IM Group. It's an Italian manufacturer of paints, inks, and coatings. This is in Jensen Beach. We helped them move. They grew and tripled their space within 1 year and are very actively engaged with the BDB in terms of our programming. And finally, Brian Howard Ammo, of course, rehabbing that 25,000 square foot building, the old YMCA rink, as I'm told. They're going to be looking at a second facility out in Indiantown that would be 100,000 plus square feet, 80 new jobs, $90 million of total capital investment. So we're really excited about these recent developments and are working with companies, other companies, to do the same. Opportunities. This slide, as well as the final section of the presentation, identifies and discusses potential opportunities as we see things from the BDB's point of view as how we could possibly continue to collaborate and partner with you all at the City of Stuart. Great news is that 5-10 years ago, we didn't have the current situation that we're in. Now we have millions of square feet in the pipeline. And we are excited about the opportunity where we are able to put companies that are expanding, and growing, and that have come into the market. The economic toolkit, again, I mentioned the tangible personal property exemption that voters passed several years ago. We are using that as an incentive to attract companies to the area. We also have an increased focus on capital investment in this toolkit, and I'm working with the county on developing a toolkit that will continue to put our incentives front and foremost. Access to capital, loan fund. This is, we're currently working with the county on this as well, but there could be a more City of Stuart focused application to this program for small businesses within the city limits. And I've had conversations as well with city leadership in terms of potentially doing something on a similar level with varying organizations. So we're really kind of trying to hone in on the small business community and the entrepreneur community and how we can help fill the gaps as it relates to capital or, down payments and things of that nature as it pertains to loans. Strategic economic areas. This slide gives an overview of our areas of focus, includes the entire county, of course, but also illustrates areas that we are paying attention to in the City of Stuart, including the downtown core and south. You see numbers 1, 2, 3, to which has been identified as the innovation hub in previous recent study. The geographic area identified for the study does encompass a portion of the City of Stuart between Federal Highway and Dixie Highway, generally speaking, from Indian Street down to the southern city limits, right around where the Mason multifamily development is. There's an opportunity, as I mentioned, as we see it, to piggyback off of the proposed infrastructure and aesthetic improvements to attract additional investment in this area, innovative companies to that area, with the ultimate goal of, again, building up the tax base, increasing the value of the taxable commercial properties and the revenues derived from therein. Here's an image of the Innovation Hub as presented, overlaid with the City of Stuart boundary, which is in red, along with the CRA boundaries and other points of interest. And I look forward to working with, community development staff, CRA staff here at the City of Stuart to potentially capture opportunities, for growth as it relates to you all and the City of Stuart. And here's another image of the Innovation Hub that you may remember, taken from the study that was completed a couple of years ago. A lot of opportunity for redevelopment and building up the properties that are currently in and around this area. And finally, these last several slides, they offer a summary of the industrial inventory in the City of Stuart. And as you can see, the city does have a significant amount of inventory as a proportion of the county, although it is on the smaller end in terms of building size as compared to, say, the newer, 500,000 million square feet buildings that you see in the county. But on the bright side, I will say there are plenty of companies and businesses whose needs do fit those space options. Most of the City of Stuart's industrial inventory is used for warehousing and logistics, including wholesalers as well as manufacturers, as you can see from this slide here. And the most important bullet point on this second to last slide here is the absorption rate of tenants leasing industrial property. And that has picked up, which does indicate an increase in demand as I see it in the City of Stuart. And you're seeing this across the county, and that is definitely a good thing. Let's see, the third bullet point on here is most important for this slide. It's the reason why we see this area of the city as such a great economic development opportunity, in my opinion. And finally, here's an overview of the main commercial real estate statistics in the City of Stuart. And vacancy rates and CRE fundamentals from our point of view are pretty healthy looking. So we look forward to working with you at the commission, working with your...
Those are the vacancy rates?
Those are the vacancy rates, yes, yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah, so things have picked up from several years ago, and it's a good problem to have. That's why you see so much, construction and, speculative, commercial construction happening. So this is a sector that is definitely one to latch onto and take advantage of.
Amazing.
So with that, that's my presentation. Looking forward to working with you all, looking forward to working with staff and partnering to build everything up.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin.
Thank you.
Enthusiastic presentation. Are there any questions or comments from any of the commissioners for Mr. Corbin?
Will you come with your ass during budget time?
He's here today.
Say what?
It's on the
Is it
consent.
the consent, but are you, okay, but are you gonna come with more than what is on the consent for today?
I think those were all my comments thus far.
Okay.
So, Mr. Corbin, you actually,
Yes, sir.
you got here very recently, right? You arrived. and
2
took
weeks
this
before
position-
Milton. So, quite a
All right.
experience, I guess. My wife's from Delray, and she was like, "We never get this." So, yeah, what a welcome, right? But I'm still here, so.
No, and I met with you a couple of times, and I appreciate your enthusiasm, and there's terrific opportunity in the county and this area. You said something right at the end that struck me, because I attended a meeting of the Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments, and your equivalent in St. Lucie County was there, and he said their greatest need by far was 3,000 to 10,000 square foot industrial spaces. So you seem to indicate that
Correct.
that's.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would
Okay.
agree with that.
So I think it's something that business.
You
can
hear about
use.
the big,
Right.
185,000 square
Yeah.
feet leases, but, you don't hear about the smaller activity that really does drive the economy.
Right.
Which is why I mentioned that small business, the businesses, existing industry, 80% of net new local growth, et cetera, so. yeah.
And so I'm, to ask what opportunities you can provide our community. So do you work, the most obvious example would be Project Lift. Do you work with them in helping those graduates obtain the skills that can be valuable to local businesses? Is that something you do?
Organizations like Project Lift are organizations that we like to communicate and keep in touch with. We actually named young Parker Smith from Smith Marine Services was the Youth Entrepreneur of the Year, if you
Yeah, that
remember,
was-
from our awards earlier this year. So really important program, really important resource for the community.
Yeah.
And yeah, we do.
Good, thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Certainly, Commissioner Clark.
Just out in the county, the huge gateway distribution on Kenner Highway, when, it's already built, so when does that get filled, and how much is the actual square footage of all those buildings?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's got to be more than 500,000 plus.
yeah.
I mean, it's
Yes.
million plus square feet, I think, or close to thereabout. But it's a lot. They're working hard to fill that now. Cushman Wakefield, they're the listing broker for that. It's a foundry commercial development, but they're working together to fill that in. And part of our role is to keep in contact with those commercial realtors so that we know and we can understand the trends and we can bring potential clients to them. And so that's how it works. So part of what we do is build relationships with the commercial real estate industry so that we can interface.
Thank you.
Okay, anything?
Yeah.
Oh, Vice Mayor? Oh, sorry.
This may sound like a bit of a critical question, but you had mentioned grind hard ammo. That's sort of the example I hear often when I'm asking about BDB in the city and its relationship with businesses. What did the BDB do that grind hard ammo could not do on its own as a private business? What was the role of BDB?
Well, the role I think we did play was a lot of the concierge service. You saw the little, what do you call that, the rope, the velvet rope. The concierge service as it relates to the process of permitting, which I know the county is really making improvements on, but as I understand it at that time, we were really helping to usher them through that process and also helping them access things like the TPP exemption. Although it is filled out by the applicant, by the company, we engage in doing workshops. We're going to be having another workshop coming up in about a month or so because those are due at the end of March. And so, helping with the entire process.
So, like, for example, with grind hard, they approached you guys to have them be helped with permitting?
We engage with helping them with permitting. I can't speak to exactly who reached out to whom, but we did engage with them, to help through that process at the county. And we're doing the same with the Village of Indiantown in terms of their potential
I didn't mean to drag you
developments
up,
there.
Okay.
No,
So.
he wasn't here at the time. I was. I can speak to what we did with Reinhardt if that helps.
Would you like to hear?
It's okay. I just wanted a general sense. I get
They were staying in St. Lucie until we learned, and then we brought them into the city.
You brought them in?
Yeah, we introduced them to the city, showed them the site, worked with site selection on them. helped
Sorry,
them
sir,
through the
could you
concept process.
come to the and introduce yourself?
Ike Crumpler, for the record. I've been a consultant with the BDB for 5 years. I was here during that time period with Grindhard Ammo. And they were in St. Lucie. That was their plan to stay. They were looking for something better. We helped them on the site selection, led them to the old YMCA site, helped them through the process, also helped them through the
So-
approval process in the village.
So it's your sense that they would not have been in that current
100%.
location without the BDB?
That's a fact. And all told, they represent a $90 million capital investment plan too. And jobs that pay very well, blue collar jobs. They're trying to get to 3 full shifts on their production side. It's a great story. A lot of what they did is really reshore ammunition manufacturing. Most of it takes place out of the country. A lot of people didn't realize that till the COVID scare, but they brought in all of there's 4 components into making ammunition, and they were able to get the 3 safe side here in the city, and then the one element, the primer that has an explosive component, is in a building that's very fortified, like Fort Knox.
I understand what they do, just for brevity. With regard to Grindhard, when did they open up? When did that happen in the city?
I'm going to say late 22, but I might be wrong on that.
Do you have some other examples like Grindhard Ammo where the BDB was instrumental?
So the BDB's primary focus is like an 80-20 breakdown. 80% of what we do is taking care of our local existing businesses and their expansion needs. That's where we primary focus. We don't really do like St. Lucie County, for example, has a broad suite of attraction services.
Within the city, do you
and
have
we
like
don't
an
usually-
example of that, maybe a few of that kind of relationship with some of our local businesses in the city?
That's the most profile example of an attraction piece.
Beyond like more generally what you do, like a specific
Yeah,
example?
that's what William was speaking to about the pulse side. So that's going and talking to people who are here, current employers, existing employers, and seeing how we can help them stay.
Can you give me a few examples of those businesses in the city?
I mean, I could follow up with you with a detailed look at our 50-plus pulse visits performed just last year, if it helped, and that we can break down that percentage of which are in the city. We could go in detail, but not at my immediate disposal.
Thank you, Ike.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I just had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Crumpler.
For William. In the summary, it mentions 10,000, but then it mentions up to an additional 15,000 appropriated for special projects. What would that entail in the summary?
That could entail perhaps innovation hub area activities or a project that's more specific to, something that we're not, necessarily doing. Or something that working with the CRA on something, for example.
And how much does the BOCC give to, or is this a mutual 25,000 between the city and the county?
No. So each of the, communities that are investors, they're different levels. So 465,000 is from from Martin County. The Village of Indiantown, 10,000, and you all are also at the $10,000 level of that. So, the county and the city, they prioritize, economic development in their comprehensive plans, recognizing all of this. And so that joint investment, while varied in size, it does kind of reflect the commitment to what we do, here at the Business Development Board. And
So in its entirety, is the BDB funded by the municipalities and the county only, or do you
we
get
also
outside
have
funding?
private investors as well.
Is that like membership based, or how does? how would
We're a
private
501c6, I believe, so it's technically membership based. So yeah, they're like investors, would come on board to support the goals that we try to advance.
So a private investor would just donate money to the BDB, I guess?
Yes, companies, yes. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it's a mix.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
say. Yeah.
All right.
Any other questions of Mr. Corbin? It sounds like you should probably stick around. This
Happy
item
to.
number
Thank you.
10 's
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Probably going to get pulled, it sounds like, from the consent calendar.
All right.
Okay. So we had quite a few of the city staff, this is item number 8 here, presentation, who participated in the Leadership Development Program. Over how long a period of time did that program take?
It was about 4 months.
Okay.
7 months.
Well, we're going to learn all about it because Roz Johnson, head of HR, is going to make a presentation. Go
Indeed.
ahead,
Very
Roz.
nice to be here. Good evening. Roz Johnson Strong, HR Director, for the record. Thank you, Mary.
So I'm here to share with you a leadership professional development opportunity that our leadership team experienced. Very exciting program. The city manager desired leadership training for his team, and we have newer members of leadership on our team. We have an eye on succession planning. We're in different buildings, so we don't see each other as often as we used to. But quite frankly, it's good practice to make sure that your leadership team is informed, educated, brought up to date, with the hope that the outcomes from that training trickles down into the organization. So some of the original ideas that the city manager and I discussed included a retreat, which is generally an off-site event with breakout sessions, takes place over the course of a few days. We talked about a workshop, which is usually on-site, maybe for a day or two. We talked about facilitating a training series where members of leadership would explore at their own pace, and then we would get together for group discussion, and we tossed out a few other ideas as well. Ultimately, we agreed that we wanted to make sure that whatever we did was government-specific. There are unique situations in government that don't necessarily exist in private sector or otherwise. We wanted to make sure that the topics were varied and that they were well-researched, meaning whoever we partnered with really needed to be qualified to facilitate a program like this. We wanted to make sure coursework was relevant for all the professions. We're a diverse city, so what made sense to the fire chief would also make sense to the police chief and to the HR director and to the tech services director. We wanted it to be universal, the themes to be universal. We also wanted to make sure we included some self-assessments. Here at the city, we do True Colors and the DISC assessment, but we were open to the Myers-Briggs, the PI, the Clifton Strengths. We were open to whatever assessments the facilitator may suggest. And we wanted the takeaways to be meaningful and immediately transferable. Meaningful and transferable. I mean, that's the whole idea of education, right? We want to be able to walk away saying that we learned something and we can do something with it. So the city manager asked me to look into what was out there and get back with him. And that's how we found LeaderGov. They've been serving cities and counties since about 2012. The top picture is Tim Fenbert, and lower picture is Bill Stark, and they engaged with us as a city. They specialize in local government leadership training and support. They do strategic planning and retreats, and we did talk about the concept of a retreat. But as many of us know, retreats really are for extinguishing the flame. They're for putting out the fire and bringing an organization back to life, if you will. We weren't in a panic. We hadn't lost our leadership team in full. We weren't in a case of emergency. So we said, well, what do you have? And well, they've got this professional development focused on long-term results, and it's facilitated over the course of 7 months. Oh, that sounds interesting. So we signed up. 13 Stuart leaders participated in the program. We developed 2 cohorts. So LeaderGov works with cities and counties all over the United States. And what they do is look for other cities and counties who are equally as interested in a professional development cohort. And so they signed up 7 of us on our team, with 7 from Dunn County, North Dakota, and then 6 of us on our team participated with the city of Atlanta, Georgia. And the whole idea being that sometimes it's good to come out of your local area and expand to other counties or cities in the nation to learn how they're handling problems, and they can hear how we're handling issues. What innovative ideas have they come up with? What have we come up with? And we share that and learn from each other. We met once a month via Zoom, and it was 7 months and 7 topics. So here were the topics. There was a leadership overview, personality and self-care, and the DISC assessment, which is what they facilitated, which we love. We think that's a great instrument. We had a session on strategic leadership, high-impact goals and SMART goals, effective team communication, and servant leadership. And then at the end, we all had a capstone project to produce, and each get-together with our assigned cohort included these breakout sessions. So we'd all be together on Zoom, and then they would break us up into groups of 3 or 4 to go a little deeper into a topic and go granular and share our experiences. So these were the 7 topics that we covered over the course of these 7 months. So the leadership overview module, we dove deep into the differences between leadership and management. And while that may sound almost elementary to some people, the truth is some folks either haven't thought about this in a long time or truly, honestly, don't know that there's a difference. Leadership and management are two entirely different approaches and different things. So we went granular there. We also went into the importance of self-care. Leadership roles, I can tell you that no one in a leadership capacity here at the city works an 8-hour day. It's unheard of, it's never gonna happen, it's not real. Even a 9 or a 10-hour day is maybe the baseline. But quite frankly, most of the leadership team is available 24/7. So they drill into the importance of self-care and making sure that members of leadership are, shaking off the day and taking good care of themselves, so that we can take care of others. And our homework for from that session is we had to identify one aspect of leadership to implement that month and one area of self-care to implement that month. And one of the beauties of this program is everyone was held accountable. So this element of accountability was instilled in every single session, every month, and each of us had to come back and talk about how we applied what we had learned, what we were going to do more effectively moving forward. So if one of the members hadn't done what they were supposed to do, it was really kind of embarrassing and a bit humiliating. So everybody knew that they had to do their thing because they were going to be asked about it at the next meeting, all of us. The next session was about leadership and personality, and we dove into the DISC assessment. We had all taken the assessment in that month space in between, and at this session it was interpreted, and we all walked through each other's DISC assessment results. And we talked about what are our tendencies, which is what the DISC is all about. Do we move toward or away from problems, people, the pace of the day, and process and guidelines? And we had to identify 2 DISC blind spots. Some might call them weaknesses or deficiencies. I don't like the term. I call them blind spots because we all have them. It's natural, it's human nature. And we needed to identify our own blind spots where we could improve, and we were required to work on those that month. We also were expected to have all of our team members in our own departments complete the DISC assessment. We use the Cloverleaf software platform, which is a really terrific platform, and invite our team members to participate in the DISC. And then at our own meetings, each department has their own staff meetings on intervals that work for them. Talk to the staff about their results and what it means. And are they task-focused or people-focused? Are they fast-paced or slower-paced? And again, there's the accountability piece. We had to report back the following month about how that went. And the DISC actually was explored over the course of 2 sessions because it's such a meaningful instrument, again, which is why the city, we do ascribe to this and facilitate it here. We believe in it. And so LeaderGov spent 2 sessions talking about how the DISC applies in the workplace and how we can use it more effectively. The next session was strategic leadership, and we got into a SWOT analysis. And one of the things that was interesting is to hear from the directors who actually use a SWOT analysis. They're familiar with it, they use it, it's natural for them. And others who had heard of it, but maybe didn't know how to apply it. And LeaderGov was really wonderful in helping us understand how a SWOT can be applied. We talked about managers and how they approach things tactically. Leaders approach things strategically. Each has a purpose. Neither one is right or wrong or better than the other. But again, this whole program that we were in was about leadership development. So the goal was to get any who think like a manager into a more leadership mindset. And it was important for us to recognize that all of us in leadership, we manage and we lead. We do both. That's just part of the life of being someone in a leadership role. And then how does that, how to manage and lead, how does that feed into a SWOT analysis? So for this month's homework, we were required to do a SWOT discussion with our teams and receive their input and ask them, what do you think we can do better in our department? Where are we doing well? Where are we not doing so well? And put together a SWOT and create some goals from that SWOT analysis. And again, there's the accountability piece. Report on it the next month. And we went into our breakout sessions with our cohorts and talked to them about what do they do for SWAT. They want to know what we do for SWAT. So that was a terrific experience as well. Then we moved into high impact goals and SMART goals. Now, again, you know, we hear SMART goals, SMART goals, SMART goals, and I think sometimes it becomes repetitive in some folks' minds, but the truth is SMART goals are smart. SMART goals are really brilliant, and when we really take the time to slow down and create a SMART goal, a long-term, and then break that long-term SMART goal into smaller achievable goals in the short term, amazing things can happen. So we walked through SMART goals and creating some high impact goals. And to create our own, we each needed to ask ourselves, like, what is one thing that will revolutionize my department or the service to the community? Is there something holding my team back? And if so, what is it and how do we overcome it? Pardon me. And we had to think, you know, what is one problem if we were to solve it in our department that would transform the effectiveness? You know, so we had to go back to our team members and ask their opinion. I think it was said earlier tonight by someone, you know, the great decisions don't happen in the bubble at the top of the pyramid. And in fact, in servant leadership, which we'll talk about in a second, that pyramid that is so traditional that it looks like a pyramid, it's inverted in the world of servant leadership. So we needed to get to our team and get their input and the accountability piece again. Then we moved into effective team communications, one of my personal favorites. We talked about difficult conversations, what they look like, and what are some strategies to approach those difficult conversations, to navigate them, because it isn't really tackling them or other words that could be used. It's navigating difficult conversations. You know, life is hard, work is hard. How do we get through those? And then they continued to weave in the DISC assessment and how different styles, listening styles and tendencies affect communications. And once we can know each other a little more effectively through those assessments, great things can happen through communication protocols. We talked about the different types of meetings and the dynamics that we can expect in those meetings. And for our homework, we were asked to initiate a difficult conversation, preferably with a team member. You know, maybe there was something that we learned in this session that would set us up for a successful interaction on a difficult topic with a team member. But it could be with a family member or a friend, or, you know, some departments are smaller. And so we had to do that. And then we also had to talk to our teams in that month about the real need to have authentic conversations in the workplace. And what this really ties to is psychological safety in the workplace. And psychological safety is all about employees feeling comfortable and free to speak up, to share a thought, to share an idea, to share a concern without being ridiculed, destroyed, and decimated in that environment, in that space. We need to create a safe space for employees. So by being a little vulnerable and opening ourselves up to our team, we needed to ask them to rate the quality of our meetings. And as managers, leaders, we all have different types of meetings, again, different intervals, and we call them tailgate meetings. I call them pulse checks. And we had to ask our team members, our staff, you know, how do you think these meetings are going? Are they effective for you? And if not, why? What can we do better? It was opening up that flow of conversation. And then the last thing we had to do this month was ask ourselves, what can I do better? Am I communicating effectively or not? What can I do better? And really reflect, do some hard reflection and be prepared to do better, right? We're not perfect, we make mistakes. And the best thing we can do is acknowledge it, own it, and move better, or move forward doing better. And that's what this module asked us to do. And then the near last that we did was servant leadership. And this is where the leadership pyramid is inverted. And there are elements of servant leadership that are listed here, that we're active listeners, we're empathetic, we have a high EQ, we can be persuasive, we're healers, we're visionaries, steward, we have foresight, we like to develop people, and we're all into our community. And so we dove into these at a granular level, and we were asked to consider which element of servant leadership we would like to improve upon, what we would like to develop in ourselves. and be honest and open with ourselves on where we could improve. We had to write a leadership statement and accountability again. And we had to come back to the table the next month and share what we learned. And then after we went through all these modules, each of us had to do a capstone project. And there are some questions, it could have been on any topic related to the training we had received. But we were asked to ask ourselves these questions. How are management and leadership intertwined? How can I be more effective? How have I actually integrated self-care? How can I use the DISC more effectively? Have I done a SWOT effectively? Have I established HIGs, and have I established SMART goals? Am I helping my team develop SMART goals? Am I into their improvement and development and progress? Again, some of the participants who engaged in this and committed to this are those that we're looking at for succession planning. So what are we doing as leaders to develop our staff for succession planning? Becoming a servant leader doesn't happen overnight. It's something a lot of us aspire to become. So if this is something that we wanted to pursue, to ask ourselves, am I really a servant leader, and how do I prove it? And if not, how can I do better? And these are all the folks who showed up. These folks stepped up to the plate and showed up every month, ready to engage with their partners in the cohort. They were ready to do the homework. They reported back each month with their successes or their failures. And we love failures. Failures are okay, they're inevitable. But they are required in the journey to achieve success. You've got to fail. Fall down 7, stand up 8, right? I mean, that's just part of it. And failures invite us to learn and improve. So these folks did the work, and they came back and shared where they succeeded that month and where they could have done better that month. And, I have to say, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all those who participated, to thank you, Mike, for really wanting to bring something like this to the table for all of us to learn and to share the table together, so to speak, that we're all singing from the same song sheet, we're all headed in the same direction. We may be in separate buildings, but we're all moving in the same direction. So this was a terrific experience, and I believe almost all of them are here tonight. We do have plaques for them, Mayor, that we would like to be able to hand to them. If I could read the names and they could come up, if that would be acceptable.
I am going to the clerk's desk.
That's a wonderful thing. So, of course, Mike Mortel, city man, and then I think we're going to probably come down for a photo, perhaps. So Mike Mortel, Mary Kindle, Darren Duke. There he is. Yes, Peter Cunin. Vince Felicione. Joe Tuminelli.
You're here.
Jim Krolski.
Yes, truly.
Myself, but I'll stay up here for a moment.
Milton is absent.
Milton Leggett.
Milton is in the outer office.
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Penal Gandhi-Savdis. Looks like Penal might be out. Ben Hogarth. Ben, are you here?
Congratulations, Milton.
Okay, and then Kevin Smith. I know Kevin's here. And Flamur Zanelovic is out of town at a department training.
Z.
Oh, there she is. There's Penal.
Jeez.
She got them all.
Before I depart, did any of you have any questions on the program, or Are we good?
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Michael.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Roz, for.
Thank you, City Manager.
Did they get raises for doing it?
No, ma'am, this is all part of the enjoyment of what we do. Professional development's a wonderful thing.
Okay, thank you. Comments by city commissioners. Commissioner Reed, do you have any comments to share with us this evening?
Yes. This one was for Mike. I know we've been discussing the Hamilton project. Does this need a motion in order to come back, or is it set to?
It was originally going to come back in February, but we ran into the first and second reading of this, so I'm pushing for March. I know Mr. Hamilton submitted a proposal from his contractor a couple weeks ago, and I know that the CRA director has submitted that to Florida Commerce. So the intention was to bring it back once there was some resolution or response. I haven't received any response from Florida Commerce yet, so there's really, if I brought it back, I wouldn't have anything to tell you.
Okay. The only thing I was going to do, I was going to make a motion then to pull agenda item 10, 11, and 17 for discussion, and then put item number 19 first for commission action. And that was all I had.
Okay, well,
Second.
You said 10, 11, and 17?
Yeah, so 10, 11, and 17 for discussion from the consent calendar, and then item number 19 for first commission action.
okay, when we get to the approval of the agenda, we'll
Okay.
take that up. 10, 11, 17, okay. Any other comments, Commissioner Reed?
That is it. Well, if, when we had that joint meeting, I know the consensus from the board seemed to be taking care of capital improvement projects that we currently have and safety improvements, so I didn't know if you wanted me to list those or wait for the next CRA meeting maybe and bring those up.
I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, if you had,
So people had mentioned Hospital Avenue needing repaired.
it's actually already programmed.
Okay. So then that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thanks.
Giobi?
I have no comments.
Commissioner Clark, do you have any comments this evening?
Yes, several. I just want to again commend Jolie for his years here, and he's our budget director, and he's been doing very well. I just want to thank him for that. February is Black History Month, and I know that we gave the proclamation to Thelma, and Miss Dooley was here, but she left, but there'll be a festival this weekend, and there's also another event coming up all the way in June. They'll be having something, but they're already working on getting young people involved with that in June. But that's that. Recently, I went with the mayor, and I'll let the mayor talk about that if he wants to celebrate a woman who was 102 years old at Alto, right in our city. And the BDB is here, and when Alto was coming in, they were trying to get the IDA, the Industrial Development Board for the county, to do the letter, the pass-through letter, so that the funding could come in for that business. And the Industrial Development Board for the county at the time didn't do it, but we worked hard with the city, we got that letter, and that's how the developer came in and did that project, Alto in the city. So it's important to coordinate with the BDB as well as with the county on these things. And even when their Industrial Development Board didn't go through that with the funding effort that they needed to have this particular thing done for the pass-through letter, that's how we got Alto, because we kind of worked and stayed with it and got that project built along Palm Beach Road. Stuart, well, Martin County is 100 years this year. 1925, Governor Martin, that's why we're called Martin County. And the county's planning a lot of projects. I'm sure that you can look on their website or see different things that are happening around town. But Stuart was incorporated in 1914, but it became the county seat when Martin County became a county. So we're 100 years as the county seat. I have not heard that our commission has wanted to do anything with the county with regard to recognizing that we are the county seat for Martin and that we are also celebrating 100 years as the county seat in Martin. And I was wondering, I want to put it early and put it before the budget time, that if we could use this year's July 4th celebration, even just to name and to coordinate. I don't know if we're going to be asking for money from the county, but at least use it as a time to celebrate the fact that the city of Stuart is 100 years as the main county, the county seat for Martin County. I don't know if I need to make a motion to ask staff to look into how we could best try to have a plan to come and do that, because I know each year it's always a struggle to find funds for fireworks and for other things. But I'm just putting it out there now, and I'm going to talk to staff again. And if I need a proper motion, I'll work with the city manager and come back at another time. But I just wanted to let that be known. The other thing is that if we also need to do some kind of a proclamation through the city, if we need to work on that and get that done maybe sometime in May or so, we could do something towards that with the county. And the other thing with regard to working on celebrating the history of Martin County is that tomorrow night, February the 11th, our I know the national level, they have the poet laureate, although I hear that one of our poet laureate has been something, but I know, decommissioned. But I know that we have Sandy Thurlow as our historian, and she's going to be presenting a program at our Flagler Center tomorrow evening, starting at 7 p.m. with our Stuart Heritage Board and other heritage and preservation organizations in Martin County and in Stuart. And so I just ask for the public to participate, either go to the website or go to the Stuart Main Street site or go to the the Stuart Heritage site, any one of those things, or even just Sandy Thurlow. Just look her up and you'll see when she's going to be speaking at the Flagler Center. Also, with regard to activities this month to celebrate Black History Month, the Martin County School Board will be putting on a program on February 22nd at the Boys and Girls Club in Stuart, and it's an all-day affair from about 10 until 2 or 9 until 2, and they'll showcase their young people with their food truck and other things there. And of course, the school board will be putting on something with regard to Black history, so we'd like to look forward to seeing that in our community. Sandy has an issue going on with regard to trying to get people to identify various photographs that maybe she has had in her book or she's had other places. If you ever go to the museum or someplace, or if you have something in your churches or organization or family, she'd love to get as many pictures and have them identified with names or occasions for the Martin County history. And Sandy Thurlow, if you have a problem remembering, we have a little building, just 2 buildings down. It's called the Stuart Feed Store and Museum, and they can give you any information you want if you'd like to contribute to the Martin County Historic Project, whether whatever your background, creed, color, race, business affiliation, or family affiliation, as long as it has to do with Martin County, we appreciate input so that we can keep our history and preserve the information. That's it. Thank you.
So can we just go back to what, now the city is older than the county, correct?
The city incorporation. The county was a part of Palm Beach
Right.
County and Miami-Dade County.
It was originally part of Dade County.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I'm not sure what you're asking for, Commissioner Clary.
We're the county seat because Martin County is 100 years
Right.
old.
In an attempt to try to jointly get more funds for the fireworks, was that the idea?
Probably, or at least recognize Martin County. Okay, at the, Ben Hogarth isn't here, but at the air show, They had, it was very expensive. I don't know who did it for the air show, but they had something that said, you know, all kinds of stuff. They talked about veterans and other things, and they actually
The
had.
drone show.
Yeah, okay. So if we could do something special to say something to
30
Martin
grand.
County, I'd appreciate that. We can get a committee and work on that.
Mayor?
Commissioner Giobi.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that there was the Martin Arts Festival this
Okay,
past
that's
weekend.
right, yeah.
And they did celebrate the centennial. They gave a plaque presentation to Sarah Hurd. So they did do a celebration of the centennial for
They're
Martin.
doing it all year. They're doing lots of things.
And my wife is actually doing the book for the county,
Yeah.
because she's done all the books with Sandra up till now. So, but Sandra's actually not doing the book on the centennial, so I'm not, well, you can work with the city manager.
Yeah, I'll work with city manager and I'll bring it back.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments this evening?
My only comment is along the same lines of Commissioner Reed's comment with the Hamiltons, is I would just love to see that be resolved as soon as humanly possible. I feel like it's a black eye. It's just, it doesn't look good. So if we need to reach out to whoever we need to reach out to and email them every week, Mike, to get some kind of
We
resolution.
were waiting for the submittal from the Hamiltons. It just came 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds wonderful and it's polite, but the
Mr.
fact is-
Hamilton, Mr. Hamilton, I'm sorry.
Well, you know what, you've been jerking me off for 7 months, and I'm getting tired of it. 7 months.
He
Yeah, you can't.
You can do, the fact is, it's Florida Commerce that's funding it. He was authorized to hire his own contractor, and he did not submit anything from his contractor until middle of January 2025.
Because no contractors would touch the place.
I agree. I don't care why, but there's no doubt that we couldn't move forward until it happened, and we couldn't pick the contractor because Mr. Hamilton obviously,
Look what happened
right.
with the last contract, you destroyed the church.
Okay, we
can't be going
cannot
back and
have this
forth.
dialogue from the audience.
For what it's worth,
Let's get it.
even
We are waiting, the city manager's indicating he's waiting to
for
hear
what it's
from the
worth,
state.
even though he just said I was lying about that it being submitted 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, he's now acknowledged that it was in fact submitted in January and that it's now at the Florida Commerce, and as soon as we hear from them,
We'll put him on the agenda.
And then is there some sort of time frame with which we need to follow up with them instead of just?
well, Florida Commerce is going to either authorize paying the additional money or they're not.
Got it. Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Anything else?
Mayor Rich.
Yes.
To reiterate on that, I actually had a Teams meeting with Florida Commerce on Thursday, and they said at this time that they weren't going to pay anything when I had a Teams meeting with them, that it was strictly on the city of Stuart, and potentially they might help, but that's what I was told when I had a Teams meeting with them on Thursday last
Okay,
week.
well, let's wait for a formal response to
And
the
did
city
they-
manager.
Did you go over the transmittal? Because I haven't seen it. Do you know how much he submitted it for?
I saw it come in the email from Pinal. I want to
But
say
no,
it
I'm
was-
saying when you were on the phone with Florida Commerce, had they seen it and reviewed it?
I think they said they were still waiting on something from SHPO,
So they hadn't reviewed it yet?
but they said that we were financially responsible, though.
We don't need to rely on verbal transmissions to commit.
I mean, I could have recorded
We've
the
made,
meeting, but
the city has made a formal request, and we're waiting for a formal reply.
Correct. We've also requested a structural engineer, but we
Right.
haven't been able to
Okay.
get that as well.
That's what we're required to do. Okay. My comments are very simple, and I would like to thank Commissioners Giobi and Clark for accompanying me to Alto, which actually is a very nice facility. I had never been there on Palm Beach Road, and I was very happy to give to Miss Ruth Whiteman of Philadelphia, so she's happy, recognition for 102 years old. And the reason I mention it, and by the way, she was totally with it. I was very impressed. And she had her family there. But she indicated that she had, ever since she was first eligible to vote, she has a perfect voting record. She has never missed the chance to cast her ballot, and I was very impressed by that. So it was nice to meet her, and it was very enjoyable, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And then secondly, so I'm asking for a D&D We all received this from Bonnie Moser. Bonnie sits on the CRB board. The subject was traffic calming, please do something. Just to give you a little background and qualification, Bonnie is a urban designer. She works in traffic. She lives on 10th Street. She lives right in front of which?
St. Joe's.
She lives right in front of St. Joe's, and they've been having a number of incidents, very scary to the children and parents. And, oh, yes, Ms. McBride, I did see your name mentioned there. And what I'd just like to do is provide us up here an opportunity to hear from the parents. So if there's no objection, could we put this on for D&D at the next meeting?
Are you saying like a town hall for the parents to come
Well,
in?
just, it's a,
Put an agenda item on to let the commission hear comments from the neighborhood,
Yeah.
but it
Okay.
wouldn't be for February 24th, because we have about as busy a meeting for
Okay.
February 24th as we do today, but we can do it for March 10th.
okay, that's fine. I'm actually going to meet with the neighborhood in the intervening period anyway, so apparently there's a great deal of concern, and so. Well, there's two schools, yeah, so, and apparently so. And it's complicated. We've had one meeting already. I think Milton was there.
have four
And we met the county road, so it is a complicated.
Palm Beach is a county road and 10th is
Yeah.
a city road.
Right. So those are my only comments. Comments by city manager, Mr. Mortel.
First, I also was going to mention Sandy Thurlow will be speaking at on behalf of the Stuart Heritage Museum at the Flagler Center. It's titled Celebrating Our Centennial, and it will be highlighting Martin County's 100 years as part of their year-long celebration of their centennial. I also wanted to thank Jolie for the 30 years of commitment he's given to the city, and I should also call him Lewis, because that's what Milton calls him. And lastly, I wanted to also mention that the city of Stuart was named for the second year in a row the 2024 Cigna Healthy Workforce Designation, which is the Cigna Healthcare has honored the city with the 2024 Gold Level Healthy Workforce Designation in recognition of its strong commitment to employee health and well-being through its workplace wellness initiatives. The city's award-winning Stuart Strong Wellness Program is built on a three-pillar approach to create a healthier work environment and lifestyle for the employees. And I should mention that it's part of the health program to avoid medical claims in the long run, and it's obviously what's called the WOW program or Stuart Strong program, and it's been very successful. And obviously, Cigna is recognizing the great strengths that the city of Stuart has gone to achieve the goals, and it is beneficial to the employees because it gives them better physical and mental health, but it's also beneficial to the city because in doing so, it prevents, in theory, the large medical expenses that would come from poor health. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. So can we get a motion for approval of the agenda? We're going to pull from the consent 10, 11, and 17. Is that correct,
And
Commissioner?
replace 18 with 19 and 19 with 18. Move
Whoa,
approval.
just let me, replace what?
18 with 19 and 19 with 18.
19 will be moving up, 18 will be next.
So we'll go,
Moving 19 to the first
I got
item
it.
of
It
the
will go
consent.
16, 19, 18.
Yes.
And we're pulling
Move
10.
approval.
No, it'll go, yeah. No, it'll be consent 19, 18. All right,
Yes.
got it.
And we're pulling 10, forgive me.
10, 11, and 17.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
Second, we have a motion by Commissioner Clark and a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Comments from the public.
Non-agenda.
A non-agenda item. If it's okay with the commission, could we allow people to comment on any of the items rather than make them wait?
They're not going to be here.
If they're not going to be here?
They, by the way, it's kind of their privilege to do so anyway. We just ask them to because it's more effective
Right.
to have it at the commission at the time. But if someone wants to comment on it, they're welcome to.
So is that okay with the commission? I'll allow them to speak? So if you, right, yeah. So if you feel you won't be able to be here, I have no idea when we'll get to the latter items. Feel free to speak at this time. So, Comments from the public?
Yes, I have.
Madam Clerk?
Robert Hamilton.
Robert Hamilton, the 1895 Church of Stuart. Here we are again. I am glad to see the leadership awards given out to two people that covered up the fraud and swept it under the carpet. That makes the taxpayers feel real good about that. I sent you all an email. Today, those emails kept bouncing back. We were blocked from the system. Here I stand 7 months later. You said you were going to get to the bottom of it. 7 months later, we're here, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, kicking the can down the road. It's quite obvious to everybody who's watched this. Watch what went on, the destruction, the cover-up, the lies, the fraud, forging my signature. This is not a joke anymore. We have 2 weeks till the next meeting. I'm asking you, Mayor Rich, sir, I want it put on the next agenda. Yes or no? I know you want to ignore me. That's what goes on. I'm not talking to you. You're not the mayor. This is about city employees not doing what they're supposed to do, and they're running the roost. The cabal in the back room runs the city. I have to deal with two people. I have to deal with the commission and the cabal in the back room, kicking the can down the road, lying, insulting my wife, taking photographs in the curtilage of our home. Do you understand what that means, the curtilage of your home? To take photographs without people knowing you, me, and my wife? I want those photographs, Mayor, all of them, and the videos, inside the curtilage of our home. Nobody has a right to do that. I'm letting certain things go. That church is going to get fixed one way or another. I don't care. I'm tired of this. Leadership awards are so good. The two people that screwed us over, 7.5 months coming in here, and I'm not supposed to be upset. The taxpayers are paying for this again and again and again, because the city didn't say, hey, Patriot, you screwed this up. It's in the contract. I gave you the paperwork today. You've had it for months. You had a remedy, but you didn't want to do it. And to this day, Guardian's still employed by the city of Stuart. Recently, the west coast of Florida, a homeowner reached out to Olga and I, asked if we knew Antonio Jenkins, asked if we knew Don Cobb. Olga's saying, why? They went into their horror story of their home in real time. I have meetings set up with her, advise her to go to in the governor's office. This has got to stop. We need the Doge in here. Whatever you want to call it, we need the Doge in here to stop this. I want my home fixed. False liens on my home, I want it fixed. Thank you.
Olga Hamilton.
I'll get her, she's outside. She left, she couldn't take it.
Julie Priest.
Thank you, Ms. Priest.
Chief was going to hand them out.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission, city manager, and city attorney. I am Julie Priest. I am an old-time 1981 downtown merchant, and I retired from the retail business in 1995. In 1987, I was the first chair and president of Stuart Main Street and helped start that program. It was a difficult start. We didn't even have an office. We moved our Main Street manager at the time she was called a manager at least 3 times to donated offices, donated equipment from Houston's office supply store, used to be downtown. And a lot of that is missing from this book, but there's a lot that's in this book. It's called Saving Stuart, Florida. This is about the revitalization of downtown Stuart. What is amazing to me is that what you see today is not what was here in 1980s and 1990s. It was a blighted, deteriorated place. I had the audacity to purchase a store from a couple who were retiring, a children's clothing store called Pipette. It was on one side of the Lyric. No longer even there anymore because now it's become part of the Lyric. It was demolished and the Lyric took it as part of their backstage. Then Bob Green retired, Green's department store, and I had already brought Critter Fitter shoes from Central Stuart to downtown to help. I don't know, I had this idea downtown was really going to be a great place, but it was still deteriorated in the early 80s. So in 87, we started Stuart Main Street. Soon after that, we had Andreas 20, our accomplished planner, come to town. There were charrettes. We came to a consensus, and we accomplished what you see today. The vision came to reality. And I just implore you, and this is also sold at Stuart Heritage, to take the time. It's an easy read. The lines are spread far apart, so you don't have to get any special glasses to read it, and it's quick. And it was written by Blake Fontenay using Mayor Joan Jefferson's files. He also did interview a lot of us who are still alive, some downtown merchants. There are a few of us left. And I also wanted to bring you up to date on what's happening with the Centennial because I'm working with Mrs. Rich and also Mr. George Stokas at the county for the Centennial. Mrs. Rich is helping to design a book, a coffee table book, and I'm sure we had the city of Stuart as being one of the neighborhoods, so-called neighborhoods, that's going to be described in the book. So each of the neighborhoods are going to have about 15 pages. And in addition to that, which they hope to have the book published by August. I met with Candace, our director of Stuart Main Street, just last week. Mr. Blake was there. Ann McMillan was there, another downtown merchant. She had a bookstore. We had Inez from the BDB there. And what she would like to do, Candace would like to do, is during Historic Preservation Month, if I can go on just a minute to inform you, during Historic Preservation Month, she wants to have a 2-day presentation at the Flagler where we have slideshows and everything on the history, which could include the county seat and all that information, along with having presentations by those who used to be here, the old-timers like me. So George Stokas, if you wish to get more information, and of course Candace. And she's planning to do that during May, Historic Preservation Month. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Daryl McGill.
Hello, my name is Daryl McGill, and I'm from Kingswood Phase 2 here in Stuart. And first, thank you for the proclamation. And I actually came to sing, to be a part of the program today, to sing the national anthem, which I sing for all the major league teams here in all 3 of the stadiums. And I just wanted to at least let you know, once I've been involved in entertainment and producing events since 1972, so that's over 50-some years. And I've been a volunteer at your Martin County Fair. It's not your Martin County Fair, obviously, I'm just the Martin County Fair that you don't oversee and have no purview of, but I'm a member of the Martin County Fair for 14 years volunteering, actually, and 6 years as the entertainment director. And just happened two weekends ago, I did go to the fair, and I was in my volunteer shirt, and they said, "You're not welcome here." I said, "Excuse me? You're not welcome here. Our fair board has voted you off the fairgrounds for 2 years." I was in shock. I had tears in my eyes. After 14 years, just the last couple of things was, one, just recently I was named nominated Unsung Hero for the Treasure Coast. I received from my county, I was the one of 3 persons as the pride of our county. This is in New York, Ulster County. I've served on fairs for over 40 years. And when I came here, I started volunteering and helping at the Martin County Fair. And I just remember as a kid, my folks are from Gifford. I'd come down here each year, and we would go to gas stations or restaurants or whatever. And the same words, "You are not welcome here," were ushered to my parents. And I remember that. So with that, I just wanted to leave that message with you. It's Black History Month, and I feel very hurt how I was treated.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Daryl.
Rod Peterson.
Mr. Peterson?
Is
He
Mr.
was
Peterson
I
here?
saw him. He left earlier, unless he's out there.
I can do the next person if you'd like first. Audra Creech?
She's crying.
Good evening. I know it's a long night. I see the agenda. I'm going to try and keep this as short as I can. And I realize it's also been a very heavy emotional night, so I'm also going to try and keep this as emotionally uplifting as possible. First, I'd like to apologize when I believe Mr. Hamilton decided to speak out of turn. I also did because I do believe in the order that needs to take place in order for us to have discussions like this that are often extremely important, but also extremely hard to do. So for your time and your energy, I thank you, and I apologize for overstepping my bounds. But I do greatly respect the order that needs to happen for us to have this conversation. So, I had no intention to talk tonight, which of course is what always happens. Not always, but often I'm here for my job. I'm here tonight personally. Well, I was here for my job. I'm now here for personal reasons in front of you right now. So first, I applaud the City of Stuart for their leadership training. I'm also in the leadership program with the Martin County Chamber. And I will actually be riding along with one of the City of Police soon as a part of that leadership. I, of course, am a female of childbearing age in Martin County. I was trying to make these comments during the actual discussion of the hospital, but as you stated, it's kind of different to have comments kind of not, or in regards to a presentation that was done versus in public comment. I would suggest that, and this is not to place blame, but just an observation, just something to think about. When we say, you, Cleveland Clinic, must keep the OB open, you must fix this, you must keep it here, I am not disparaging anybody as far as the various NGOs and the various 501c3s that do excellent work. I am not disparaging at all the fact that we would like to keep an OBGYN unit here in Martin County. What I am saying is that when we say no growth, or we say slower growth, or we say, no, we're not going to have multifamily, or we say we're not going to have this, that, and the other thing, there may be a secondary unintended consequence to that. I'm not saying that we want to be Broward. None of us want that. Heck, I'm 4 generations Martin County, 7th generation Floridian. None of us want that. But there is an unintended consequence to saying we don't want those 60 units. We don't want, I was part of the presentation that created or brought an approval for 60 units on Central Parkway. It was highly contested at the time, and I have had people ask me, how the heck did you bring that? How could you? It's because I'd like us not to die. I'd like us to have children. I'd like us to have an OBGYN unit that does birth 400 a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rod Peterson?
Apparently.
Robin Cartwright?
Good evening, Commissioners. I drove past the Costco site this morning and I almost threw up, and it's not because a Costco is going in, but because it was never about Costco, but because of the behaviors permitted and encouraged to get projects approved. Some examples. Communications are shared, some even labeled confidential, with developers and their experts, yet rarely with the public. Staff takes the word of developers at face value while ignoring us, even when we provide pictures and videos. A developer-paid expert like an environmental consultant can lie about their credentials, and staff and some commissioners will just blow it off while we're told that we are not and cannot be experts. Lies shared by a certain blogger continue to create vitriolic behavior by some members of the public, and when the city has been asked to address this, it's just, quote, we can't control what gets published. Staff presents only the positive emails while not even mentioning those in opposition. Even after a project is started, we expressed concerns about the lack of oversight, and the reply is that you have no control over other agencies' actions or oversight. A developer and even some homeowners don't need permission, just a friend on staff and maybe the commission. There's so many more, but here's the biggest takeaway. As part of her ruling regarding the Cantor CPUD, the administrative law judge said 6 times that the city failed, and there have been no improvements and no changes to the process. Nothing has changed. Presentations are created to suit a narrative that isn't honest or complete, using propaganda and misdirection while fostering the aforementioned vitriol and allowing ad hominem attacks instead of focusing on best practices and sustainability. And I want to be very clear about this. When a developer buys a parcel, they know what land use is assigned and what zoning is permitted by right. There is no by right when they require a land use and/or zoning change, even if they annex it into the city. Add to that homeowners doing major work without a permit, and it's shrugged off by certain city staff. Affordable housing is being approved, but it's unenforceable. A parking deficiency was solved, but not really, by creating tandem parking. Tonight, an applicant wants a zoning change that will seemingly exempt them from commission approval of a site plan, and Costco will open. Nothing has changed. It should.
Helen McBride.
Helen McBride from Flamingo Avenue. I was here last meeting and spoke about 10th Street, and the city manager said he was going to ride down 10th Street. Nothing has happened or been done, and I'm reporting back to my neighbors what happened at the last meeting. I know Mr. Martell said it was AT&T, but according to my neighbor, it's a company out of Indiantown. But Mike, did you see the mess? I apologize.
I actually have photographs of both issues. One is the cord that's hanging down, and then the other's like the hole.
The hole, and then up by St. Joseph's
Milton
Rectory.
and I have been trying to address it. The problem is, if we mess with the cords running along those things and anything goes out, then all of a sudden it becomes every single person's cable and phone and everything in the whole city. So we're
The black
calling the people
cable
to try
with
and
the
get it out.
wires on it, right in front of.
Right in front of the church.
No, it's right on the ground in a hole.
Right, there's a hole with a cable in it, but there's also the yellow
Yeah, the
thing
pink
hanging down.
hanging down.
Right.
Well, but the two things on the ground should be taken care of, but it's not our mess, it's this company's mess.
Correct.
The black stool, the round thing with black wire on it, that's right in front of St. Joseph's Rectory. And then the other one is down, my Pine School's opening, St. Michael's, St. Pine School. And Mr. Martell, Milton did put something there to protect the children. He put that thing.
Surrounding it,
But we, my kids, they're in their 50s. But I love all kids, and my neighbors ask me, because they know I come here, and I love my neighbors. And I'm going to keep, we want to keep after this, because the schools are there. They're not us seniors in high school. These are elementary school students, St. Joseph's and J.D. Parker. So we just appreciate anything you can do. It's been like this for a couple of years. I just ignored it, but now the young mothers are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Walter Lloyd.
Yeah, good too when we're done with these comments.
He requested if you'd like to make your comment during general public comment, it's up to you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I had intended to speak on 19, but let's get it over with. As I understand it, we're altering zoning for a property owner this evening, or at least in consideration, who I assume did due diligence when they invested in this property as it is. I'm asking you to please, and we just heard it from another speaker, don't do another Costco thing, please. I ask you to please act with care and to study the future plans of what this owner has intended for it, to keep controls on the effects it may have on our environment and culture. Please don't allow a precedent to be introduced which will lead to unwanted changes to our quality of life in the best small town culture as we have it now. I happen to live very close to the Costco. I'm experiencing extreme heartache, and my quality of life is definitely affected now. I understand it's under construction, but I am quite sure it's going to be ill-affected for quite some time. So please, don't keep doing that. Let our town maintain a quality of life that we'll enjoy.
Sandra Newman.
I am Sandra Newman, Lake Street in Stuart. I was here to address item number 21, the redevelopment. I was hoping to hear all of it before having to speak, but let me just read what I've written since I may have to leave. It is my understanding that originally our people were on the water near Sewell's Point, where there were the mosquitoes most of the time. Then it was decided that we were, the black people, moved to a property away from the water and near the railroad tracks. I was born here and I have been here in Stuart all my life. My family is here, and other families that have not asked for very much over the years from this city or from this commission. We have let you go and get money based on us and do whatever. So over the past few years, you have used all kinds of tactics to get us to sell our properties to you in the East Stuart area. We are perfectly happy there. We do not want to sell. That did not work. So now whatever you are planning or trying to do with our property and not provide for our people to have a decent place to live or they can't afford, we appreciate it if you would not do that. We don't want it, and we will object to it forever. You have taken away living spaces through the Taylor property, the Cherokee property, and not given us anything back. So what we would like for you to be working on would be to stop this rezoning, to remove some of our property, take it and use it for businesses, it appears from what I've heard earlier today, and put in funding and programs to increase minority ownership in the East Stuart area. We need your help, not your rezoning, and to help us with businesses, small businesses being built in the East Stuart area, not larger businesses that are going to take over our property and create noise like a business that we now have on Martin Luther King Boulevard. Don't look at East Stuart for your expansion is what we're asking for today. To see our needs, we're not willing to sell or move. We need housing and small businesses. There are a few here who have been able to stay that agree with me, and if you all would stand now, please look elsewhere and not at East Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Michael Benedetti.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mike Benedetti from Perry-Wickle Circle. I want to mention tonight, I own some commercial properties on Osceola Street in the R3 zoning district right now. I'm on Osceola in Georgia. I want to propose that we consider adding beauty salons, specialty salons, and barbershop as a permitted use in the R3 zoning district itself. I figure that now in the zoning and process would be a good time to bring this up. And I think it fits. Salons are appointment-based professional services and are part of the DBPR, just like veterinary medicine, architects, and interior designers, all of which are in that zone existing right now. Salons, they all have specific license requirements, just like massage therapists who are also permitted in there. And many massage therapists also work out of salons too in that category. I feel that's no more intense than what is currently permitted in the R3 district. And in some cases, salons may be less intense. One of my tenants was LabCorp for a number of years, and they were extremely intense in terms of parking and everything, all the services they provided. But where I'm at right now, There are salons in the R3. Sada Salon is in the R3 right now. Ivy is just to the next property west of me. They are in the urban district. In my same block, just to my south, was a salon. A Beliza boutique was there also. So they exist in the area, and I feel like it'd be a good fit for the area for small businesses and individuals like that. I can't think of any cons to this. I mean, it supports the community, small businesses. It fills a need. And like I said, I do not believe it is any more intense than what is currently allowed. Like Mr. Corbin said earlier in his presentation, small businesses account for 80% of local growth too in the area. So in summer, I'm just proposing the addition of salons, especially salons and barbershops, to be included as a permitted use in the R3 during this zoning progress era.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but are you talking about 400 Osceola? Is
Yeah.
that property?
Yes.
So that would be B2, not R3? Just for clarification.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you're specific.
R3 is residential.
Osceola in Georgia?
Yeah, Osceola in Georgia.
Yeah, it's right before the cutoff. That goes to the back of the hospital.
Right.
Here you go, satellite.
So,
Here we go.
Southeastern.
That's the
Osceola.
hospital, he's this way.
right, look,
On the east side of Georgia.
so
Mhm.
that's 400, the corner of Georgia and Osceola there. So the
Yeah, it's
purple is
R3.
R3, so the brown is not R3.
Wait, if you click on that. Yeah, it's got him as
Okay,
R3
that's
multifamily.
Okay,
Office.
yeah, family office, okay. If that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay, we got it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Is that something we need to have a D&D over to be able to
I mean-
vote for expand? Because that's like at the edge of the
It's,
CRA
no,
or
it's
something? What-
all of R3, so that would go down here, all the way down East Ocean, down Osceola.
But his neighbor.
And it would also go here and here.
His
and-
neighbor next to it
and-
is a hair salon. So
Right,
I
I-
wonder what's the discrepancy?
It's a use allowed in R3. It's just, it's not listed use in
Not
R3. is what it comes
enumerated.
out to. It's just, you can add it.
Could we D&D this?
A conditional.
D&D it?
Yes.
We do anything we want.
Because if he's R3, then right next door, that property that we own, what is
This
that?
is only the first reading.
That, well,
Well, this
isn't,
one is-
R3, changing there's no text amendment to R3
Oh,
currently
okay.
in the first reading unless
Okay.
you guys amend it tonight and add it.
Add R3 in there to
But when you
include
say
that.
right next door, so
We need to find
this
out
is
all the
the,
uses.
Yeah.
so this is urban general, so this is where the
So that's why.
the
urban
downtown overlay
stops there.
zone ends there,
So-
right?
So we would be talking about extending the overlay
No,
to
well, he
that.
was asking us to change R3 to allow hair
Enumerated
salons.
use, add a use.
Yes,
You
yeah.
could amend
Outright.
the
That's what we should do.
urban overlay map, but I also don't know if,
Can we D&D it?
R3.
yeah,
Not as like exactly part of the zip,
it's not part of the
Right.
zip if we
Yeah.
D&D it, I'll tell you that,
but we
because
can bring it back for a discussion. Because that would, if we change R3, not to be going back and
But
forth with the
ju-
other dais.
for clarification,
It would change
right.
citywide, all R3 could
Right.
include hair salons. But if we just take that urban zone and make it one more parcel over, now you would be within the urban. with the- You would be allowed to do hair salons there.
But would it prevent what is there now, though? As in,
it would change the zoning.
But it would expand use more than.
Okay, we got to be careful with that. So
Yes,
we need to look at this and
We're gonna.
have the
let's see it.
staff bring
Just
it
for
back.
Clarification, just so everybody knows, by putting it on a D&D, that makes it so it's not gonna happen as part of the zip.
Right.
And if it was turned out in the D&D that you wanted to make a map amendment or change the zoning in R3 text amendment, we would then go back to the LPA, or if it's in the
Right.
urban area, it would be back to the CRA and or CRB, CRA, and LPA, and then
is
come
this
back for
impeding you
2
doing
readings.
business
So it
today?
would be probably August.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why I'm mentioning it, because it's not gonna be something that happens in March.
That's the
It would be
process. Go
June
through the
or July by the time.
That's
we
the
get to-
process.
Yes.
And it's not something we could have before second reading?
Well, we have first reading tonight.
Without completely throwing off the whole zip?
If the board votes to do a text amendment to add a use to R3, it can be included.
No, not that.
Or, I mean, we don't have a map amendment.
Expanding that
We-
urban zone to one more
But the
parcel?
LPA would not have,
Technically wasn't.
the
presented.
LPA would not have heard it,
No, no.
and that's not allowed.
The text amendment could be allowed, but the.
Okay, we understand your, and we'll work on it.
Can you bring us back something next meeting to discuss it? The
No,
two,
they need
those
to go
two
to
options?
staff.
Sure.
Outside
They
of the
need to
zip?
have a pre-meeting with staff.
Well,
But for
So I
text-
believe you sent us
if I
an
bring it back
email,
next
right?
meeting, it's out. It's like, if you don't do it, if you don't motion for something to be included in a text amendment tonight, it won't be able to be included in the second reading, so it'll be out
But Lee
anyway.
is saying that would be inappropriate with the zip because the LPA didn't hear it.
Well, the map
to
amendment would
include
be
it in the zip.
inappropriate with the zip.
Right.
But the text amendment could be in the zip if you were adding a use to the R3. But if you're not inclined to add a use to the R3 and you just want to expand that would also require a future land use change,
Right.
comp plan amendment as well, because
So we'll take
the
several
land use below that
We have
is
to know
likely
which
not,
properties are affected
downtown, 'cause
specifically.
downtown ends where that purple line is.
So could we discuss
Yeah,
that maybe
absolutely.
next meeting? Could we have
Yes.
that on as an item,
Sure.
separate from the zip?
Right, no, it'll be like a D&D.
So would that be city initiated, or is he gonna be initiating it as a zoning change?
It's, right now, it's a D&D,
Okay, so
but
nothing is happening.
right, it's,
Yeah, the landowner would have to come in,
it would be no different than the
yes,
folks that are asking for a zoning change tonight is, on US 1.
yes.
Okay.
So next meeting, we're gonna unpack it.
We're gonna have a D&D for you guys to discuss the
Whether
thing,
we're-
but I'm not sure what you want us to
What
unpack.
I would like you to bring back is sort of those two options where we could be expanding that overlay from urban one more parcel over to include his parcel versus changing R3, just so we can really unpack the implications of both.
Well,
Because those would be the two methods to achieve that, correct?
right, but you also, it isn't as arbitrary as expanding urban over one parcel. It's, if the commission is gonna say we want to expand the urban overlay zone, you would look at the borders of I mean, it could be across the street as well, or it could be 5 parcels down. I mean, like, it wouldn't be just for that parcel under the D&D. We would just be saying, here's a map amendment, here's a text amendment, and then as far as how far you want the map amendment to go, that would be really up to the board, because right now it ends, and I don't know where the CRA ends, but I believe the hospital is in the CRA, so I'm assuming that
This is in the
R3 has to
CRA.
be in the CRA for it to reach, but I don't know if like Illinois Avenue or East Ocean in front of the thing, I
So
have to look.
to
Right.
Commissioner Clark's point, the normal MO here would be for him to submit an application
If he wanted a zoning change,
for that overlay to expand over?
right, or,
No.
or he could also do a conditional use.
Right. Just for that parcel.
Right.
What would be the most expedient here?
We can't advise him.
Well,
No, I'm
I
asking
mean,
the city
if,
manager.
the most expedient to do what? I mean, if you wanted to make it urban center, it would take probably longer, because you have to do a future land use map amendment and a zoning map amendment. If it was just to allow a beauty salon, he could do a PUD.
Condition.
I don't know if he can do a conditional use, because I don't think he's in the urban center, so it would have to be a PUD approval to do the hair salon, which is what SADA did on East Ocean Boulevard and Balboa, which was referenced in his comment. And it's simply a zoning, you could do a zoning change and request a change in the zoning, or you could do a PUD to request an exception to the zoning, or what's basically contract zoning.
Perhaps he should talk to staff.
And we'll bring it up we'll bring back the D&D to explain the map and thing next meeting as well.
So could you set, so it would be better for them to talk to Jody and
Yes.
start that?
Let me-
Yeah, we have basically
Okay.
understood is the best way to do this, that as it was zoning.
You can't
Could you
hear
please
them at
come to the
all.
microphone?
Sorry, I'm paid.
page. So what we've
You
kind of,
introduce yourself,
I'm
please?
Paige Benedetti,
Okay.
his wife. So what we've kind of understood is that because of the zoning in progress, we kind of started this application that you're talking about back in June or July. And then the zoning in progress happened, and it kind of halted everything that we were doing. So then because of this, we were like, okay, well, all we want to do is add this verbiage essentially to allowing salons, especially barbers, to the R3 zoning. So and that's what we're trying to say, it's not changing anything, as in massage therapists are allowed in there, estheticians are allowed there, LabCorp was in there, so we're not changing the traffic flow, but it's allowing smaller businesses to still be in the city.
I understand, I think we understand, but
Okay.
I would talk to staff about the best way to proceed at this point.
Well, I mean,
There's nothing with the
a
zip
text-
that's holding them
the-
up, right?
The only
from
way to do a
Commissioner?
text amendment to the LDR would be for the commission to adopt a text amendment. If they want to do a zoning change, they could apply for a zoning change to change the zoning to a different zoning use.
But we could potentially add, you're saying salon.
But the text amendment
Within the
is,
zip? and-
yeah, I mean, you could do it.
Add the use to
right,
R3.
To just add the use to R3.
Okay.
That would be the
It'll
quick.
be all R3.
Do you feel like you have a good sense of why or why not that was not included in R3
I don't have
previously?
any idea.
Okay. To be able to discuss it tonight.
I mean, I'm gonna look it up right now, so I'll be able to discuss it by
Okay.
the time we get to it.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Okay, any additional public comments?
I do. Rosie Shepherd.
Good evening again. As you know, I'm not a big fan of the zip, but, I'm very disheartened to hear about a lot of the changes and how they will affect the East Stewart community. From the ability for the landowners to build a duplex, to a lot size that they want, a small lot size not being non-conforming, and then having to ask permission for a specific use in GRO. So if they're zoned that way, and that's how I understood it. So I feel, it's very unfortunate, and it will be damaging to them. On the other side, I do support the BDB. I do hope that, they get the budget, the request that they're asking for. Oh, I hate talking in public. But they're really critical. For people that are in business, having them as a resource here in the county, I deal with business owners every day, and being able to say, call the BDB, talk to them, and use them as a tool. I hope you do consider strongly of continuing the support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joe Cooper.
Good evening, Mr. Cooper.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Thank you for having me, Joseph Cooper, 906 Southeast 9th Street. It's an agenda item, so it's out of order due to time. We're talking about agenda item 21, to build on what Mr. Newman said, and the young lady here talked about the text amendment change that is going to affect the current, historical owners of the land within the East Stewart community. I think we should slow down, figure out, talk to the stakeholders, a cross-section of stakeholders, because this text amendment will adversely affect their ability to choose their development process on their land, whether it's a commercial. So we know historically that was a segregated neighborhood. Everybody in this room understood that that neighborhood consisted of businesses and homes. That's just how it was, and that's how it should stay. You should have an ability to figure that out, but we can slow down. I know the text amendment is the first reading. You're going to do that, but I think that there are consequences that will be suffered, or people that own land in East Stewart will be adversely affected by that. There's a process that can be undertaken by the city that can encourage input from the dais and input from the community, a cross-section. But with people who are land planners and things like that, that can kind of see this kind of, and I think if we do that, then we can get a better understanding of what all the stakeholders, whether it's the city of Stuart as it relates to growth, as whether the current landowners and how they want to develop their property. They need the flexibility. We don't want to kind of take these rights. I mean, it's like going into Haney Creek and taking the rights of the folks in Haney Creek. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go to Selfish Point and do that either, right? We're not going to do it in those neighborhoods. We don't need to do that. We need to slow down with this. When it comes to the BDB, they're talking about expanding and giving access to capital to small businesses. If you start to take these text amendment, businesses that maybe want to build or have people that have land in East Stuart can't do it if you take the text amendment and you kind of put it in there and say they can't, it can only be a residential, it can't be, or if you want to do it, you got to come get permission. Everybody's big, everybody's grown here. We don't need permission because you already have a process by which if you bring a project to the city of Stuart, a development project, it goes through the different boards, gets by the LPA, the CRB, it comes before the commission. Now we're adding an extra layer for what? The East Stuart community? It's probably not right. I think you guys should use your conscience. I know we probably can't stop it, as my dad would say, let your conscience be your guide. You know, the days of just trying to dictate or say we know what's best for you, we don't need that. We're learned folks. Everybody's got an ability to rationalize and bring things up and conjure up an idea or an ability to develop and make decisions. And so we need to definitely, I normally don't go over time, but I just want the commission, the diocese, to really take their time, take a step back. There's a process, if you want to hear about that process, that the city can be involved in, it can involve the community, and they get the stakeholders, they can provide very valuable input on how they want to develop the East Stuart community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to
Okay,
make a
Mr.
comment.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
We're about to go to break, so just in case you guys were not going to stick around, I wanted to make a comment about East Stuart quickly. The changes that are proposed for East Stuart, I can't tell you what we're all going to vote on tonight, but what I've been advocating for is to keep that neighborhood single-family home, okay? What happened in the late 90s and early 2000s was the East Stuart master plan. The charrette came together and decided that that single-family home neighborhood should be all mixed use and residential office, except for a small subsection of it that's more to the east and south side. Even on Tarpon, even on, I think Bahama, just sections that are all single-family homes were rezoned to business mixed use. This is my major issue, is there's been a lot of miscommunication around what is going on. Unless you're a developer or you want to sell your property in East Stuart, you should want the zoning in there to stay single-family home or as close to it as we can get. Because if it's general residential office or business mixed use, and you have multiple vacant parcels like on East, and somebody comes in, because there's a Brightline station all of a sudden there, that East Stuart master plan comes to life because now there's demand for East Stuart. And so you have developers coming in and offering a lot of money to people to sell their properties, piecemeal them together, and turn it into a Starbucks on the bottom and bougie apartments upstairs. I want that neighborhood to remain a single-family home neighborhood and the people who live there to continue to live there and not have the pressure financially to sell their properties to developers. So I can appreciate, developers that come up and they speak to they want to see more development happen there, but I want that single-family home neighborhood to remain. So that if you stick around for the zoning and progress conversation when we get there tonight, that's what you will see from me, is advocating for the expansion of single-family home zoning, where in 1998 through 2004, we changed that from single-family home to business mixed use. So that was all.
I have Stephen Cotton.
Stefan.
Hi, I'm Stephen Cotton. Thank you for that, Mike. I've been a 50-year resident and have a company in downtown Stuart for 42 years. I bought a property in 2004 and had a half-acre empty lot on it. I tried to see what I could develop on it. I came to the city, did everything they asked for, spent $250,000, got it virtually approved, but they wanted a variance for some kick-out balconies. I agreed to put that in. Anyhow, long story short, Virginia Sherlock decided she was going to sue the city if it got approved, and it quashed the deal. A couple of years ago, I came and said, well, let me see what I could do now, because the property was supposedly in demand because of the shortage of housing, and they wanted housing in Stuart. And I did a feasibility study, and I did some other studies and found out that the need for high-end, short-term rentals would be a great product. And I designed that product I have a 1.3 acres total, I think, and I was allowed per the PUD for roughly 38 to 40 units of one-bedroom, small-type units. They were all designed around one parking spot. I felt there was a need for people going to visit people from out of town, at the hospital, people getting a divorce, needing a quick place to stay, support for hospitality, people coming out of South Florida and up north that needed a short-term stay during the season to visit the city. Again, I'm very familiar with the city after being here for 50-plus years. I understand that there's a consideration for changing the parking from 1 unit per unit to 2.5, which would absolutely kill my project and make the property not be able to fit that usage. Again, I think from a standpoint of revenue, the city needs to be looking at how do we get more revenue in the city. Every time I hear about meetings, it's the revenue shortfall. To get revenue shortfall, you need high expensive product. You need buildings. You need things that create revenue on a repeated basis. And I'm seeing how this is sort of being denied now. And again, I think my project was well thought out as a need for the county, for the city, and made a lot of sense. And now I think it's going to be potentially scrapped based on the parking and why we would want 1.5 more parking spaces of asphalt on a 600 square foot unit. It's going to be one person staying there in one car, or a family with one car. We just don't need it, and we have, again, overflow based on the 1 units. But I just ask everybody to please look at, before we just do these blanket things, that we really look at the potential impact, and it would financially impact my project greatly. Thank you for your consideration.
Kimberly McCarty Grant.
Hi, Kimberly McCarty. With the rezoning in East Stuart, there are a few people who own the majority of the property in that area. My family owns quite a bit. I think it's an assumption of knowing what's best for us rather than consulting with us about what we like. So at this point, I'm asking you to please, I know you have access to all of the information. You know who the property owners are. If you could consult with us so that we don't have to hear about it and not assume that you know what's best for us. We're quite content right now with what's going on. So before you make changes on our behalf, we would just ask just consideration of being consulted with about that, if you want to know what we think for ourselves.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have no more public comment.
We have what?
We have no more public comment.
Okay. We are going to take a 15-minute break, 3.5 hours in. So we'll reconvene at 20 of, Suzanne, Madam Clerk? Okay. 20 of 8. Ay, ay, ay.
You don't want to do the
Commissioner Clark?
No, she's not here.
Nope, she's not. Wait for her. I know there's a line there. Long night. Very long night. Okay. Calling the meeting back to order at 8:47. 7:45, sorry. Can I get a motion for approval of the consent calendar, polling items 10, 11, and 17?
Second.
We have a motion by the vice mayor and a second by Commissioner Clark. All in favor?
I just wanted clarification first. If we're doing that, are we reading 19 first then?
No, we'll do,
Consent agenda right now.
Right.
But then we'll do 10 and 11 and 17.
19 before 18.
We'll do them in the order in which they,
So when I had originally made my motion, by the way, it was supposed to be commission action based. So in my thought process, it would have been 19 first, and then,
That is what we agreed to.
No, we said the consent agenda comes first, and we
Yes.
pulled 10, 11, and 17
for
from
discussion,
consent.
and I
Okay.
said for
And then-
commission
Are
action
we
first.
okay with following his line of thought and
But
doing
we're just
19?
on the consent agenda right now still.
Okay. Just want to make sure that's where we're at, though.
So we can do 19 next.
Yes.
Okay, that I think was, that was the.
okay,
That pleases the board, right?
okay. But we still need to approve the consent calendar and pull
Yes.
10, 11, and 17.
Yes.
Okay. So, we were all in
Roll
favor.
No, you gotta.
Oh, roll
It's a
call,
roll
please.
call.
Or comment from the
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes.
Now we have 10, 11, and 17,
17.
is it? You can move to 19 if that's the board's pleasure.
Apparently, that is the board's pleasure.
Right.
So, Mr. Baggett, will you please read item 19, ordinance second reading for our consideration, please?
Ordinance number 2537-2025, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map to rezone a .33 acre parcel which is located at 255 Southwest 6th Street from the urban waterfront zoning designation to the urban highway zoning designation, providing directions to the city clerk, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Move approval of ordinance number 2537, 2025.
Is there a second?
Normally, we would have a presentation probably.
Okay, we'll move to the presentation. I can hold
The
back my
applicant or-
motion. No, we're another.
It's not, it's only legislative.
Okay, they want to go through the process first.
So, hold on.
We don't have to.
Okay, do the Commissioner Reed, do you have any ex parte communications to disclose?
Yes, I talked to Nimish Patel 2 weeks ago, I think. It was on a Saturday evening, I think. We spoke for about an hour, hour and a half.
Commissioner Giobi?
No, actually, they never reached out to me.
Commissioner Clark?
I've done, I'm here with an open mind.
Vice Mayor?
I've spoken with Nimesh.
And I have not spoken with the applicant. I have spoken with city staff with regard to this issue. City Attorney, will you place any potential witnesses under oath?
Sure. Will all potential witnesses for the applicant and the city staff please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in? Do you affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated.
Okay. Will the Development Department please make a presentation regarding this?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, board members. For the record, my name is Jody Kugler, the Development Director with the City of Stuart. Tonight, I'm presenting Agenda Item 19, an amendment to the official zoning atlas to change the urban waterfront to urban highway zoning designation at 255 Southwest 6th Street. Pursuant to the Land Development Code public notice requirements, on December 20th, 24, the applicant mailed notices to all adjacent property owners within 300 feet of the subject parcel to provide details of the requested petition and a date and time of tonight's public hearing. In addition, 3 public notice signs were posted on the property with the same information. For context, the .33 acre parcel at 255 Southwest 6th Street is currently vacant. The site is within the urban overlay zoning district and the community redevelopment area. The current future land use is downtown redevelopment, and general uses permitted include low-density residential, multifamily, residential, office, commercial, recreation, lodging, public facilities, and conservation and mixed-use projects. The subject parcel is surrounded by the downtown redevelopment future land use designation as depicted in blue. The existing zoning is urban waterfront, which refers to special waterfront-oriented uses, including marinas, restaurants, entertainment, hotels, and high-density residential. Existing marine industrial uses are conditionally permitted. The subject parcel is currently zoned urban waterfront within the CRA. The properties to the north, south, and west are zoned urban highway. The property to the east is zoned urban waterfront. The applicant is requesting to propose the .33 acre site to rezone to urban highway and occurs on both sides of the Southeast Federal Highway as it traverses the urban code district. This area allows large front setbacks and highway-oriented commercial or high-density residential uses with generous parking lots. This petition was heard at the local planning agency. They held a public hearing on January 16, 2025, and the board voted unanimously, passing a motion to forward a recommendation to the City of Stuart City Commission for approval. Again, this also was heard at the Community Redevelopment Board on February 4th, and the board voted unanimously, passing a motion to forward a recommendation of approval to the City of Stuart City Commission. This petition conforms to the criteria outlined in Section 11.01.09 of the Stuart Land Development Code, Florida statutes, and is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Stuart Comprehensive Plan. Staff recommends that the City's Commission adopt Ordinance Number 2537-2024 to approve the rezoning the subject parcel from urban waterfront to urban highway. This does conclude staff presentation. We do have the applicant in the audience that also has an presentation if you would like to hear that.
Does the petitioner wish to make an presentation? Okay.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Jared Gaylord for the record on behalf of Polk Street Hotels. I'm joined this evening by Nimesh and Vishal Patel, who are my clients. You'll recall I was at the commission meeting back on the 27th of January, and we're back here today for the second reading of the ordinance. I'm going to ask Jody if she can assist. Oh, apparently I have a clicker today. Thank you. Thank you. This is the surrounding neighborhood. It is on the east side of US 1. If you can see, it's outlined in that red line there, just north of 6th Street and just south of the Doondog. This is a close-up of the property. You can see that the structure on the west side, closer to US 1, is a former funeral home, and that building closer to Fraser Creek is where a crematorium was located. This is just an aerial to give a little bit of a vantage point of the view from some of the properties on the east side of Fraser Creek, noting that when you measure out that distance between those property lines, it's about 70 feet. The other thing that's worth noting is that there will be, the plans do include adding vegetation along that 100 foot of waterfront that does exist. Important to note that that portion is not zoned urban waterfront, it's actually zoned urban highway. The portion that does not front Fraser Creek is, strangely enough, zoned urban waterfront. And this is another vantage point looking to the east. There's really only about 2, maybe 3 houses east of the creek that would have somewhat of a fronting the property. Again, their view corridor would not really be conducive to seeing the proposed structure, which would be closer to US Highway 1. And so it would be somewhat difficult to see with the 6-foot high wall that they have planned and also the vegetation along the creek. These are just some of the pictures of the existing site. You can see the former funeral home, you can see the notice signs, and also a picture from the rear parking lot that would be facing towards the urban waterway portion of the site. This is a survey showing the property. You'll note that that little portion on the northeast quadrant would be that portion that fronts Fraser Creek. South side of it, where we're actually rezoning, it does not front the creek. This is that enlarged survey again. My clients purchased this property in April of 2023 and then joined it with a unity of title so that a redevelopment could occur in May of 2023. Again, because of these conflicting zoning regulations, we really have to pick either urban waterfront or urban highway. If we have both of them on the property, there isn't really much we can do with this site because of the conflicting regulations, namely where that parking lot is going to go, right? It's either going to go in the front or it's going to go in the rear. Again, as staff went through, this is the current zoning designation of urban waterfront for that basically 0.33 acres portion of the property. The total acreage of the property is 1.58 acres. And the proposed, just so that it's consistent, so we don't have that discrepancy in the code. And again, it is in the downtown designation. You will notice that north and south along US Highway 1 on the east side, it is consistent with the other zoning designations as urban highway. This is just something that I thought might be helpful. There's some of the definitions of urban highway and urban waterfront descriptions in the Stuart Code. Urban highway is an area that allows large front setbacks and highway-oriented commercial or high-density residential with uses with generous parking lots. And urban waterfront refers to special waterfront-oriented uses, including marinas, restaurants, entertainment, hotels, and higher-density residential. Urban highway, it's important to note that the front building facade should be constructed parallel to a street, property minimum setback of 15, maximum setback of 40 feet. It is important to note that the heights are the same for both urban waterfront and urban highway, so regardless of which zoning district it is, you're still allowed 4 stories. All parking lots, so it's important to note on urban highway, it says all parking lot areas shall be located behind the rear facade of a principal building or screen from public rights-of-way by a street wall, trellis, or other screening. And then urban waterfront. Another difference, I already mentioned that the parking, right, and I'll read that now for urban waterfront. Parking shall not be located within 10 feet of the front and side property lines and shall not be located between the rear of the building facade and the water. So that would be problematic for this project. The other thing to note is that a vista shall be designated for urban waterfront properties along the side of a property that provides an unobstructed view of any public right-of-way of the St. Lucie River or any of its tributaries. It's our position that having an urban highway designation would be beneficial for those properties across from Fraser Creek. We're going to be situating that structure closer to US 1, further from those properties. A lot easier to screen the structure. If instead we're pushing it towards the creek and we have to have a vista, that's going to open it up, have less opportunities for landscaping or other site walls, so it'll become more visible. And I'm happy to go through any rezoning standards that the commission may have, or answer any other questions that the commission may have.
So just to remind the commissioners, we're talking about the zoning, not any particular project. We're simply talking about the zoning. So are there any questions of the applicant or staff?
This one might be for staff. Is there, I noticed during the presentation and stuff, how the urban waterfront doesn't necessarily touch water per se. Are there other parcels throughout the city that have the same zoning that don't touch waterfront at all by chance?
Not that we're currently aware of. I also don't know if that parcel didn't touch waterfront when it was designated as urban waterfront in 1998. It may have been that it was part of a larger parcel and a portion was sold off, and so it was separated. I don't know. I didn't do a title search on it.
Yeah.
So I can tell you the parcel, if you could just see where my cursor is. There was maps that showed this as being urban waterfront, this parcel right here in 2002, and it went all the way down this way. Over time, I don't have the actual time exactly, haven't finished the analysis, but over time, it did get changed from urban waterfront to urban highway for this and for down here too.
And when you show the back of it, you're talking about all the way up to the road?
Yes.
Right? Correct. So it's
But-
the entire parcel.
Right.
But specifically, are there other urban waterfront properties in the city that may have that zoning that don't touch waterfront property?
Well, I
Commissioner
pulled
Ray,
up the city zoning map before this meeting
there a way to
and looked
filter
at
it
it.
by-
Yeah, just go to the city zoning map and you can look right at it, and blue is urban waterfront. I didn't see any.
Okay. I see 4 on 3rd Street and Atlanta Avenue.
Are they
Do we
not on
know
the
if-
water?
They're not. Do we know if there's a way on the GIS map to where we can filter by zoning designations? You can.
It's got the stack, well,
has-
you can't separate them out,
Gotcha.
right?
Okay, so we can't
Right.
separate them out
Right.
to see. We're basically doing what I'm doing is bouncing around. That's it then.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
So to both the city manager and Jody's points, my concern here is around this eating up of urban waterfront. This is a very tricky area. We got a lot going on. We've got urban highway, we've got urban waterfront, and then we've got urban neighborhood right behind it. This is very tricky. My concern is we are slowly eating away at this urban waterfront and turning this whole thing into urban highway. And I would not feel comfortable personally continuing to eat into that urban waterfront anymore. I think it sets a precedent where we're just, it's one thing if we have, sort of like we were discussing earlier on Osceola, where it's more appropriate. There's a lot going on right here. And to change that zoning, I think, could be problematic.
Commissioner Collins?
Would we want to see this, eating into urban neighborhood? Like, where does urban highway stop? So, yes.
Vice Mayor, if I may, the property that's in question or the petition, this particular property doesn't even touch. This is a separate parcel from this one.
I understand.
So it's not even on the waterfront at this point.
But because, to city manager's point, the parcel just, above it at one point was and then became urban highway. And this is sort of this progressive eating up, and turning what is urban waterfront into urban highway.
Just to add, I don't know, I did not run a title search on this, so I don't know, but just because that parcel to the north was urban waterfront at one time, doesn't mean that they were a part of a larger
But even if
parcel.
it wasn't, do you hear my point of you're setting a precedent for continuing to do this where you're expanding urban highway?
I'm not trying to set a precedent for anything tonight.
Well, we would be by potentially
But what I'm
making
trying
that
to
zoning
do is
change.
get my client to have one set of zoning regulations. So if the commission wants to have this be urban
Well,
waterfront.
I think
that's
another
fine.
option that is available is for the applicant to come in for a conditional use. So if, if it was the board's pleasure that this was not appropriate, changing this zoning, your applicant could come in for a conditional use. Correct?
I mean, that is a possibility. I just don't understand why this is not, it makes sense that this one site should have one consistent zoning regulation for it.
I appreciate your perspective. Those are my comments.
And I just want to put on the record that after looking at the urban waterfront zoning, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, it looks like parcels that are zoned as urban waterfront that are not touching the water.
Mike, what would be the purpose, I guess, or what was the goal for the zoning for urban waterfront? Was it meant for the public to have the vista while they're walking throughout residential neighborhoods or downtown?
The vista was added by Commissioner Hutchinson.
Yeah, Mary.
And she wanted it so that you could have a vista through to the water. The reality of it is, in a lot of the situations, the property owner originally provides the vista, and then within about 4 or 5 years, there's a hedge, and the vista goes away.
Gotcha.
Or they don't trim the bushes or whatever it is, or it's between the two parcels and things like that. I mean, obviously, when you look at the zoning is almost identical. It's just the placement of the property. And what they were saying when they were doing the urban waterfront is that in Stuart, there's a big maritime community as well. And so they wanted the view, like when you're in downtown on the boardwalk, looking at the coastline. They didn't want it to be all parking lots in the backs of buildings. They wanted that to be kind of the front yard projecting onto the river of of the presentation. So in this instance, if it is urban waterfront, whoever builds on that property will have to push whatever the structure is all the way back to the canal. And so then the building would be up against the canal, so the people across the canal would be essentially closer to the structure. If it's urban highway, the exact opposite happens, and the structure is moved up to the sidewalk next to the highway, and then the parking goes behind the structure, which would be away from the canal. And, and as far as it goes, this is actually, the parcel that's in question tonight is one of 3 parcels that were consolidated into one parcel. So it could be, I'm not suggesting that this would be the case, but if the commission didn't take action, you could end up with a development still on the other 2 parcels that just kind of ignored this parcel, and it would probably end up with less landscaping and less design, but that's, that's more speculation than anything else.
What do you mean by that, with less design
Well-
and less landscape?
Well, right now, I'm looking at it, and I don't know how many square feet, or if it's an acre or 2 acres or what it is, but if I carved out the urban waterfront to just go forward with straight zoning on urban highway, I would take that square out and still design whatever urban highway would allow. And then you could end up with another entity coming forward. And if somebody came forward with just the urban waterfront square and said, okay, I want a straight zoning, I don't know what how they would be able to do the vista, but that's.
They'd still have to meet code.
Right.
And I think too,
There wouldn't be a vista.
again, to push on the possibility of conditional use, it would give this commission the ability, considering how much is going on in this very small area, it would give the ability for the public to have input. It would give the ability for this commission to have input over ultimately what went there. If that, was something you were open to doing, just to make sure that everybody is satisfied. So just to give you my thoughts. I would like to see not a rezone today, but you guys coming in for conditional use.
Any other comments or questions? So no matter what use, but one of my concerns about this site has always been the traffic going north, coming around that curve. It's dangerous enough for those of us who live here, but for tourists who are maybe enjoying themselves, I really worry about that, because if you hit that light and it's green, you are really moving. If we were to grant the change, you could put the entrance, no matter what you built there, on 6, off of 6, correct? Rather than right on US 1.
I believe that they're, I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I believe that they're going to have a primary entrance off of US 1 and then an ancillary entrance off of 6.
Tough part of the site plan.
But that would be a part of the site plan and the staff's review and approval,
Yeah.
not necessarily for the zoning hearing today.
Okay. Okay, I have no other questions. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Have you spoken to the people who live on the creek and those?
I have spoken to some of the people who live on the creek, and I believe my client has reached out to some of them after this hearing and when the site plan is formalized. I've been in communication with Jody that we would set up a community meeting.
So have they expressed a preference? Have they expressed a preference?
I can tell you several of them are furious.
Okay, let me speak. Have
I
they
mean,
expressed a preference?
none of
Would
the
they
cl-
rather see the building up on the creek, or would they rather see it on the road?
They have not expressed any preference either way from what I have gathered. My communications with them, they are more hungry for information rather than objecting. I don't believe that there's been an official letter of objection given to the city. There's just been more, we'd like to know what is happening. And that's why my clients and I are willing to meet with them once this process occurs.
Do you have a comment
Chair.
regarding that, Mr. Martell?
I'm not aware of any objection being formally filed as well.
Mayor
And
Rich,
the
Jody
development
has a
director's
question.
nodding no as well.
Chair Rich, so at the, and I failed to mention this, but at the Planning Commission, the local planning agency, the board did request that the applicant set up a neighborhood meeting once the petition of the rezoning, so they can meet with them, and we would hold it in the city council chambers. And we have reached out to them, got the addresses. So once we hear the final, we will be holding a public meeting with them, or a neighborhood meeting.
Commissioner Reed?
What comments did the LPA members have, or what was their recommendation?
The recommendation was to approve the rezoning recommended to the city commission with a request that we meet with the adjacent neighbors during a neighborhood meeting, once we get the final designs, because a lot of your urban guidelines already address a lot of the aesthetics. Essentially, like if it is urban highway and it's pushed up to the front of the US 1 side, even in the rear of the building, they cannot even expose ACs. So they would have to screen those. They would still have to develop balconies. So it gives some aesthetics all around the entire building. That's what your urban overlay does require. They're not exempt from that. Both waterfront and urban highway requires that. Your urban highway also has, where you adopted the US 1 corridor tree planting program, that they have to expand along US 1, and they're going to expand it down to 6th Street as well. So it kind of gives you that lush landscaping along 6 and also along US 1.
Did you have a comment? Yeah, I would hate to see this end up with a parking lot and then the building in the back. It's ugly from the road, and it's ugly to the people who live across Fraser Creek there. And, we're trying to rehab Fraser Creek and make it a usable waterway, so that would be too bad. So that's my concern.
Can I ask Jody a question?
Yeah.
So I know that we're not looking at the site plan or anything, we're just looking at
Zoning.
the compatibility of the zoning with the other surrounding area. And then, of course, the whether or not it meets our comprehensive plans, and the contiguous issue that's there. And of course, those are the blue ones are there. And of course, we have the changes where along the urban, the highway, we have all those highways. I think for contiguous sake, and again, not looking at the plan itself, but your comment that you had, Mayor, about whether or not if somebody puts something on that property which has a unity of title, so they can build on the both parcels, but they want to do something that will meet the requirements. If we put a building on the front side and do what we have set out to do in our downtown planning and our highway planning, to let buildings come up against a highway and then have parking in the back. What is the major problem that's making the parking or anything, the parking or landscaping that could go into both of those current zoning changes? What is it that's causing a problem? Would it be because any particular building square footage would also encroach on the other, both zoning would be used?
This is not a site plan review.
I know, but I'm saying that
there couldn't be anything
if-
causing a problem.
Okay, all right. So it's just a matter of trying to get it compatible. I find it compatible. I find it meets the comp plan requirements like staff presented. And the LPA has recommended that it meets the requirements. And the CRB said that it met the requirements also. And I really think at this instance, we should follow them. And if anything happens, it will be later on sorted out in any site planning. But I know with regard to zoning and compatibility and contiguousness with the area with what's on the rest of the parcel that's actually owned by the same person. I am again going to make a motion.
Hold on.
Not yet? Okay, all right. I'll just leave my discussion at that, because I think we should follow the LPA and the CRB.
Okay, do you wish to offer any additional information, Board, before concluding your presentation?
No, I would just ask that the commissioners, when they vote on this, that they look at your rezoning standards, and that's what you base your vote on. That's what's before us, not whether we could come in with a different plan. It's, do we meet these set of criteria that you have? If yes, then it should be approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
So the presentation of evidence has ended and the hearing is closed. Do we have any public comment on this issue, Madam Clerk?
I do not.
Okay. Do you wish to make closing remarks, sir? So looking for a motion.
Okay, again, like I said, I'm making a motion to approve ordinance number 2537-2025 based on the fact that it's contiguous to the other zoning designation that it's asking to go into. It meets our comprehensive plan requirements, our land development code requirements, and I think it's compatible with the area. And the CRB has recommended it for our approval, and the LPA has recommended for approval on the condition that if the zoning is approved by the board, that they meet with the neighbors, and I'm also including that in my motion as a condition. I don't know if I can do that or just keep the zoning separate. Is that right, Mr.?
Yeah, you can't make.
Yes, I'll just, only the zoning, I'm gonna leave out that part about meeting with the neighbors.
We have a motion by Commissioner Clark. Is there a second? Seeing no second, the motion fails.
Mayor, I'd like to actually make a motion to deny this request at this time.
We have a quasi-judicial hearing. Is that appropriate?
Robert's Rules of Order.
What?
Yeah, you can.
What?
Yeah, you can make a motion on it because it's.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion. Could you state your motion very clearly?
My motion would be to deny this request.
Okay,
Well, the request no longer.
To change this, to change this zoning. To deny ordinance number 2537, 2025. Otherwise, And he seconded it. Otherwise, this will just sort of sit out in purgatory if we don't.
Can I ask a question?
We had a motion in a
We have a
second.
motion on the floor.
Yes, he seconded it.
Yeah.
He seconded it, okay. So sometimes if there's a denial on this particular thing, it's not a comp plan change, but it's a rezoning. You're saying that it will stay out there, but it doesn't prohibit them from coming back with something else. But the thing is that if we ask for it to maybe be retabled or something, that will allow them to at least deal with some issues.
Well, we've raised no issues. If we deny it, like I said, my hope personally is this comes back as a conditional use project for us to, and the neighborhood to have a say in with the type of,
And you get to have all your questions about.
neighborhood that's all around there. There's so much going on there. I would.
If it's denied tonight, the application will be deemed completed, and the matter will be ended. And if they wanted to come back
Here.
with a conditional use, they would need to file a new application and start over.
And you get to ask all your site plan questions.
No, and I didn't, yeah.
You're saying if we go forward with the negative motion?
Once it's completed, the application is over, whether it's granted or denied, it's over.
It's
If it
over
doesn't
now.
pass
It's
tonight.
over now.
If it doesn't pass tonight, it's technically not over. They could come back and amend it if they wanted to, or do something like that.
I think you're getting caught up on it being a negative motion.
Yes.
I think it would probably been better to stick with the original motion and had it seconded and having the vote that way.
This
Yeah.
achieves the same effect.
Yeah, but no, this
But
achieves a
normally you
different
don't-
effect.
yeah.
If the other motion didn't pass, it would be still out there and not finished, whereas this is terminating it.
Or that someone had seconded it. Just because you second the motion doesn't mean you have to vote in favor of it. It just brings the question at issue to be voted on. So I think
Okay.
it's probably, in the future, it's probably better just to vote. If you're going to vote against it, you just vote against it, not raise a new
Yeah,
motion. in the
negative
end.
motions
That's
are-
why I think you're getting caught.
Are not preferred. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment? Seeing no public comment, I guess we're ready for a
Okay,
roll
just to
call.
clarify, the motion is to deny the ordinance approval, correct?
So yes would be denying.
Okay.
I guess, do we have comments or questions by commissioners before we go to the vote?
Everybody understands? Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner
Roll call,
Giobi?
please.
I'm sorry,
So
could you?
let's explain a
could you
negative
just
vote
read- yeah,
here.
Just reread the, sorry.
So you need to
Of the
vote
city code.
yes.
Yes.
You're voting yes to say no.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes to
that's
say
why
no.
negative
Right, or difficult.
motions are
Okay, thank you
not
for
desirable.
just re-explaining that. I vote yes.
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
No.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
No.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Motion fails. Oh, motion passes, I'm sorry.
The
I have-
negative motion passes.
Mayor, I have a question.
The zoning application is denied.
Yes?
Okay, the question is, are we going back to
We're
10?
going to 18.
Oh, we're going on to 18, okay. That's my
What
question.
about the items that were pulled from the consent?
Yeah, the
Well,
10, 11, and 17.
we are going to go to them after 19.
Okay,
Isn't that the will?
No.
No?
Forgive me, I thought we were going to,
10, 11, and
I thought you wanted to
17 is- I'm
reverse
not sure.
18 and 19.
yes, so Sean.
We were gonna go
But then
right
he
19's next?
Sean wanted to put
was Sean's
19
motion, sir.
Your
before
motion.
those items that were pulled from consent.
Not 18.
Right,
You want them
right.
to go
He just
what?
wanted to.
So we're going to 10,
Okay.
we're going
Bring it
18.
on.
Fine.
Let's
Then
go
we'll
10.
go to 10.
Okay, that's what I was questioning.
Mr.
Oh.
Baggett, will you read item 10 for our consideration?
Sure.
On the consent calendar, item 10.
Calendar number 10, the three
BDB.
items that were pulled, 10, 11, and 17, and they will be in order, just to confirm that.
They will be in order.
Resolution number 16-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing a contribution of aid to the Business Development Board of Martin County, Inc. for the 2025 fiscal year in the amount of up to $25,000 for programs and initiatives servicing businesses and residents of the City of Stuart, subject to the provisions of the contribution of aid agreement, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Jim Karolski, Community Services Director. Let's talk about BDB. So the best way that we can start this is to give you a little history. We've had an agreement with the Business Development Board of Martin County longer than I've had my hands on it in any way, shape, or form. I was working with Paul Nicoletti in 2013, and we kind of adopted this. There was agreements through
When
that.
was the BDB formed?
When was the BDB formed?
And it was formed by the county, is that correct? The county commission?
It was the Economic Council,
Business.
actually, Bud Jordan and a group of men that created the Economics Council approached the county, and a BDB is a structure that a lot of counties across the country have, and they presented it to the county and asked the county to create it, and it was created. At least that's my understanding.
So,
And that was, again, forgive me, what date? Mike? 91? And when did the city start additionally funding beyond the county's funding?
I don't have the beginning date.
2013?
I know that I was here in 2013, and it was already in existence.
Before then.
Okay.
So it was in existence
Oh, yeah, it was
before I
before.
started working with Paul directly.
Do you know, Ike?
I don't know that
Okay.
year, but it's been, I want to say,
5 years?
Yeah, forgive me. I
No,
dragged
it
you
said
out.
5 years.
Waiting
to see if Joey
I believe it was during the reorg, which would have been around either 9 or 11, right in that era.
Yeah, that makes
Right
about
before I came
sense.
on the board.
Makes sense.
Tennis
So
talks
this
with
form,
Paul.
this agreement has taken on many forms throughout the time period here. We used to have some deliverables, and it was based upon the deliverables that were set each year.
Do you know what those deliverables were?
Matter of fact, I do.
Yes, it was like, they had to come and do a presentation every quarter and update and give us information and things like that, but it wasn't any specific, I need a business put on this spot, but it was updates and working with the city.
And then at one point, it was $50,000, is that correct, that we, 60?
I believe it was 60 then.
Yeah, it got downsized to 50, yeah. And then this last time, what we did is Joan had an idea about being able to go ahead and create different levels of membership. So there was a leadership level, which was $10,000, and that was basically selected because of Indiantown, because Indiantown contributed $10,000 as well. So we've been running with that model for the past 2 years anyways.
Yeah.
So this is really kind of a formality, and so it's your
So we went
pleasure
from
about being able
50
to.
to like 10/15. We've sort of had these different arrangements along the way.
Yeah, yeah, and it's been 10 now for a couple of years.
Yep.
And then there's a $15,000 additional amount that you've budgeted for under your budget, in which if the BDB and the city agrees on additional projects, then we would look at those projects and then they would be contracted. And to date, we have not had any of those projects paid out.
So it's 10, and then if. they
10
need
and
some
15, 10 and 15 in special projects if approved by the board and
So last
city
year, we
Paid 10.
paid them 10 and not the 15?
Correct.
Got it.
And we are here to look at the agreement and discuss it. I structured this so that the Business Development Board would be here as a presentation to give you an orientation and also answer any specific questions that you might have of that.
Are there any other questions of staff?
No.
No? We need a motion and a second then. Proceed further.
Actually, can I just maybe generally make a statement that'll be generally directed at Jim?
Sure. I've been sitting
No,
up here
not
all
unless we
night,
have a
might as
motion
well.
and a second. There's-
Well, yeah, I have a comment for Jim.
Okay.
Yes. So, Jim, you know,
Sir.
my goal is to going into this next budget cycle, cut taxes. Full transparency. I want to see, following suit with federal and listening to Ron DeSantis lately, you know, I want to see the next budget cycle have something smaller on the millage. So I'm very appreciative of the BDB and our relationship that we've had with them in the past. I know that they do great things. We saw some of that today. But to me, these kinds of things that don't have like a demonstrative clearly this is what we're doing for the city. This is taxpayer money that I would rather save, personally. Jim? So I'm not going to be in support of the 10 or 15 within this agreement if we do go into a motion. I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to chime in, and this might be for Ike and William. I know during the discussion, during the presentation, one of the largest projects was Grind Hard Ammo, where they, expanded and opened in the YMCA skating ring, and now they're going to Indiantown. My only concern is the city of Stuart's 97% built up. So most of the large-scale expansion that you're going to see for most businesses, in my opinion, would be more so in the county or another county that's underdeveloped, north or west of us. That would be my biggest concern. For example, I did it myself with our own family business. I felt it was difficult to expand inside the city, and that might be my business model because of what I do as a professional, but that's just was my perspective. We're 97% built up. Where are you going to actually expand to where the BDB would come in and find land per se on 100,000 to 400,000 or 500,000 square foot that you've talked about? Because I know Grind Hard. How much square foot is that in Indiantown?
I mean, 100,000.
100,000 in Indiantown.
Yeah, and actually, we may have gone over this before. I think we did. A lot of the opportunities that you're talking about, those bigger opportunities, they are in what's known as the Innovation Hub area. And so that's why I was trying to detail that, because there are about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 parcels that are seen as potential redevelopment, whereby you could bring something like a Grind Hard. So that's what, just wanted to make that clear. We didn't go through the parcels there, but those were in that area. So that's an opportunity that we see.
Do we know how much acres those 9 parcels were offhand?
8.8? 8, yeah, about 9. Yeah, so there's some.
There is some, but
opportunity,
I mean,
think. It's not the county, but it is.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
certainly.
I guess hypothetically speaking, like, where do you draw the line, I guess? Whether it's this fiscal year or in 5 years when, let's say that these 8 parcels do get developed, where are you expanding at that point? Inside the city, to where it would benefit the city
A lot of it would be
businesses?
redevelopment. When you're dealing with a city that's built out,
Yeah,
particularly with the age of Stuart, you've got certain properties that may have reached their functional obsolescence, or have dilapidated in certain ways, or could be improved. Again, with an eye towards building the tax base and making sure that those properties are assessed at a higher value in the future. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to work with you all, just like we work with Indiantown, to strategize towards that outcome.
gotcha. Okay.
Got a question for Jim. Jim, do you know how much the county finances the BDB offhand?
They answered that.
400 and some thousand.
Yeah.
dollars.
It's
I know, but so
in
469,000.
excess of 400.
And I think to the greater point, are City of Stuart residents Martin County taxpayers?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Helen. I wasn't sure. Okay, so then if the City of Stuart is financing the BDB and Martin County is financing the BDB, then City of Stuart residents are effectively paying twice for the BDB. And from what I remember from the presentation that I saw, 25% of the industrial space in Martin County is in the city. I don't understand why the city would be paying, again, just my general thoughts, Jim.
And I think your point is well taken, and it's something that has been discussed in the past. So I think it's good that you're verbalizing that.
Thank you.
I think their BDB may have a succinct answer in regard to that. William, is that something that you wanted to address? We talked about this.
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
The question is double taxation and how you see that.
Well, I think that each of the areas you guys prioritize economic development in your in your comprehensive plans, right? And you guys recognize the importance of investment, capital investment, and job creation. And this, the investment that each community has made, whether it be 10,000, whether it be 25,000, whether it be 465,000, is, you know, kind of reflective, what I would say reflective of that commitment. And so this is a show of that as we try to implement our vision, mission, and goals.
But Jim, if,
Commissioner, could we let Commissioner Clark, you've had,
I just
you've
wanted to.
had multiple opportunities
I
to
just wanted to
speak.
f-
No,
yeah, I
we're
just wanted
gonna,
to finish
we're
my-
gonna let Commissioner Clark
just wanted to finish
speak.
my point with
We're gonna
Jim.
let Commissioner Clark speak.
All right, so I'll go on with what Commissioner Vice Mayor was saying. So if we take that literally, then we don't need to have cities or anything else, cities or villages or towns. We'll just let the county run everything, or the state or somebody else. Because if we take that as this double taxation idea, because, you know, same thing goes for the school board and whatever we pay to South Florida Water Management and all these other things. And each entity still taxes and gets money to do certain things. And if we say we just pay one tax, which is our property tax, and that should take care of everything, it doesn't hold. We have a certain amount of goodwill dealing in our community. We have people who live here and come here to do businesses, and their business may not open in Stuart, but the reason why they're attracted to Martin County or to some other place that's located close to Stuart, and especially because we don't have large industrial areas, and I'll get to that in a minute, is because we're here, we have amenities at the city, and we have the opportunity with our chambers and different things to attract businesses and to keep jobs and to keep our community vibrant. It doesn't mean that we're going to overgrow or anything, but it just needs amount of vibrancy. As to deliverables, and Jim can correct me if I'm, or Mr. Mortel, but we had the study of the whole area along Commerce Street, and the county did a lot of work in what they call their innovation district. And whatever the city did, the city worked along there because some of the parcels are also in the city limits. And all of those things come together to create a certain place, the place that we live, the things that we offer, commerce, we offer education, we offer places for people to live, and it's a part of our completeness as a community. And I think that having the relationship with the Business Development Board and having the ability to go to them with regard to economic development and other things, I think it's important and it's vital that we support that in our community.
Commissioner Reed?
I agree with what you're saying, Commissioner Clark, and this might be for William. It comes back to grind hard ammo being maybe the only one in the city that you guys were thinking of. Ike might know more if he was there longer.
Hog Technologies was another one that I'm
Hog
thinking of.
Technologies.
Yeah, that's right, hog technology.
Does the BDB only support expansion or new businesses?
Hog Technologies was new, and so was ammo.
So I want to look to the future, and I want to develop a really close partnership with you all, just as we have with the Village of Indiantown. They are, you know, have been great partners, and in terms of existing industry, existing businesses, working with them to grow, working with them to expand, and also attraction recruitment opportunities, you know, they've been very open to, and I would like to continue that relationship with, and be able to continue the relationship with you all and be afforded that opportunity. I really don't want to look in the past, I want to look in the future, because there's a lot of opportunity happening, and I would hate to, you know, not have a formal relationship. And I think we should, in order to kind of build up the economic environment, honestly.
William, do you still do the Business Accelerator Program?
We're, with staffing, with current staff level needs, or staffing capacity, we are looking at opportunities to partner with sister organizations, chambers, in order to potentially reinvigorate that business accelerator program. So I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you, yeah.
So I guess to answer the question, it's not just business expansion, existing businesses, it would be new businesses?
It's new business, existing businesses, expansions. Also, if a business,
What is the criteria for a new business per se? Like, you would sit down with them, come up with a business model, the whole 9 yards? Or is the BDB more so seeking applicants that are gonna do large expansions or pull in, larger companies to the area? Because, there's a lot of small mom and pop. I was gonna use East Stuart, for example. Has the BDB ever helped someone start a business in East Stuart? And all these,
I believe so, and we would,
Ike might know.
Actually, I can answer that.
Yeah?
There has been some community classes that we've had that were geared for young entrepreneurs, different business pro formas, understanding how there was had one program called Side Hustle to Main Gig.
Was that paid for the city of Stuart, or the BDB put it on?
That was specifically put on by the BDB for the city of Stuart, done at the East Stuart
When was that?
location. Last year.
Had like
Last
two.
year.
so that would be an example of the 10 to 25, right? That's a special project. But regardless of that, we do things like access to capital workshops, that we did one in September. And again, I mentioned the potential for the capital loan program, the access to capital loan program potentially as something where we could target different neighborhoods, of course, the entire county, but again, working with you all to identify those needs a little better is something that, I would look forward to as a great partnership perhaps.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
It's actually the vice mayor's turn again.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
So the hard part about being fiscally conservative is all of the organizations that come to government always have well-intended, mission statements, reasons for their existence with their handout. But every one of these $10,000 or $25,000 that this board up here hands you comes from somebody's hard-working pocket. And if you can't demonstrate, I'm going to be very frank with you. I've heard a lot of possibles and maybes and yes, I'm pretty sure's. And if you can't deliver something real, I don't think that you guys should get any money from the city, because this is not our money to give you. This is the money of people who work and have to pay their taxes. This is effectively like a political tithe to your organization so we can stay in good standing. If 25% of our industrial properties, the city is the commercial industrial hub for Greater Martin County. And if you're not going to be working with the city of Stuart unless they give you $10,000 or $25,000, that would be crazy. When the county pays you $469,000 and the city's in the county, and we're the commercial industrial hub for the county. So I don't want to misconstrue that that's the point that you were making, where our relationship might be damaged, by not giving you this money. But again, these are people that work, right? Their tax dollars are what we're handing you. It's not just
I'm not understanding what
Kitty
you're
fund.
saying, what you're implying.
What are you not understanding?
I'm not understanding what you're implying. Could you repeat that?
The money that you're asking from this board is our tax dollars, every dollar of them. The sense I got from you a moment ago when I was just standing there is you said you would hate for the relationship between the city and the BDB to be injured, implying that if we don't hand you that $10,000 or $25,000, that there might be a fracture in our relationship, which I find to be very unusual, since the city is the commercial industrial hub for Greater Martin County, and the county, which we are the seat of, pays you $469,000 a year to exist and fulfill your mission.
I would say that the city is one of the hubs. I don't think it's the hub. I think you see a lot of millions of square feet, as I mentioned in that first bullet point, one of the slides, that are coming out of the ground now, and they're in the county, and that's not happening in the city. And so I would like to partner with you to make that happen and build up things in a way that's beneficial to the tax base, that's happening in the county, that's not happening here. So I'm not sure if I would
So
characterize it as the hub of the county.
you don't believe that the city of Stuart is currently the commercial industrial hub for Greater Martin County?
I
What
think
will
that-
it be, but today,
I think that there are a lot of recent developments that would challenge that statement
as of today?
as of today.
And that somehow the BDB is going to put us in the forefront in that realm with it being almost completely built out.
Teamwork makes the dream work,
I appreciate your hustle.
you know?
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
I should have written it down. The deliverables. And Mr. Krolsky, maybe you can correct me, but I know that we had the Veterans Fair, we had the Job Fair. I think Commissioner Matheson we had done a couple of different job things.
We did.
At the 10th Street.
We did.
And especially when we had the Career Resource Center there at 10th Street, we're working on that kind of thing. And one of the main reasons that I really want to get the Business Development Board continuing to have a relationship and to expand our horizons, if we continue with them, is that there's been a lot of talk about what will happen with the Project Lift, and of course, with trying to bring back some commercial in the East Stewart area where people have had mixed use before, and that people are trying to at least be able to buy a cup of coffee in East Stewart. And it may not be a lot, but at least something. And to work with people who are wanting to develop something, whether it's a food truck or whatever it is that needs to happen, that we have a resource that they can go to. The other thing is that I think you mentioned something about a loan pool, and people are looking to figure out how they can get the understanding to work with the loan pool to try to redevelop some of their small properties, even if it's to add something where they can make some income out of that second home or apartment or accessory dwelling unit or whatever needs to happen if they can meet the requirements after we're gone through today. So maybe, Mr. Krolsky, we did stop having the deliverables, but maybe if we ask the Business Development Board to come to us with a plan and what the plan will cost, maybe that might be something that's more palatable to this commission to say, what can you do with and for the city of Stuart? And
I
I'm
think,
just,
I think that would be more appropriate. It would be to deny this today, and then if you want money from us, come back and let's get a plan going. But just handing over money and assuming there's going to be
maybe we
some
can
demonstrable
just
plan.
continue it and bring it back?
I would deny this current one. My instinct would be to motion to deny this.
Nothing denied, there's no motion and no second.
I know,
so-
but that would be my instinct. I'm just giving you my thoughts. And then,
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
and then have them come back if we want to rediscuss this.
Well, he's not
Commissioner
finished yet.
Giobi?
He's not finished yet.
Yeah, I am. I'm done.
Okay.
Was not recognized.
Actually, I like that idea because it's then focused on a particular project or program. So I understand there were programs that were done at 10th Street or in East Stewart, but they were programs, nothing seemed to come of them. So I think it would almost be more beneficial for the East Stewart community or for whatever community within the city of Stewart, for the commission, the taxpayers in Stewart, if a project came before us that said, this is what we can do on an entrepreneurial basis for small business, all encompassed, training, loan, access to loans, all of that, so that it could become a successful business. And that might be a better fit for us as a city, a small city, versus just an ongoing being part of the larger cog. I mean, you guys are all into Indian, and I understand because they're all developing now and they're big, and you need to be in that area. But I think if it was more project-oriented, it would be beneficial for you. It would be beneficial for us. So I think it works for both of us, and it
agree.
certainly works for the taxpayers in the city of Stuart.
I
And
agree.
we can be in that area, and we can be in your area, where you're trying to be in your area as well. And this actually, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this has been budgeted for the 25-year. We're talking about from October to now. So this is a report back about that. I think what you're talking about is FY '26.
No, if we approve this, this money goes to you.
Right, but I'm saying it was adopted in the budget for FY '25.
I can save
which
it. I don't
is-
have to give it to you. I can just save it.
I don't think the
Money
money's been
saved is money.
expended.
Okay, well, this is the end of the staff presentation. Do we have a motion for item, resolution number 16-2025? Is there a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we at least give the BDB the $10,000.
For what?
And to maintain and to have to show that we are partners with them.
So
And,
you wish to amend this resolution to,
no, it says for 25 fiscal year in the amount of up to $25,000. So I'm saying the $10,000. And if they need anything more, my amendment would be, is that they immediately before the thing is issued, that they bring us a plan of show us how they're gonna use those funds.
No, that's this exact
she
motion.
made a motion. Is there a second?
Can I say something, Mr. Mayor?
No, not unless there's a second.
Okay.
Is there a second? See, no second. Item 10 fails. Item 11, Mr. Baggett, will you please read it for our consideration?
Resolution number 17-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing the City of Stuart to submit an application for a Florida Inland Navigation District Waterway Assistant Program grant for a courtesy dock and wave attenuator, and authorizing execution of a grant agreement if awarded, and further authorizing any minor amendments to the grant agreement to facilitate the program as appropriate, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Since this was pulled and there's no staff here to talk about it, I'll just briefly talk about it. The city in the past has done the entire boardwalk system and courtesy dock by way of fine or Florida Inland Navigation District grants. Currently, it's a floating cement dock, and without the wave attenuators, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on maintenance because waves cause the pipes and things to bend, and it also makes it less stable when people are getting off of their boats onto the docks. The wave attenuator is essentially a wall that's in front of the dock that blocks the wave action so that in the curtilage of the dock, to use Mr. Hamilton's words, it doesn't have the rocking and the waves. There's wave attenuators at the Harborage Marina and as well as the Sunset Bay. You just don't see them because they're right like in line with the dock and underwater.
What's the time frame on this getting accomplished?
Well, if the grant is awarded by fine, which it's very likely to be, we got all the submerged land leases straightened out and used grant money last year to do that, so it would be able to go forward like this summer.
Mike, is it a requirement for it to be 50% matching, or I notice in the
Well,
resolution?
It's, Florida Navigation District requires a 50% match on this particular grant, but it's, I mean,
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are we looking at, Mike?
well, it depends on how much they give us, but it could be a couple $100,000. But the last time we did a repair on the dock, it was $90,000.
As someone who was responsible for maintaining a dock, it got a lot more fetch than this one. You either spend this smaller amount or you spend a lot
Right.
more.
And also, I mean, when people are getting on and off the
Yeah,
boats,
and it's
it
a
also
hazard,
stable.
And that's it's a very attractive element to downtown Stuart. And
A question for the city manager, Mr. Mayor?
certainly, Commissioner Giobi.
Mike, without the grant, what is the cost for this? Because you said the
We're
grant
not
was-
doing it without the grant.
Oh, okay. What
So
is
it's
the
not
cost?
happening.
Okay, what is the cost then, total cost?
I don't know if it's in here or not, but at one point, there's all sorts of phases, but we could spend $600,000 on wave attenuators. But it depends on what the grant is. So
Okay, but you're saying the grant could be up to 100,000.
so if
that would
they
be
give us
our matching
100,
of
we could spend
100,000.
100 and spend 200 and do a section of the wave attenuator to make the boats on this side blocked off.
He'll attenuate as much as he can
Right.
get money for.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. This is just to authorize the application. You can reject it if we get it. I mean, I would have to do a budget amendment. I don't have the money in the budget to do it, so I would have
Make
to
the
come back and
application.
reject.
Mayor, I'd like to move approval.
Resolution 17-2025,
You're good.
second.
We have
Oh,
a
you got it?
motion by the vice mayor and a second by Commissioner
He has a question.
His light was on
Commissioner Reed.
before-
this
Is there, can we get public comment on this before we have discussion by the
I just had a question for Mike.
Okay,
Yep.
just let's have public comment.
With
Is there any
She has a
public comment?
question.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
Are there any questions,
You
Madam
didn't
Clerk?
notice them before, that's all.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners on this item?
Yes. Mike, is this like, not to bring up the CDBG grant again, I know as an applicant, you could have applied for 80,000 as a resident, us applying with this as the city, do they cap you on what you can get, or?
So Florida Inland Navigation
How does it
District
work? Yeah.
is a taxing agency, and it's a tax that's on statewide, and they get money, and they have a fund, and they literally give the communities up and down the coast these funding. The entire boardwalk, one year we got $600,000 to do boardwalk with, but the amount that they award changes because it could be that they're dedicating $3 million to Martin County to dredge the inlet, and therefore, the other counties, Brevard and St. Lucie County and Dade County and Palm Beach County, it would be unfair to continue giving money here, so they spread it out up and down the coast. Last year, instead of giving us the final money for the wave attenuator, they did give money to the county, and so we're expecting this year to actually receive the funding for it. I don't know until the board.
Do you know what the
rules on it.
total amount was last year in the state that they?
I can look
like-
it up.
I was
but
just
it's
curious.
millions
No,
of
I mean,
dollars.
it might be getting into too
Millions,
much, but
millions.
But
I'm sure it was millions, but I was just curious.
Well, the city
It's something
manager's
we can-
looking
you
that
can
up. Are
send
there
me
any
later on,
questions?
Mike.
I was
or
gonna
It's
say he
okay.
can send
Yeah,
you
you
an
can-
email.
What?
He's
It's
letting
not
us know
urgent
he
or
can send you an
anything.
email on it.
Yeah, it's not an urgent thing. I was just curious for my own peace of mind.
It's coming up, a page error. This page was not found, but it says, a full list of the 24-25 assistance program recipients and their funded projects can be found on the Find website at this address, and then I click on it, it's not
That's
there.
fine.
It probably got turned off
I think we have a vote on the
by
floor.
somebody we know.
I think there was public comment.
Oh,
Public.
there was public
St.
comment. I
Lucy's,
thought
but
they
I
said
don't
no
know if it-
public.
No, there was public comment.
I didn't
Okay.
see anyone come up.
Any questions or comments from any of the other commissioners regarding this item? Roll call, please.
Mayor Rich,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes,
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Baggett, will you read item 17 for our consideration, please?
Is number 12,
No,
was it pulled?
number 17.
we pulled 10, 11, and 17.
This is the last one out of the consent calendar.
Mr. Baggett?
Resolution number 29-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing budget amendment number 8 to the fiscal year 2025 budget, appropriating and authorizing the expenditure of funds for Fire Station 3 traffic signal, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
And again, because this was on consent, there's no staff here. I'm not sure what the question is, but the money is when any development is done in Stuart, the city of Stuart collects traffic impact fees on behalf of the county. A couple years ago, the state passed a statute that said the county had to spend the impact fees that were collected in the city of Stuart within the city of Stuart. So as a result, the county is giving this money to us to pay for the traffic light, and it's, because the county's giving it to us, it's obviously not in the budget. So in order for us to receive it and spend it on the traffic light, we have to do a budget amendment to accept it, and then it would be transferred from the county's fund to us. It's already agreed upon and been signed off, and it's part of the design, and it was in the plans for Station 3 all along, and including the impact fees. It just wasn't done until
Appropriated
now.
for it. That was my question then, so I'd like to make a motion for approval then.
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Reed and a second by Commissioner Joby. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments by the commissioners regarding this item?
Nope.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes. So, item number, commission action, item number 18. Will you read that, please, Mr. Baggett, for our
Sure.
consideration?
Resolution number 30-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing city staff to schedule the initial conflict assessment meeting with Martin County pursuant to the Florida Governmental Conflict Resolution Act, Florida statutes, section 164.101 through 164.1065, authorizing the city manager, city attorney, and other designated representative to attend the initial conflict assessment meeting, providing an effective date and for other purposes. This is an agenda item that I put on. I know you guys had asked previously not to bring up the letter from Martin County on letter of support for their grant for the Brightline train station. However, they had initiated this Florida Governmental Conflict Resolution Act, and under it, it is mandatory under Florida statutes that we comply with this statute. So that was the need for me to put this issue back on. There's several steps under this act that require us to cooperate with the county. And so they followed the act. They first initiated it and had a resolution at the county level. Subsequent to that, they followed the act by sending us a letter requesting the scheduling of a public meeting to discuss the issues related to the interlocal agreement regarding joint proposal to Brightline Trains LLC for a train station and parking garage dated December 12th, 2023, and the enforcement of Element 2 of the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan. There's multiple steps in this act. The first one is to set up an initial assessment meeting, which is a public meeting, and they have proposed it be at the library next to the Martin County offices. And in that meeting, it would be an initial assessment meeting between the county and the city. They are going to have the county administrator, the county attorney, and the chair, Sarah Hurd, appear on behalf of their board to be present at this initial assessment meeting. As part of this resolution, I am requesting the same. Both Mr. Mortel, the city manager, and myself, and a designated representative of the board. I left it blank so that you guys can decide who that would be. And it's just an initial assessment meeting, and potentially something could maybe be worked out. If anything is potentially suggested, it would still have to come back to the board here for a vote. And if we did not reach any type of resolution or an agreement with the county on that, then we would go to the next step, which would be scheduling within 50 days a joint meeting of both boards at the Clark Library. And so that would take place at a later date. And that would be a second bite at the apple to try and resolve the issue. If no resolution is had there, then the next step is the county or the city could request a mediation.
Okay. Mayor Rich?
I will also comment that it needs 10 days' notice because it's a public meeting. And in order to, and it says it's got to be noticed in TC Palm. And in order to do the TC Palm notice, which we have to send it to Naples, it normally takes 3 or 4 business days. So today's the 10th, which would make the 14th be 3 business days from tomorrow, which would make the 25th the earliest we could have the meeting, and the 24th was the last date they had available. So really the first date that works for everybody is March 5th. We could have it later than that, but we're suggesting in this resolution that the commission select March 5th as the date for the meeting.
I think it was
Mayor
6th.
Rich?
Or, was it
No, it's
sixth?
the 5th.
Do you have a question of Mr. Baggett?
No, I do
Commissioner
not.
Joe
I'd like
Beach?
to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion on Resolution 30-2025, and I'd like to appoint Vice Mayor Chris Collins to be our person on that conflict resolution meeting.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second by the vice mayor. You have that, Madam Clerk? I do. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, is there any comments or questions from the other commissioners? Commissioner Reed?
I was just going to chime in. I wasn't sure how the other board members felt. I think there's some of us up here that might know more about the situation than others. I can speak on my behalf. I feel as if I know a lot about what's going on, whether it's through the comp plans, the RFP responses, and I do believe Vice Mayor Collins is well-versed as well. What I will say is, I think sending him there, he's gonna look on behalf of the taxpayers' hard-earned money. So I think if the city is gonna get the best deal possible, you're a solid choice.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions regarding?
I just want to say.
Commissioner Clark.
Oh, sorry, I didn't put on my light.
That's okay.
I appreciate that. I wish that we had nominated to have the mayor go to represent the city. And I know that I've listened to Mr. Collins and his vehement, against the Bright Line per se, or the funding and its relationship. And I think the county is well aware of that, but I guess if we decide to vote on him going there, when we have one person speak, we need to have that person speak with the voice of the commission. So if there are some guidelines or some things that we want him to look into or to find out about, I think that we need to let him know that, because I don't think that when you have one individual saying that this is what the city wants or this is what the city does, I think that we have to get to the point where we our personal view is different from the city's view. I know for the city has a transportation plan that supports having mass transit, support having a passenger train and a possible stop. We've identified that in our comp plan. I know that Commissioner Collins is interested in financial worthiness of a corporation that would have a train stop in our city, and he's also concerned about taxpayers' dollars to build anything in our city, even though it might be on county, would be on county land. But I just want to make sure that it's not that if we do vote on this, that we're not sending someone with two voices, but it's with the idea that we've had people in the community who have shown a lot of support, and I know that this meeting is just a meeting to do an assessment meeting, and the whole point, there's only one word in here that is very important: conflict. And the reason why we're here is because we have conflict, and we're supposed to be going towards conflict agreement. So I'd want us to go in that spirit and to work together to figure out what needs to happen. But if it's just gonna go, I don't know, I don't care, I don't wanna do anything with anybody, then I don't think that that's the right approach. But we haven't voted yet, so I don't know what will happen, but I just wanna let my voice be heard.
Well, I appreciate your thoughts there, Commissioner Clark, but despite the overwhelming support sent to us and evidenced in our meetings, at this point, the Vice Mayor more, accurately represents the will of this commission. So I don't see it, I see it as a valuable exercise for him to meet with Vice Chairman Hurd. She's very experienced, she's very thoughtful, she cares for the taxpayer as much as anyone, and perhaps she can provide an argument that will make more sense to him and to the majority of this commission that currently is opposed to this. So I do not have a problem with the Vice Mayor attending this initial meeting.
Public.
Well, it should also be noted that no matter what, Commissioner Hurd and Commissioner Collins don't have the authority to enter the agreement. It would all be conditioned on returning to the respective boards for approval anyway.
And Mr. Mortel is there, he's well aware of the city's
we
obligations
understand.
under the comprehensive plan, so, as well as everybody else. Did we ask for public comment on this?
No.
Is there any public comment on this?
And then I got Mayor Rich after I got a
It hasn't
comment.
been determined yet. Mrs. McBride, it hasn't been determined yet, but it'll be published and noticed.
I would just like to, if you guys could
Can
make
you
it.
introduce yourself, please?
I'm Frank McChrystal, City of Stuart. I would like, maybe on your website or somewhere, let the public know when this process becomes totally public. Like this, is this first meeting, is it like behind closed doors?
No.
And then the second meeting?
At the
Oh, so-
Blake Library.
So the
It's gonna be
first,
at the Blake
the
Library.
first small meeting is also
Yes.
public? Oh,
Yes, yes, yes.
beautiful,
Explained to you would be noticed in the TC Pub.
beautiful. Thank you.
Right.
Any other public comment,
Just the
Madam Clerk?
tone of the meeting, we want to make sure.
Mr. Schroth?
Good evening, folks. Nicholas Schroth, resident of the city, business owner in the city. I think Mr. Collins has made it very clear that he has a personal vendetta against Brightline, and it's really a poor choice to send him to this. If it's the will of the commission, then that's fine. You know, this stopped being about the taxpayers when it stopped costing the taxpayers of the city anything, and you still didn't want to do it. So, you know, I think when you look at the contradictions of, hey, we're doing this in the name of the taxpayer, and we're going to go cost the taxpayer what we're going to cost the taxpayer and some of the other items on this agenda, it'll become more evident. But if you play chess and don't stick to the game of checkers, it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more comments.
Commissioner Reed?
No.
Yes, I want to touch base on that. So I seeked my own counsel just to see how they would interpret the settlement agreement, and it just depended on what team you were on when you hired your legal counsel, if Brightline was responsible for half of the station or not. Also, I wanted to ask the city manager, are we able to provide literature to either you or Lee or Vice Mayor Collins prior to this meeting? Just so they had documents or anything that I was able to print out and supply, or no?
If you do it right now.
It'd have to be right now.
I mean, you can't do it in private. It would violate
Reference
sunshine.
it now, like the Martin County
I would just
Comp Plan,
reference the Martin County Comp
long-range
Plan,
transportation
how
plan.
they're not supposed to subsidize development on behalf of the taxpayers.
Do you
To me, that's
remember
huge.
what,
It's in their scope in their comp plan. I'll pull it up right now if you'd like.
referenced it before.
You did reference it already.
Let's see, it'll take me a
That and the
second.
long-range transportation plan, I agree, were valuable.
And I would also, Vice Mayor Collins, I would point out in October, I think it was October 9th of 2020, in the Martin County MPO long-range plan, Brightline was supposed to be privately funded. That was voted on by fellow board members up here, and one that's no longer here, but it was supposed to be privately funded. It was clearly written, it was clearly voted on in October of 2020. Why did it change is the question. Let me pull up this comp plan for the county as well.
Technically, in that plan, it still remains.
Absolutely, it still remains. They're actually planning the 2050 long-range plan, by the way, and I would imagine that's when the verbiage is gonna change. I'm one of the city commissioners that sit on the MPO. It's probably gonna come before us, and they're gonna be changing that verbiage, but yes, in the 2045 plan, it did say that, and it was very clear.
Well, I don't think the issue of whether Brightline is paying half is any longer on the table. The county has had a vote in September where they voted to adopt the amendments to their settlement agreement for clarification, as well as to enter into the lease with Brightline that specifically said that Brightline would not be responsible for half of the station. So that issue
Brightline and the county
wasn't.
could hypothetically rework a new agreement.
Right, but I mean, that's not the issue that we're resolving, because that issue's not,
It
that's
is
not
part of
before
it
us.
Because that was when they breached their agreement. So that would be part of that conversation. And I intend to bring it up, along with the points made by other commissioners as well.
Any other comments or questions regarding? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. McBride.
I'm so quiet, you don't know I'm here. You know, in the 40-some-odd years, probably 45 or more, I've attended meetings in City Hall, the old one, the new one, and I don't ever think I'm going to get in Wells Fargo, because I don't think you're ever going to move there.
One day.
One day, okay. You do know I'm 88. But anyway, We, the people, vote for our 5 commissioners. And from what I understand, just listening, you have to elect amongst yourselves for 1 commissioner to represent you. And 1 commissioner has been nominated. I trust all 5 of you equally. I don't care if you're the mayor, the vice mayor, the Queen of May. I trust you to make a good judgment, and you have to vote, and it has to be, either can be 5, or at least 3 people have to vote. So please, let's have dignity and vote the right way. Not vote the right way, but keep it clean. And, you know, we're such a friendly city hall here. I don't like what's going on. Let's keep it nice and friendly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Rich, may I?
Commissioner Reed?
So if you look at Martin County's comp plan, section 1.2 scope, it says, it is further intended that through the comprehensive planning process, Martin County shall, which we love this word, right, shall. Item number 6, it says, protect taxpayers by requiring conservative and prudent fiscal management and a financially feasible, comprehensive growth management plan, which ensures and requires that development pay for itself rather than being subsidized by taxpayers. I would also write down on page 60, I believe it is, in the Martin County MPO long-range plan, that's where you're gonna find they should privately pay for it. I tried to pull minutes, but I don't think Martin County MPO went back to October of 2020, because I actually wanted to watch the meeting myself to see if anybody discussed it, brought it up, and I just didn't go down that path of talking to Beth yet to see if they had a recording of it.
It's in 3 different of their charts in that plan. If
There you
pull it up.
go,
It's
so-
embedded in the charts that it's privately.
And that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Reed, are you saying we're bound by the comprehensive plan?
Look at Martin County's comprehensive plan. They're the ones spending the money at this point.
Were you just quoting our comprehensive plan?
No, that was Martin County's.
That was their comprehensive plan.
And I think it's a good point to bring up that Martin County put the city in the position of violating its comprehensive
Correct.
plan by breaching the interlocal agreement in March 2024 by letting Brightline off the hook for paying half.
Can I provide further comment? In my analysis of this, I believe the county only came to the city because they wanted our hard-earned money. That would be my opinion on that. Because we were never part of the original settlement agreement, by the way, in 2018. Why else would they come to the city? Think about it.
I think we're ready for a vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
I've said my piece, but because we want to be united, I trust all my commissioners. You have my blessings, Vice Mayor. Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Eula, for trusting us.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Baggett, item 20 for our consideration, please.
Ordinance number 2538-2025, an ordinance of the City of Stuart, Florida, repealing Article 9, expanded polystyrene and plastics regulation of Chapter 20 of the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicts and providing for an effective date. This is the second reading, as you recall. I don't know if you want me to give the background, since we already did it, or...
Does the county have this currently?
I'm sorry?
Does the county not allow these particular straws currently?
Yes, that's the code. The first reading, it's the plastic straws are banned.
In
now.
Martin County?
No,
I was asking for Martin
we're
County.
just in the city.
So it's just the city.
The
Gotcha.
county does not.
Thank
They're
you.
not- They don't have any ordinance on it.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Mayor, I'd like to move for approval ordinance number 2538, 2025.
We have a motion by Commissioner Collins.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second by Commissioner Giobi. Do we have any public comment on this issue? None? Seeing none, do we have questions or comments by commissioners?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, I think Mike spoke about this at first reading and the cost of the actual straws. Yes, it's in the city. It'd be a fair playing field if it was countywide or statewide. It would make more sense.
True.
But
Commissioner
we can
Clark?
set an example and endeavor, and I know that we've had issues with the business owners, and some of them have tried and they're doing what they can. I just think that every little thing that we do, when you look at the large effect on the world, on climate change, it may not seem like a lot, but whatever we produce still goes into our landfills, or goes into our waterways, or goes into animals, or anything that is affected by these substances. And if we can do something to help, I think that we should continue to try. It seems like we're a little pebble in a large ocean, and we have a lot of resistance sometimes with the paper straws and all these other things. But I just think that we can try, or maybe come up with some other ways to promote, not using these substances. And it's a thing to go buy a whole bunch of stuff at, some of these big box stores and just throw away because we're a throwaway society. But I don't know.
Commissioner Giobi?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's fine, I took it off. I'm sorry.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would just like to point out, let's not lose focus here, that the reason that we're doing this is not to open the world back up to plastics. In more recent years, we're becoming increasingly aware that plant-based straws contain, except for a very small number of companies that produce them, PFOAs and these fluorines are found.
I hear that.
So it's not about necessarily business owners, and what we're saying is business owners are allowed to choose if they want to expose their patrons to the risk of plastic versus they can make that decision versus PFOAs, or they can pick what straws to buy. And the city's taking more of a hands-off approach and letting the market figure that out with this next level of risk now floating around.
Mayor Rich?
Commissioner Giobi?
I just wanted to add also that it's my understanding that the federal government is removing a ban on plastic straws.
Would that prohibit us? Would that prohibit the city? from maintaining the
Preempted,
ban?
if we're preempted.
I don't know what, I know that the president did something, but I don't know what law it is, because currently plastic straws are legal on US 1, so I'm not sure what was banned in the first place.
Talking about it.
So I haven't looked into it, and I didn't really care because it didn't apply.
So it'll be on Federal Highway 1.
I mean, I don't know where they were banned by the federal government before.
He's also banning Black History Month. This has been a difficult issue. I was down at EVCO, and I took some heat from those people because they're aware that we're considering this.
You should probably tell the
It's the Everglades Conference. It's the largest gathering of all the environmentalists concerned with restoring the Everglades. And Stuart is well-known, and certainly for our consideration of an environmental attorney. I mentioned last time that the assertion that PFOA and PFAS is present in straws is because of one study, and I was told that that's not the case. There are numerous articles that mention it, but I looked at the top 15 results on Google, top 15 articles. Here's from Green Generation Foundation, toxic paper straws. The sample was taken from various shops in Belgium. Paper straws contain toxic forever chemicals. This is the 23 study in Belgium. Aphidia, the Journal of Food Diagnostic, Belgian study reveals high levels of PFAS in paper. Sustainable plastic, have some PFAS with that straw. A team of researchers at the University of Antwerp that's decided to investigate. Plastics today, Belgian researchers have found yet one more reason. Food and wine in 2023, researchers from the University of Antwerp. This article's packaging dive, study in Belgium finds PFAS. Researchers find PFAS, University of Antwerp in Belgium. It's all, here's the assessment of polyperfluoral alcohol substances in commercially available drinking straws, Belgium. Green straws rate red flag, PFAS forever chemicals identified in 90% of paper. Researchers in Belgium, it's all Belgium. Finally, so that's the 23, there have been no subsequent studies. Finally, I found a study that was in 2021 in the US that had the same result. Here's the problem. They tested paper straws and they tested plastic straws. 90% of the paper straws did show evidence of PFAS. 75% of the plastic straws showed evidence of PFAS. So based on basically one study, the 21 study did not study plastic straws. On one study, for a modest 15% improvement, we're going to start throwing crap back in the rivers and fouling our recycling stream. And I just find it interesting because it's been said here, you can get a study to say anything you want. Do we even know if this Belgium study was paid for by the plastic straw industry? But I have never seen a decision based on less evidence than this one tonight.
You have to disclose it in a study, you have to.
Okay. So, I don't think we're really solving the problem here, and I agree with Commissioner Clark that we must make every effort, how small it is, to seek improvement, to stop polluting. And there's a very real cost of fouling our recycling stream. And so I'm not willing to overturn the ban at this point in time.
So just on a cursory glance, I think maybe what you might have missed is actually going into PubMed, which is, the National Institute of Health has a database where all providers, all researchers compile research versus articles that might be referencing one research paper. When you go into PubMed and you search, you can start to go through, and then you can look at what papers they're citing. And so just on a cursory glance, I've got 3 in front of me. And then if you start to go into their papers, you can pull their citations. So it's not just one study.
Okay.
Was there
I
a
believe
motion,
we
Mr.
already
Mayor?
had public comment on this,
We did have public comment.
right?
We did.
Okay.
Was there more public comment?
Any more comments or questions from the commission? If not, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
No.
Mayor Rich.
No. Hey, here we go.
Anyone?
Should we take a break?
No, people have been waiting.
Okay.
Keep going.
Item number 21, Mr. Baggett.
All right, ordinance number 2539-2025, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending and restating the city's Land Development Code, Chapter 2, zoning districts, uses allowed, density, intensity, Chapter 3, special zoning codes, Chapter 5, resource protection-related development standards, and Chapter 6, on-site and off-site development standards, which were determined during the zoning in progress under Section 1.04.04 of Stuart Land Development Code, providing for conflict, providing for codification, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes.
So we're on this item.
I just want to reiterate, this is the first reading. I had that question earlier by one of you.
How do I have the date be the 6th?
you would have wanted to do that when we voted on it, but you're gonna need to raise it back and ask. I don't know who the motion and the seconder was on that, but we need to.
So just quickly, in the previous item for the, going and meeting with the county for the date, I think
The
within.
resolution said March 5th. Commissioner Collins is requesting that it's
The
March
6th.
6th, but it wasn't amended to say March 6th. So you have to amend the
be a
motion to
reconsideration,
change it, so, right.
An amendment or reconsideration of
Or the motion of a reconsideration of the matter but it's really, you could do it in two steps or one. You could just say, we're gonna amend it to March 6th and amend it, or you could do a motion of reconsideration, have discussion and vote. Then when the reconsideration is granted, we can then have the agenda item again and hear it again and have a motion to have it March 6th. And have
So
it-
can we just, have consensus to move to the
March
6th?
5th or March 6th?
Right, he doesn't want March 5th.
Okay, I got
Can we
it.
just have consensus
So
to
the
move?
county provided either date?
Yeah, both dates are available. It's just the resolution said March 5th because it was first.
Okay, so.
Can we just
Consensus
Yeah,
is
just
okay?
a motion, no, we want to, if you just motion to change it
So
to
Mayor,
the
I'd like to
5th.
move that we take that resolution
30/20/25.
30/20/25.
She was a movement.
I was the one who made the motion to begin
Does
with,
she
does
have
it
to
matter?
agree to that, or we just have a new
It-
motion?
It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not, this
Fine,
is not
just make
rocket
the
science.
motion, Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that we amend item 18, that would be Resolution 30/2025, to include the date of March 6th on a Thursday instead of March 5th.
And the vice mayor would be the,
And that I would be the
That's
one
not
rescinding.
changing.
Everything's the same.
That's the same.
So, is there a second to that?
I'll second that motion.
Any
Do we need a
public
time for the
comment?
meeting at all?
No, because we just have to schedule that.
Gotta figure it out.
Seeing no public comment, comments or questions from no? Roll call, please.
Mayor Rich,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Mayor, or Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Okay.
So 21, why don't you go, so,
21.
I don't think we need to read it again. Mr. Baggett?
I finished.
Did you read it all?
I finished reading it, and I made the comment, just to remind you, I had a question earlier today.
Okay.
This
So
is the
this
first
is a
reading.
legislative.
Correct, but it's the first reading as well, so someone had asked me if this was the
So-
first or second, so,
We don't have a sheet for a legislative.
No.
no,
Okay, so, anything we should be aware of with regard to
no.
legislative?
I
Okay.
mean,
I have my light.
we're going to have a presentation from the development director.
Can we talk about how do you want to vote on, do you want to vote on this all at once, or
Yeah,
piece
what's the
by
plan?
piece, or?
What's the best way to handle this?
So I have
Well,
my
it'd probably
light
be to
on.
go through the resolution and address the issues that were adopted or changed, because like, for example, the one resolution has the 10-foot setbacks, but you guys agreed to leave them the way they were, so you're gonna wanna recognize that that's changed, but it's up to you guys. You can say, first of
think
all,
we're
first
gonna have to
reading,
go one by
you
one.
technically could just move it to second reading.
Mr. Mayor,
Hold on, just,
Right.
I'm just,
We should go through.
we
the
don't have to
changes and
make
move
our
to
mind up.
Second reading.
I think we should,
tonight, no.
like the LPA.
It was
No,
second
but-
reading.
As we're listening to the presentation,
Yes.
thinking on how we want to vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, can I say
It-
something?
Yes,
I think you
Commissioner
should hear the
Clark.
presentation, and then you'll see that a lot of you have some comments, and you're gonna be wanting to seek clarification, and when you get public comment, you're gonna see that there's other clarifications, and it's gonna kind of drive it, because you guys are gonna start making changes.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
you certainly make.
Okay, so this comment is related to this question, but technically has nothing to do with this question. So the reason why is because this is item number 21 regarding the zoning in progress, which has been very involved and somewhat controversial. And I know that we've had Ms. Rudge come here several times and has said, well, let the public speak first. And I know that tonight we did try to accommodate the public on certain things. But when you have this large item that affects so many people, and it's starting at 9:30 at night, and we have so much to go through, and we have changes from the CRBR recommendations and the LPA, I'm really, really concerned about even moving forward with this tonight when we have, when we're at 9:30 PM. But I know that there are people who have meetings until 2 o'clock in the morning, but that's the same reason why the public says, well, they're doing something nefarious down at City Hall in the middle of the night. But I just wanted to make that comment before we start anything. And as to whether or not we change certain things about our comment and we have to adopt any changes on the way our agenda is presented, I'll bring that up the next time, but I just wanted to bring this up because we're starting at 9:30 with a very, is it 9:30 or 7?
9:30.
With a very, very complex subject matter.
All right. Jody?
Are you saying that you'd like to hear from the public?
No, I'm just making my comment. Jody, let it rip, sorry.
Good evening. Again, my name is Jody Kugler. I'm the Development Director with the City of Stuart. My presentation is just going to be short. It's just really outlining what staff heard and what the resolution, and just trying to gather all the information and how it was presented. I'm just going to go through what you requested staff to make changes. The first one was the self-storage mini warehouses only permitted in industrial zoning districts. And if there's something that's not correct or there's missing, please stop me and let me know what we need to add or subtract. No parking waivers or shared parking. All parking is to be calculated on both residential and commercial uses. Change lot and or lot of record to parcel and or parcel record and define it. Restore all residential parcels to 6,000 square feet with added language that all parcels of record as of September 4th, 2024 are deemed legal conforming parcels, and any newly created parcels must comply with 6,000 square feet citywide. The other ones is remove half units and parking requirements, remove requirements for EV chargers per state statute, only single-family approved. All other uses under the BMU and GRO require city commission approval within the East Stuart. Increase the number of parking requirements by 0.5 for 1 and 2 bedroom multifamily. Increase shade tree calculation for multifamily to 60% coverage. ADUs are not allowed to be occupied unless owner of property lives in the primary or the ADU. ADUs require only 1 water and electrical meter. Non-conforming duplexes near Flamingo that are currently zoned R1 shall not expand, or any improvement shall be limited to 50% or current value. Refer to substantial improvement definition that's already established within Chapter 11.
That one I think we took out to discuss at a future date.
Okay, so
what I
just
remember.
remove this one in general?
The duplexes.
Okay, so I'll go back to that one. Let me just remove that. I will remove it. And the other one was the FAR ratio of multifamily. FAR multifamily shall be reduced by commercial. For each 800 square feet of commercial, the density of the property shall be reduced to 1 unit. Shall be reduced 1 unit. So we did take some of these recommendations to the different boards, our CRB and our local planning agency. This was heard at our Community Redevelopment Board on February 4th, and they voted to recommend to the City Commission and to request to slow down, provide analysis, and create a community master plan with community public participation. And then our LPA agreed with most of the changes. They did request that the East Stuart proposed changes should be taken into consideration and separated at this point until the community has opportunity to meet and gain feedback from its residents. And also, the City Commission should take into consideration the master plan emailed by Mr. Christie for the East Stuart portion and hold public meetings with the community. So after we adopt the changes, we will have to move forward with the necessary comprehensive plan amendments. That is something that we are required to do. So this is
So
just.
that would be like right after second reading, basically, we would start discussing those comp plan amendments?
It probably wouldn't be on March 10th, just because that agenda is going to be full, but it'd be the second meeting in March.
Because we can discuss
Yeah.
that.
So a lot of your language has been changed since your first revisions, just because of the published date. We have received some letters from outside counsel regarding some language. We did try to
What
put that,
specifically?
is to when the lots were adopted and when if they become legal, non-conforming, or, so.
Excuse me, just to be clarified, you can't just say, we'll start discussing comprehensive amendments. That is an entire process
I know, but this commission would have to.
mandated by state law that we are required, that's very lengthy
And this commission would send forth those amendments for review.
after study and public meetings, and yeah, it's a very lengthy, involved process. We just don't say we want to change this, and
In the same way that our city commission made many of these changes around density and half units and
after studies and
changed
charrettes and hire
our
professionals.
comp plan, we can also do that and restore it back to what it was before they did that.
Provided we obtain those studies. Yeah, right.
So
It's not just a whim.
it's not a whim at all.
You have
So-
to prove that there's a.
Are you good?
I'm good. I just,
Okay.
if there's anything that I missed, some
Can I
of the
start
changes.
ripping through these? Is that okay?
Doesn't, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. Mayor, aren't you going to do the presentation with the text changes?
Yes, I just wanted to give a synopsis of what
Yep.
was captured based on what you requested staff to change. So the language is in a strike-through underlined format. When it comes to you to be adopted, it will be in an ordinance format.
What's that?
How do we comment on it?
We had public
We're
comment
gonna
on
have
this
to
item
have,
earlier.
we're gonna have to have a motion and a second before we provide an opportunity, and that's what I was asking.
This particular item is going to be moved for second reading, so it's not
You're saying
necessarily.
you want to vote on it as a whole then, in its entirety?
Well, this item will be approved at second reading. Today,
Great.
today we're not really approving, we're
We
making all
actually
the
don't-
recommendations.
Are you saying you don't want to vote on it at all?
What I'm saying is we need to go through this, button it up, and then we would formally vote on it at the second reading. That's how we do it. We could vote on it, but it would be a formality.
Take a look at each language change.
Yeah, I want to go through each of these sections.
Okay, so there's no objection if any member of the public wishes to comment on any section that we are discussing, I would simply ask them to come forward at that time. So, yeah.
There's a particular item we're discussing, yeah.
And they wouldn't be limited to just that one time.
Mr. Schroth, yes. So you want to come when we just have this comprehensive overview at this point? Okay, fine.
Well,
No, that's fine.
Want to get clarity.
Yeah.
I mean, just letting y'all know, I take issue with the idea that an accessory dwelling unit has to be occupied, or the owner has to occupy the house. I mean, I have an accessory dwelling unit. If you're telling me I have to occupy my house in order for that dwelling unit to be occupied, that will be a problem. Also, I think procedurally, there's some confusion, because if you pass land development regulations that are in conflict with your comp plan, I think that lawsuit writes itself. And so maybe just think about that, because I think the mayor's trying to make the point that a comprehensive plan amendment isn't like some slam dunk deal you just send to Ronnie Boy and have him sign. Like, it's a process that typically comes before your land development codes. And all this stuff you're trying to get rid of in the land development codes, the comprehensive plan changes came first. And so in doing it backwards here,
I don't know that that's the case.
I think you're opening yourself up to
Thank you.
quite a bit of litigation. And as a taxpayer in the city of Stuart, who manages many hundreds of thousands of our clients' buildings that pay taxes in the city of Stuart, I would ask you to protect our tax dollars, please.
Thank you.
Okay, could,
Not on an item right now, yeah.
could you just please introduce yourself, please? No, we'll get to you. It's a
Kimberly Mack.
little haphazard because there's so much material.
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
sure
no,
if
go
it's
ahead,
correct.
go ahead.
I'd just like to reiterate, as far as the changes that you're contemplating for the East Stewart community, that you take into consideration what we would like. So moving forward, I think you prefaced the conversation by saying that you were trying to protect us from big land developers coming in. I don't think that's a concern with us. As I said, most of the properties are owned by certain individuals. I know my family certainly has no intent on selling. So we'd like to develop our own property, but you would be limiting us as to how we could proceed. My uncles own a lot of property. They're not selling. So if you could work with us to help us to develop our own property, we wouldn't be concerned about other land developers. We're not selling.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak on each item as you move forward. This is Marcella Campbell for the record. Before we start, I just want clarification. Two things. The city attorney read amendments to Chapter 5. If I heard that correctly, I want clarification for that because Chapter 5 is not posted as part of the any of the documentation that showed any changes. Only Chapters 3, 6, the definitions
What's the change in
and
chapter
special
5? That's
zoning.
the issue.
Okay, just clarification, if there's something that is not posted that we haven't seen. But I also maybe think it makes sense, staff mentioned that the LPA agreed with almost all the recommendations. I don't know if we don't care about what the LPA motions were. I was here, one of two members of the public, and stood through the whole meeting. One of the motions of the LPA was that they disagreed with the increases in the parking and they disagreed with the elimination of the shared parking. The second motion was that they wanted East Stewart to be taken into consideration separately. That was put on the screen. And then it was also stated that they disagreed with the FAR reduction and the formula, and they were sending it back. So I don't see how that mashes with saying that the LPA agreed with almost everything. So can we read the motions, or does it not matter?
Is there a particular item that you're taking issue with right now, just generally kind of
I'm,
going into a recap of what we've
staff
already heard?
presentations,
Yeah.
yeah. Because it was just stated that the LPA agreed with almost everything, and that's not what the motion stated. So which one is it? Did they agree with everything, or did they have issues? Just clarification, please.
Yeah.
Jody, would you like to clarify?
Yes,
your
Marcel is-
characterization of the LPA's recommendations?
Yes, Marcella is correct. I failed to put that into the presentation.
I did put in a green slip.
So she was correct as regards what?
As far as the FAR, they wanted more methodology of how they came up with the 800 square feet and the parking requirements.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Helen McBride. I'm just going to follow up with what Sandy Newman was first, when she spoke in the very beginning. Back in 1913, East Stewart was founded, and only the black people could live there. And the boundary were the railroad track, well, I call it now Palm Beach Road, 10th Street, and Martin Luther King Boulevard. They could leave the area to work in the homes around the fields, but they had to be back in at a certain hour. The reason there's commercial areas in East Stewart is the black people, I apologize, you know, you all know me. Well, I know Miss Charlotte, her family owned a grocery store in East Stewart. To get the bread and the produce for their store, they took a wagon and at a certain hour had to go and pick it up at the produce place for the bakery. But they had to be back in at a certain hour. And that's why there is commercial areas in East Stewart. Now, in 1963, when the integration was that, the older people were not that willing to leave and that. But slowly, the young people did, and they were shopping in the white stores and that. So that's, you know, how the commercial areas went out of business because they weren't needed. But these young people are here, and I bless them all for coming and standing up for their rights. But I go to the 10th Street, and I'm one of the seniors. I'm one of the young ones. I'm 88. Now, Mrs. Lewis, if anyone you know, Mrs. Jessie Lewis, she's going to be 91 Friday. We've got a 97, a 95, a 93 black people. And when I go back, like tomorrow, and I'll tell them about this meeting and that, and I'll say about coming, they say, oh, I bother Miss Helen. They're not going to, we're so used to being spit upon, kicked, and shoved aside, and they pat us on the head or on the back and say, oh, don't worry, we're going to take good care of you. They don't. But I'm hoping and praying you five up there are going to listen. And you say, oh, have a meeting. Well, my family, because it's getting tough to drive at night. But they don't want to go out at night. And when they come to meetings, and I've gone to many, many meetings at that 10th Street, and they all spoke, you know, sometimes I've spoken, but no one listens to them. I know Mr. Bell, and we all know Mr. Bell. And he'd get up, and I know at one meeting, and one of the employees, he wanted to speak, and she went, oh no, and she wanted to give me the microphone. I said, no, Mr. Bell will speak before me. But I respect all people. I don't care what your color, nationality, or if you're a Democrat or Republican. But you've got to listen and understand what the community has gone through. And I've listened to them all, and I love when they tell the story. They're not stories, they're telling the actual history and facts of East Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClure. Okay, Jody.
This is your section 2. This is where most of the changes most of the changes ended in chapter 3. If you'll see, some of it's been, let me just start from the beginning. So like you'll see in this, it's see where it's crossed out, it says instead of lot, it's now parcel. Again, I'll just kind of scroll through. And if there's a particular section that you want to discuss, just let me know. I think this is the use table, and this is where we changed it to just put the self-storage and mini warehouses and industrial only. As you can see right here, warehouse and general storage, warehouse mini storage, and warehouse wholesale and distributions is just showing now into the industrial area. This is also, if you have a by it, that means it's permitted by, allowed through a city commission public hearing, and we just added a language saying by resolution, just to give clarification how you would adopt that.
Mm-hmm.
You said we could ask questions?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'll just do it now because that's
Yes,
one of the main
right.
questions.
Yeah, as we go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's one of the main questions, especially with the East Stewart area. That word that letter A, allowed through city commission public hearing process. And I want to know if that A, when that A comes up in the other use tables, if that's the same A, the same process, because there was some idea that no, it doesn't have to go through the entire hearing process, which is LPA, commission, something just has to only come in front of the commission. So I want to be sure that when it says A, the same meaning and definition goes throughout the document, and it's the same process.
Commissioner Clark, we did use the same language consistently throughout the document. In your chapter 3, where you're referring to the table for East Stewart, the A is the same process. They just go through the city commission public hearing process.
And what is that process, Jody?
It's
Miss
just,
Kugler.
That's fine. It would just be coming for the board. It'd be like any other resolution. It would be listed on the agenda. You take action on it, and people can comment on agenda item.
Only in front of the board, not in front of the LPA.
That is correct.
800, it's a footnote right there, probably.
Is that changing our own comp plan by abbreviating that process?
No, did you hear the mayor, Ms. Kugler?
I did not hear the mayor.
Is that,
It's a use, it's just a use, it's not a zoning change or
Okay.
land use change. It's just a use, so it would be like almost coming with a conditional use then.
It would not be advertised, it's same as if you were approving a major development plan. There is a requirement that you have to come before the city commission for a major development plan, and you would approve it through a resolution. You don't have to go through the LPA or an ECRB, it's just an approval through the city commission.
And that plan would have to come with a plan, like a signed, I'm having side conversation, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I finish my
Yes, you
thought with
certainly may.
Ms. Kugler? Thank you. That would have to go in, with a engineer plan and a proposal, a full proposal, so that the city would be able to consider it and adopt it at 1 or 2 hearings? Or is it just a conceptual?
So typically, so there's two parts of it. This was just allowing the use.
Yes. allow the
So it would
use.
just be a use, allowable of a use. It would still follow the same guidelines if it's under the 50,000 threshold or the over 50,000. So if you have a use in the East Stuart District, and you want to put in a professional office before it was permitted by rights, now you just have to go through a public hearing to approve the use. If the professional office is less than the 50,000, then it would just go through administration.
Okay, all right, and that's
Unless-
just discussing the A, but when we do get to East Stewart, I want to talk about that because that's the table that got really changed, where some things were allowed by right, which creates a certain predictability, and now it has to come in front of the commission when it could have been allowed by right. But we'll get to that, but I just want to make sure that when it says A, that process is allowed through city commission public hearing process. Thank you.
And the way that staff interprets that, unless legal or the board seeks differently, this is just basically the use.
Okay.
That they would go for the board.
Does this make existing facilities non-conforming?
No.
Where does it say that?
When we do an ordinance, sorry, go on, between
Go ahead,
Mr. Baggett and Ms. Kugler, go on.
So majority of our language for the parking and for the land use size or the parcel
I'm
size.
talking about the storage specifically, where you
Yes,
changed.
we don't have any language in there currently. I'm going to refer that back to the city attorney.
So it will make the existing uses non-conforming, and as a result, think about it as like an adult restaurant or adult entertainment place. When they banned that type of restaurant or business from being in Stuart, there were 3. And if it goes out of business for more than 180 days, it loses its status of that business and then is no longer allowed to reopen and gets converted into a different use. The commission didn't give us direction to, it's essentially, it's grandfathered, meaning it's stay in its place and while it's open as so long as it's open. But if it ever closes down or gets burned to the ground, it doesn't come back unless
where
the
is the-
commission's direction.
where is the
That's automatic,
footnote?
because that's a non-conforming use. That's zoning law.
Okay.
But if the
Is that
commission-
what we want?
That's the question. If the commission wants it to be these sites that already have storage facilities on them can always be rebuilt as storage facilities, you would need to add language to that effect. But, that's totally your discretion. The intention was
So
to
what is
try and
it
get.
if you,
So the intention was to not have storage
I
facilities
understand
all
that.
over the place, because it doesn't seem like people really like them. They don't create any types of jobs. They're just a matter of convenience for people to hoard stuff they don't need.
so
But-
if they cease operation
so if
for
they
how many days?
180. So not not if you go on vacation, if you don't pay your business tax and you don't actually, you close down, it's not a business. Just like if you were a restaurant, just, in downtown Stuart, and you have the liquor license. If you close operations for 180 days, you lose your liquor license in downtown Stuart, and it gets auctioned off to the next person in the liquor area. And again, the adult restaurant stuff, if they close, that one north of the bridge ever closed for 180 days, it would never be able to return. And there's other changes that had been made, for example, auto repair shops that were not inside. When the urban code was adopted in 1998, the only place you could have auto repair shops was on US 1 or on Savannah Road. And so if an auto repair shop went out of business for more than 180 days, it couldn't come back unless it was indoor auto repair rather than outdoor auto repair pursuant to the code, whatever the code terms are, whatever wasn't included. In fact, it may have been that beauty salons were allowed in R3 for all I know, and then they got banned, and any of them that weren't open would be closed. But that's just how the zoning works. It's grandfathered
Okay.
because you have it already.
Speaking of, this would be the appropriate chart to consider making that allowable, as we had talked about in the break, Jody. Do you mind giving a little more context about that? Or,
I'm sorry, did you
Making
wish to
what
speak to
allowable?
this issue?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I went ahead and did a green card. I'm going to preface this by saying I am not a
Please
resident.
identify yourself, please.
Sorry. Audra Creech. I happen to be a land use and zoning attorney in Martin and the city of Stuart. However, I will state for the record that I am not a resident of the city of Stuart or East Stuart. However, I do have a business in the city of Stuart. What I wish to say is, with all due respect and with all candor, these are very intense decisions. These are decisions that are very much affecting people's lives in a very, very large way. And I beg of you, because I'm seeing the fatigue. I've seen people grab their eyebrows as if they have a headache. I've saw someone just limp out of the door. With all due respect, no one is at their best right now. And I beg of you, if you're going to make these types of decisions that could, in theory, shut down businesses within 180 days, please.
Audra, we've been doing this for 6 months. We've been going over this for 6 months. Come on.
Allow her to finish.
I understand the frustration of wanting to get things accomplished. I
Well, there's a
sincerely
filibuster
do.
every single time. We have to do this.
I sincerely do. There's physical signs that nobody is going to make a good decision right now. So I'm just going to state that. You all can do what you want with it. But I
This
do.
is why it's going to be midnight.
I do hope
item
you
we're
will
gonna talk
realize
about,
that
we
you
shouldn't
may
have
not be
this.
physically
allow her to finish her
capable right
This
now.
is inappropriate.
Thank
Audrey,
you.
just to address, yes, I did limp. I'm facing knee surgery, so I'm limping all day and night. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. It wasn't directed at you. I saw physical signs from
It doesn't need to be
everybody,
for every single
so I
item.
just want to put that out there. Thank you for,
heard.
thank you for hearing me. Thank you for listening.
Solitary item. Okay, so,
Thank you.
so
Keep going.
Jody, do you mind, like I had meant, like we had talked about on break, with R3, this would be a place where we could have it allowable for the beauty salons, as, Dr. Benedetti had brought up earlier, that we could do an easy text amendment here.
Yes,
While we're in
Vice
it.
Mayor. So in your R3 district, along Ocean, majority of those homes have been converted over to commercial businesses, smaller homes, smaller businesses. Dr. Benedetti has approached the city to try to do a salon, and looking at this, he's requested or is looking to try, but the code is very silent. It does not allow salons at this time. However, it does allow massage therapist establishments as a permitted use. I do believe Dr. Benedetti is requesting to add the salon as a permitted use within the R3.
And I personally agree, seeing as there's one, right across the street from him. It's kind of capricious to me, so.
What's the
Across the
address
street
of?
is the urban.
400
co-
Osceola.
or-
Would
Across the
this be
street
a
is the
zoning
urban
change,
district.
Jody?
Sorry.
This would be adding
Across the
a
street is the
use
urban
within the permitted use category within R3.
Can I just mention, I have a client that has a B4 zone property and they'd like to do a self-storage? Isn't that like
You
kind of
gotta
the same thing?
regulate this. It's a circus.
Just
It doesn't have to be. If you're in charge, you can make sure that it doesn't do this.
Would that, by adding that usage, would it be a zoning change?
Well, yeah, it's gonna.
Yes,
it's
it
gonna-
would-
It's gonna allow that zoning
To have a,
To include.
to be, it's gonna allow that to be a use in the zoning.
Well, in that case, then, in cases in which the proposed ordinance changes the actual zoning map for a parcel or parcels of land involving less than 10 contiguous acres, the governing body shall direct the clerk of the governing body to notify by mail each real property owner whose land the municipality will redesignate by enactment of the ordinance, and who address is known, this is state law, is known by reference to the latest ad valorem tax rate. The notice shall state the substance on the proposed ordinance. Such notice shall be given at least 30 days prior to the date set. We have to have a whole public hearing. You have to do economic analysis on this.
If it's, well, if it's a
Changing the zoning.
zoning map change, then it would require that. This is not
Text.
a,
But we're changing
this is
the
a,
zoning.
the entire zip is a text amendment. That's what we're doing.
Right.
So the text amendment, you opened it up in the land use regulations to allow everything in the text amendment. Now, you directed staff to start accepting commercial applications as long as they didn't have a residential component in it. But in doing that, the board never said that commercial was off limits or anything like that. They never said they weren't going to address commercial. So the LDR is technically on the table for the board's discussion and discretion. I don't know that this zoning change is going to solve Dr. Benedetti's problem, because I haven't seen the application. I also know that you guys are doing shared parking ban, and since he's already occupying the building, it's very likely that even with the zoning change, he's not going to qualify because he's going to have to build new parking spaces for that.
In talking to Jody, she said that would not be an issue.
Well, again, I didn't talk to Jody, so I
That's
don't
why
have
I'm
any
bringing this
idea,
up.
and I
I'm
haven't seen the
talking-
application.
Is there a lab court?
Here is this is zoning in progress. You're wasting just as much time talking about a single applicant's
Right.
application that's not
You
even
have,
part of
you
this
have
process.
somebody in the.
Yeah, come on, Mr. Schroth, Mr. Schroth.
This is the problem, is every time we've had one of these meetings, 30, 45 minutes, an hour, hour and a half is spent discussing why we shouldn't do it. Either from people up here, no, the voters gave us a mandate, Nick.
Okay,
They did. They absolutely did.
What?
The voters gave us a mandate, which is why you're the only one up here from the previous,
I'm sorry, Matt, we can't.
which is why Commissioner Clark is the only one that's still up here from the original commission. They are gone. I do. I represent everybody. It is,
Madam-
but not out of turn.
Madam-
Not, this is ridiculous.
Vice Mayor,
Dr. Grant, just hold it down.
Jody, keep going.
okay.
Okay, sorry, I had a question for Jody, I'm real sorry. So Jody, I know that this is not a format like in the Muni Code, but on, I don't know if you have the same page number, I printed out some stuff. It says page 290, which is the front of the zoning district.
What front of, which zoning district?
Page 290 of 725. So that's what's on our.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, on our comp plan.
That's
So,
correct.
so those uses across the top, residential, non-residential, PUD, and the R1, R2, R3, because it's a continuous thing, is there any way, maybe the next time you come back to us, is there any way that you can label that same thing across the top when it needs to be?
I understand what you're saying, so it would
So
follow.
that we
Put a
can
header.
read the
When you're
zoning.
Put a
scrolling
header
through
on the
the
pages.
pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand. I apologize. I mean, this was a lot to put together and,
Well, and none of
Month-
those were changed.
yeah.
Yeah, I
So
hear
we
you, but just
did-
for people to read it and understand it, it makes it easier
But it's, again,
to
not
see
being
through.
changed.
Thank you. So the only thing that was changed there is the warehouse, to add warehouse, general storage, mini warehouse, warehouse wholesale. Everything is permitted in certain categories, which I can't see the top of the category. And then it's allowed based on going to the city commission, and you did add by resolution.
It was being moved to industrial by your direction.
Yeah, huh?
Storage was being moved to industrial pursuant direction of the board. That's
Right.
what happened.
We did specify that.
Permitted, okay,
Yeah.
and allowed, okay, fine.
So to my point, does the board feel like it would be acceptable to include the salons in R3, seeing as that district is businesses?
What was the prohibition to have beauty salons in another district as opposed to R3, and it would be throughout all R3? It would be allowed based on coming in front of the commission? Would it be an A or would it be a permitted use?
It would be straight zoning, and it would just be they could open up and get a business tax.
Okay, and if somebody comes and they're doing something else on Martin Luther King or on US 1, and then
Is it
somehow somebody
R3?
some neighbor doesn't like it, and we say, oh, well, we changed this guy, but we won't change this guy. We need to have consistency and predictability and be sure that that's how we want our city to look and be.
Okay.
Correct.
It's up to you guys. I'm just trying to make it work.
We can't onesie.
Mayor Rich, may I?
Commissioner Reed?
Mike, as far as this R3 and.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're going to adjourn while Commissioner Clark needs to leave the room. Correct? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Reed.
Okay.
It feels accomplished in 6
Mr.
months?
Vice Mayor,
No
there's
way.
no reason for you to,
Meeting adjourned.
you know,
What?
Are we back in session?
lie about the motives of your fellow
It's
commissioners.
filibustering. You guys are. It's clear. Behave
That's an
differently.
inappropriate remark.
Behave differently.
Commissioner Clark, yes, we are
Thank you.
reconvened.
The gavel, let's go.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes, sir.
your light is lit.
Mine was too.
I know, we'll get to you.
That was it, but, of course, well, I've said what I needed to
Okay.
say about the time
Commissioner
and
Reed.
the
Yeah,
duress.
I want to talk about the whole salon thing. If we're discussing R3, it's scattered throughout residential neighborhoods as well. So if it was by right, technically you could have a salon in a neighborhood. So currently as it stands, couldn't they apply for a PUD, Mike?
Yes?
So,
Yeah.
you know, if you're gonna change it, it's either a PUD or a conditional
To
usage,
use.
but you really don't want salons, and I'm looking at the zoning map, by the way, and R3 is in some residential neighborhoods, so.
Yes, sir.
You know, but as an, you know, you could apply under a PUD as it currently stands in the code.
Yes, and they have
So
to
is the
meet parking and
The
everything
consensus
else.
here, we're not comfortable making that change?
It's currently available under a CPUD or MXPUD.
Correct.
It
So,
seems like-
so if we were gonna change R3 by right, then you could end up with salons in residential
Everywhere.
neighborhoods. And that would be why I personally wouldn't be for
Yes, sir.
that
But it could go in
when.
as a PUD. and you could
Correct,
advise them how
and,
to-
correct, and you could apply for a PUD as it stands right now.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to have that table really marked out so people can see how the correspondence.
Well, I really wish the GIS map, and I'm sure there's some people in the crowd, if you could actually filter it by specific
I can
zoning.
ask Zeke to do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about for us, like the public?
Yeah.
Could you
that's
turn
what
it
I'm
on?
about.
That'd
Right,
be awesome.
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
Just,
Yeah.
we'll just need to create layers, but
Okay, are we
it won't be
moving
done
on to
tomorrow,
that?
but
Yeah,
I'm
no,
doing
I
it.
understand, but
Right.
that'd be an
Right.
awesome tool, by the way.
Doesn't seem to be consensus there. Okay, Jody, next.
Bonus units, page
Yeah, so-
304. Oh,
so,
Jody. sorry.
Density, Jody, that was my next thing, 203, and the charts that were there.
Let me just get there.
Yeah.
Oh.
So in our packet, it would be
Right.
page 303. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you scroll down to those charts, we had discussed, it didn't seem to make it into these amendments, but, scroll down a little bit, Jody. But where we go from 15 to 30, pretty much everywhere there's a 30, it should say 20. That's what we had discussed, is just going to 5 additional instead of 15 additional. So in the R3, in the RPUD, in the B1, B2, urban code, East Stewart,
Downtown development is
everything,
different.
yeah,
Oh, wait,
do all of them.
so we now have an improperly advertised element.
No,
Yes.
it was raised at the original meeting and voted on by the city commission
Correct.
to
This is what
reduce
was
it.
provided.
Right, but you're
20.
making, that's what this is, first reading, to make revisions and changes. So it's not improperly advertised or not. You can
Okay.
make those revisions. That's what this is for. And that's why there's a second reading of it, to be able to address those. But even at second reading, you could make changes.
Yeah, you could continue to a third reading, if necessary.
So Jody, do you see what I'm saying? Anywhere where it says 30, it would say 20.
The mixed
And then on the
PUD has a
footnotes,
15.
on 6, 10, and 11,
Density bonus.
they would all say 20, not 30.
Yeah, I know. We don't have to vote on it, it's just been suggested.
We already did. This just accidentally didn't make it into the,
Okay, just to give you an idea how fraught this is gonna get with the complex.
every single item has to be filibustered, can we
It-
not? This, we already voted on, like, we already moved forward on this, it just didn't make it into the packet for some reason. We discussed
it-
this going 5 above.
Mr. Vice Mayor, is it your intention that only you may speak regarding these items? Or may the other commissioners and the public speak as
You
well?
guys have spoke a lot. I'm just trying to get this done so we can go home.
Well, if you feel there's insufficient time to hear from your other commissioners, then let's just adjourn.
But you know that we already discussed this and.
We voted on this
We voted on
already.
20 units per acre as that number.
But this is the final language that
No, this is incorrect, is what I'm saying. We already voted on this.
but these are the regulations, these are the ordinances we're gonna have to enact. And the commission is allowed to comment on them now that they are finally presented.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. So, removing the density bonuses. It violates,
Decreasing, not removing.
it violates
Decreasing, not removing.
6 objectives of the comp plan, 7 different policies, and 3 goals.
Nobody's removing. They're decreasing.
No, it is struck.
No, it's going
Okay, changing them, decreasing them.
That is not against any.
Vice Mayor Collins, will you please allow me to finish my comments, and then you may comment? For example, I certainly will not cite them all, but this is from the comp plan. Housing opportunities, 3.A2.6, housing opportunities. In order to expand the number and types of opportunities for affordable, attainable housing, the city will encourage new construction through density bonuses and other provisions provided through the land.
We've been doing that.
Objective 1A7, to accommodate smaller residential units and allow smaller housing units to be calculated at half density. Element 7, the city will encourage new construction through density bonuses and other provisions provided through the land development regulations as well as through grants and special. So this is just to go to the point that we are going to have to go back to the comprehensive plan and make these many changes, which is a very arduous and lengthy process. I would ask that we ask staff, before we go any further, to say which elements are going to require comp plan changes, and we consider those before we make the changes. Why waste our time?
We already did this.
Why waste our time talking about elements that are just angering people if, in fact, we realize that we might not be able to make those comp plan changes because we have, the process we've engaged in is insufficient in scope and
We haven't even.
meeting with the
process.
public.
We haven't even started a process of amending our comp plan. What are you talking about?
That is correct.
So we have-
You are
it's not that
correct,
it's
Commissioner.
insufficient. We haven't even begun that process. You're raising a.
That is my comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment? And I know that
Commissioner
Ms. Commissioner Joby.
No, go right ahead.
Ms. Kugler, with regard to the page 304 as published, I'm looking at page 304 of 725 as published, where it has these footnotes. So the footnotes go with right there. Footnote number 5, that's taken out, that's that density bonus that's taken out. But above that, number 1, where it talks about assisted living with 30 units per acre. Number 6, up to 30 units with major urban code conditional use. Number 10, up to 30 units with East Stuart neighborhood conditional use approval. How does that, those numbers which have not changed because they're still in black, how does that compare with what Vice Mayor Collins was saying needs to be updated in this particular chart? And of course, I know that right here is just a small portion of 3 different uses that are for East Stuart per se. The rest are in the actual plan itself. Well, how does it?
I'm sorry, there's a side conversation. Which
They would all go to 20, Eula.
Oh, okay, that's, I just want to, because, so Jody, even though you didn't have number 1 as an amendment, so that assisted living facility is allowed a maximum of 30 units per acre, and all of those little footnotes.
What happened was, the Development Department had a very short turnaround window, and they tried to meet all of the items that were addressed by the City Commission. And there are items in charts and footnotes that were missed that would still be being revised between now and second reading.
Correct.
But in this presentation, it is our intention as staff to say that the commission directed us to change the density from 30 to 20 as the density bonus, and that was the direction of the board for us to follow. And yes,
Thank you.
there's items that we missed, but they're being revised daily.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I make one short thing?
Yes.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because I secured several copies of this particular thing that was set for today, and I gave that out to several people, landowners who are interested in this process. And when they see this and they're assured that something is happening because it's in black, it's not in red, it's not projected for change, and then something else, I just want to make sure that we know where things are. And I know that staff did not make all of the specific changes, but I just wanted to be sure since we're on it. Thank you. Miss Campbell, sorry, I'm not in charge of the meeting, I'm sorry.
We took over. Thank you, Marcella Campbell, for the record. So clarification, whoever wants to provide this. It was said repeatedly during the workshops that the original Exhibit A that was provided, remember that one that was illegible, was just a list of things so that staff could start working on.
That's
Not-
exactly right.
And now what is being said is that's already been voted on. What
No.
was voted on,
The resolution was voted on to direct staff to bring those changes back.
right, so we haven't voted on
No.
those. We're talking about those today. So no one
Correct.
voted on whether 20 was the final
Yes.
number.
Correct.
That's what we discussed, yeah.
We discussed that staff would put it in there, and now this commission needs to vote on that. Let me just, because it is my profession, because it is like Jody, what we do as colleagues, your entire my city's comprehensive plan is written based on data and analyses. That entire data and analyses, in the case of the city of Stuart, is based on the maximum density of 30 units to the acre to meet Bieber projection and census projection. The ER that was recently submitted to the state is based on the 30 unit to the acre maximum on each one of our categories. Changing it to 20 requires going back to the data and analyses and redoing all of that data and analyses, and requires when you do the ER, and then the state is going to decide how you're meeting census and Beaver, correct? So if we are not doing that, we don't know if we're meeting the statutory requirements to meet our long-term planning projections. So it's not as easy, let alone the taking situations that may happen, it's procedure, and we're doing it backwards, and we're not doing the required analyses that's in our code. And can someone from staff, not just someone who said, I already voted on this, tell us if this is the process or not? Because we are lost.
Who's we?
The people in the audience that are trying to follow this and read statutes and have done this for 30
You've been here at
years.
every one of these meetings. You know what we're doing.
I don't understand why process is not being followed, why we're skipping and why we're doing things backwards. And please, I just feel that every time I am here, I get interrupted. I've been sitting for 5 hours without interrupting, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a
Can I just ask-
historical thing?
Can I ask Jody one question? On page 307, footnote 2 it says density bonus is available in an MX PUD. That's deleted, correct?
I'm sorry, what page?
Page 307, footnote 2. Density bonus is available in an MX PUD. It's redlined.
I don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 307 at the bottom.
Okay.
Is that correct? It's not reduced, it's eliminated.
Right, mixed use. where it's
Mixed use
eliminated.
PUD.
You see it,
It
Commissioner
says,
Clark, right?
yes, it says,
Okay,
footnote number 2, it
thank
says,
you.
density bonus is available.
Despite the repeated and strong urging in our own comp plan to provide density bonuses, we are just saying, with no study, with no analysis,
And can
we're
I,
eliminating them.
yes, can I, Mr. Mortel, I know you're gonna, let me just say this. Even before I became on the commission, when Terry O'Neill was here, and I know we've had other planners, we've had so many community things, so many studies, so many work, and some of these things take time to come to fruition. I think the main thing with this, and I said this when we had 2 new commissioners come on the board, that I know that they would want to learn more about the comp plan, see what's going on, have things explained to them. But there are things that we can do and need to do, and especially if we're going to change the vision of the city of Stuart with some of these things that we're changing, that we need, maybe we don't need to have the zip in order to do that. We can work on these things, just like how we pulled out the commercial. And I've said that several times, and I know that Mr. Collins thinks I'm filibustering, but it's not. It's not. It's not. It's just one of those things that I think that there's a way to do things and there's a proper way to do things. And I said that before, and then tonight I also said that it is a very late hour for us to say we're going to start working on this zoning thing, and especially when people have given us said we need to work on making sure that other members of the community, especially communities that we have said that we want to work with and protect and provide redevelopment for. And if we're changing the course of the city and we don't want to work with people for redevelopment and for other things, then, you know, I mean, this mandate thing, I didn't know about it, but I just have, I'm not against anybody, but I just need to, I think that we just really need to say that I don't think that this is the way. And we had parking studies when we did the parking requirements. We had people from Tampa, we had accountants, we had everybody. We had traffic engineers, we had accountants, all kinds of stuff to do with, and we had the Main Street involvement to deal with our parking study to make all these things done. It's just not a dictatorial situation.
I just think at this point, Mayor, I'm sorry. Mayor, can I speak?
Commissioner Joby.
Yeah, I just think at this point, we need to at least move forward, okay? I think what Commissioner Collins is saying, that I understand how you feel, and we all do, but that isn't going to change tonight. But what can change is that we go forward in this process. So let's try and do that.
But if it's going to be to the ill of the people and the community, and it's not going to reflect our real goals and ideals, and it's not going to, if you have 3 parking spaces and somebody can't build an ADU and they can't meet all the requirements, the drainage requirements and so on, then are we stopping something, or are we promoting some vitality and viability and sustainability?
Traffic, that's what you're promoting.
I don't think little old Stuart is going to stop traffic coming through US 1, because we have millions of people in Palm City West, Port St. Lucie West, and Jupiter and other places.
So throw it to the wind, who cares? Just build it out. Just go all the way. If it's ruined by Port St. Lucie, why try? Just
They have to go to the
let's just
beach.
mixed use everything, 4 stories. Who cares what voters care about? Who cares? Don't get in the way of progress.
We're not going to change it.
Don't get in the way of progress.
I hear you.
Yeah.
You're saying just to do the explanation. I hear
Right,
you.
I understand, but you're not going to change that. We understand how you feel. We all would like to just get through the night. No one wants to be here till 12:30, but this is our job. This is what we said we would do, and let's just get it done, okay?
Thank you.
And we do know how you feel, and I appreciate how you feel, but I think that that's not going to change right now. So let's go forward, and let's do that. Thank you, Mayor.
I think Commissioner Clark's is a good one, because we're not getting it done. Because we are required by Florida statute. All land development regulation enacted or amended shall be consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan,
We're going to amend the comp
or
plan.
amendment or portion thereof, and any land development regulations. A development order or land development regulation shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan if the land uses, densities, or intensities, and other aspects.
Was this a plan tonight,
of
was to do this with
development-
every single thing? With every item?
Hey, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes.
Was this the
till-
plan, just to filibuster every single
till the
item?
Vice Mayor can regain his composure and allow his fellow commissioners to speak.
You're not,
Meeting back to order at 20:40. So obviously, the attempt at providing a more freewheeling discussion was not working. So, how many sections do we have, Jody, that we're going to go through? We're on section 2 at the moment, correct?
We are on 2.
What?
We are on section 2.
We have section 3, correct?
Correct.
And we have section 6, correct?
That is correct.
Do we have section 5, which is mentioned, but?
You should have section
didn't
5.
see
This,
anything in
there's some of the, and if it's not, it's just correcting the lot versus parcel.
Excuse me, Jody?
In chapter 5, it's just correcting the lot versus parcel. Any language that had lot, we were just.
Okay. So,
Mainly your most of your changes are going to be in chapter 2, 3, and 6.
And my light on.
okay, so
Oh, me too.
I'm going to ask that the commissioners only speak when recognized by the chair,
Okay.
using our fabulous lighting system, and that they not interrupt the other commissioners as they make their comments. As regards public comments, when we begin to consider a chapter, the public may comment on any issues in that chapter they wish at that time. And I would ask that the commissioners not address members of the audience, and that the audience not just speak up from their seats, but rather be recognized when they approach the lectern. So, Jody, let's finish 2, please.
So we left off on footnote 2, density bonuses available in mixed PUDs. That was strike through. And then moving to the next table, which is 20310, table 4.
No, we skipped ahead, actually. He skipped and went a page ahead, but we still need to finish 2308 and 2309.
2308.
So go back
Mr.
up.
Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
I just asked, will you please be recognized before you speak?
Sure.
Do you wish to speak, or?
Yes, so go back to 2308, Jody. He skipped ahead 2 charts to make that point about that footnote, but we were still within 2308 and 2309. Correct. Okay, so this chart as well, if you scroll down just a little bit, same kind of a thing. You're going to see those, nope, go up. There you go, right there. You're going to see 30 units per acre listed in this table as well. These also need to go to 20. Within these 3 charts, 2307, 2308, and 2309. All of these, where it says 30 units per acre, should be 20, including in the footnotes. You with me, Jody?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
And that was all for those.
Okay. So I'm on.
Jody, for point of clarification, do the tables presented to the LPA say 30 or 20?
They say 30.
So they actually did not consider these items as they're required to do?
The density discussion was made.
I think numbers, okay. Just clarification that there was different information given to the LPA. Commissioner Clark.
Just a housekeeping thing. On that same section 2.03.10, table 4, page 308, and throughout the document, you have the red thing as being the new stuff, anything that's crossed out and red. What's the yellow?
So I removed, so since you have the published document, it has been updated. Those are some of the sections we were still evaluating at that time. So we have updated those sections.
So like the yellow that says the square footage, 43,560 square feet, where does it show that we're making a change there under 1 and 2 in the note? or we're not making a change?
So in the notes down below, after the footnotes, this is all refers to the mixed PUD. That was all amended. And then the language was added to say multifamily FAR. Density shall be reduced by commercial for every 800 square feet of commercial. The density shall be reduced by 1 unit. Each residential unit shall be reduced, the allowed commercial, by 800 square feet. This is one of the LPA requested that we go back and evaluate the FAR and where the 800 square feet was the methodology of the 800 square feet.
I agree. That's a good spot.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Your light's on.
Well, we're coming up to the next table here that I wanted to talk about then. I see there's some changes. So on the R2 single family, this was done in 2020, October 26th of 2020. So the minimum lot width for R2 single family used to be 60 foot, now it's 50 foot. And also the minimum side setbacks were 7.5 feet for R2 single family. And for R2 two family, the minimum lot width used to be 75 foot. And then for R3 single family, the minimum lot was 6,000. And 60 foot minimum lot width. The minimum front setback was 25 foot. The minimum side setback was 8 foot. The minimum rear was 20 foot. Instead, they were giving them bonuses when they did 2- and 3-story to relieve from minimum side setbacks.
But when we brought that up during the zoning in progress, the commission voted specifically not to adjust the minimum lot width because about 40% of the lots in the city were 50 feet wide. And they also specifically went back and said they did not want us to change the setbacks because we had discussed we were going to be changing it from 5 feet to 10 feet, and the board directed us, or staff, not to adjust these lot widths or setbacks, unless you guys are suggesting that we change it now. The history was, we were familiar with it then as well, but
Well,
the
not
commission told us not to do
entirety.
it.
It took me a little bit of research to find this from an old LPA meeting.
I mean, but we were aware that it had been changed.
Yeah, but we didn't know what they actually were, Mike. And when they changed it in 2020.
So are you, is this a
I
direction
was-
to staff to change it?
Yeah, I was just bringing it up to see what the consensus of the board was. But this is what it was prior to October 26th of 2020.
So are you suggesting we should change numbers? What numbers do you want to change it to?
Is it easier if I make copies of these, or you want to?
Well, I mean, just, are you saying you want to change 50 feet to something
So the
else?
minimum lot was 6,000, and then the minimum lot width was 60 feet for R2 single family. I see
So-
it's 50 on there.
I know, but what do you want it to be?
60.
Okay.
And then for the minimum side was 7.5 feet. And I believe if you scroll down, Jody, yeah, see, they gave bonuses, whether they did 2-story or 3-story, they provided
Right.
relief for 1- and 2-story.
Right, it was 5 for 1 story, and then it went up as it, if it was a 1-story, it was a 5
Well, it was
feet, then
always
if it was...
7.5 foot.
Well, it's 5
Well,
for the
now
first
it is,
floor.
correct.
Right.
But historically, it was always 7.5 foot, regardless
Agreed.
if you did 1,
So-
2, or 3-story.
So are you changing that because we
Yeah, that's
announced
why
to the
I'm-
LPA that the commission told us specifically at the last meeting not to change that?
So is it not something I
No,
can
we can
bring-
change it if that's what you guys want to do. We just need to
Yeah.
let them know because you guys voted not to.
And then for R3, single family, it was, I see if you scroll up, Jody, you have it as 6,000, which was correct, but the minimum lot width for R3 single family should be 60 foot. The minimum front was 25 foot. The minimum side was 8 foot. The minimum rear was 20 foot.
So, what, is that?
Yeah,
what the book-
that's, yes, correct.
So that's what, I'm just,
That's what I'm looking for.
okay.
Yes.
And
So-
then leaving the sides alone,
No, he's
Or-
suggesting taking the sides to,
back to 7.5.
Right.
For which one? Are we talking R2 single family?
Yes.
It should be 7.5 foot. And then for R3 single family, it should be 8 foot. Instead, they were giving them bonuses from the last development director.
Did you see any of the notes associated with that?
I'd have to go back through the LPA meeting, but it was
Mike-
difficult to find.
Mike, what was the rationale for that?
Which, oh,
I don't have any recollection of the side setback of the 7.5. I don't know what the rationale was. Honestly don't really remember that. I also don't remember the 50 to 60 foot thing, other than I think what happened was they went through and looked, and a lot of the lots on Coconut, a lot of the lots on the 14s, 15s, and 16s, and 13 are all 50 feet wide. So it was just because that's what they were. But, I mean, if the board wants to change it, we'll just have to address it how it does.
have any idea how many
well,
properties will be
we-
affected
we
by
would've-
that change,
we
Commissioner
would've
Reed?
brought that
You're
back, but-
talking from October 26th until now, but prior to that, it was like that for many, many years. So it's been changed for the last 4 years.
Oh, I think,
For me, I would be satisfied with the 6,000 for now. And if we wanted to revisit this in more detail with more context and history on it, before we start
I'm allowed to pass it.
doing the setbacks on the fly.
Mike, am I allowed to pass this to a fellow board member?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Thanks.
Commissioner Clark. Your light's
So
on.
this, I'm looking at page 310 of 720, of 725.
Right.
Okay, and we're looking at the minimum side yard requirements and so on, and the minimum front yard requirements. I don't have the study, and I hear that Commissioner Reed is passing something to Commissioner Giobe. I don't have the study of that, and usually when we have these zoning changes, they're done for a reason. I don't know what was going on with the staff or with anything at that time. I don't know if all of them were done all throughout at the same time in 2020. But circumstances change and different studies bring forth certain things that will make it easier for a neighborhood or for a particular type of land use to accommodate development on it, and maybe that's why it was done. I see that most of them have stars. The above table does not apply to the CRA except for footnotes. Okay, so that doesn't apply to the CRA. And then there's special zoning codes, duplexes, 0 setback based on common wall for duplexes, existing parcels with assigned ID. Okay, so that goes back to that whole parcel and lot issue. Existing parcels with assigned parcel ID numbers at the effective date of this code. And then, so I guess maybe whenever that assigned parcel would be assigned lot ID, and then there's a newly platted lots or parcel of record, have a minimum lot size of 6,000. I don't see the reason to go back to have it to the more requirements, if we've been working with this, since 2020. But if it's a suggestion, I'll be very careful when I vote on this, when it comes up for a vote.
Well, Commissioner Reed is asking to instruct the city manager to make the change now. I think we should vote on it. If you make the change, would it have to go back before the LPA for reconsideration?
No, because it's still within the subject matter of the conversation.
Right.
It's going to definitely make Ms. Cambler sue us, but it will have other effects. I don't know, at the next reading, we'll have to bring you back the number of lots that are
Affected.
non-conforming and won't be able to get help, insurance.
Yeah, that's what I have on my notes too, because, yeah, these
Okay,
people.
can we take a vote on Mr. Reed's suggestion to show those changes? Can you call the roll on that?
She has a question.
I'm sorry. Who?
We're gonna do
No, I
one.
changed
Well, if
it.
we're gonna
I'm
vote
sorry,
on
we
it, you have to
just
take public
lost.
comment.
What?
If you're gonna vote on it, you have to
Okay.
take public comment.
Marcella.
have a motion.
So Marcella Camblor, for the record, I'm assuming we're going to have 3 minutes for this. I'm not going to spend the time reminding this commission why those changes were made. You've done so much analyses, I'm sure you know why those changes were made. Does this mean that what was said in every single meeting, in every single one of the zoning in progress workshops, where those lots that were already platted and had a plat number were going to remain conforming, does that still stand, or are we making all those lots non-conforming?
They're
Because,
grandfathered in.
because, I'm sorry, consistently, this commission has said and instructed staff to include language to keep it conforming.
And that is exactly what was said last time, but the commission also said that it wasn't going to go down this path last time because there weren't enough lots left to worry about.
No,
the
I'm just
50
saying, I'm talking
66,
about
so-
mine.
so
I'm
the
talking
question-
about mine during the LPA. Both of you told me we were agreeing to, or arguing to
Comment is
agree that the
noted.
commission has clearly stated that those that had a plat number were going to be deemed conforming.
That was based upon the representations by the city commission at that meeting. At that same meeting that they made those representations, they said they weren't going to go down this path because there wasn't enough land left to make it worth addressing and making these changes, because they were only trying to make it so that lot splits didn't happen, and they were covering that by doing the 6,000 square foot issue,
Right.
so they didn't feel the need to go down it.
Right.
They're
But under that
changing that
same-
tonight, so if they
Right.
change it, it depends on what the direction of the
Under
commission
that
is.
same thing, we were talking about maintaining conformity of the just 10 lots that I legally did under the prior commission as a self-downzoning from 30 units to the acre to 10. Can someone tell me if that, which was repeated at every single zoning meeting, that changed today? So today, the lots that I have building coming out of the ground are non-conforming? Can somebody answer this?
I think the city manager has told you,
I don't-
depending on
right.
the
Okay.
instructions we provide, he can't answer that at this moment.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr.
That's,
Mortel?
yeah, because I don't,
Okay, do we need a motion?
And
to
have my
reject
letters been made
Commissioner
part
Reed's
of the
suggestion?
record as requested?
Yes, nobody is.
Wow, is this a vendetta? I mean, what is it? I know Kingswood doesn't want this. I mean, Commissioner,
What did you ask? I'm sorry.
is this a vendetta? Why, I'm the only one that you're doing this to, the only,
Because you're the
Parcel.
only one of these that exists because of Kev Freeman. What are you talking about?
Okay, as I asked you prior, let's not engage with. Is it the consensus of this commission to reject the suggestions by Commissioner Reed? Or do we need a roll call on it?
For me, I'm comfortable with the language as it is here. Where
I
we're
am as
just-
well.
Where we're at 6,000.
I think it should just
If we want to revisit that in
stay.
the future, I'm open to it, but as of right now, I'd like to just move forward with what's
That's
here.
fine, I was just bringing it to the board's
Okay,
attention. that's
thank
all.
you. Moving on.
Thank you.
We're just moving on, this change isn't being voted.
What year?
Jody?
Table 6 is your commercial impervious surface. There was no requested at this time, no request to make any changes other than staff cleaned up the language from lot to parcel, as you can see. So in section 2.04.02 is your supplemental area requirements. As you can see, there's a lot of red. We did clean up the language to say parcels as opposed to lots or lots of record. Again, we did put the language in there regarding the no parcel or record shall contain less than 4,356 square feet that existed on or before September 4, 2024, and newly created parcel record shall contain not less than 6,000 square feet after September 4, 2024. Again, some cleanup language with parcels versus lots.
Is this going to impact, Commissioner Clark, is this going to impact lots in East Stewart?
No, because the commission voted to
Keep them the same.
keep all of them.
Okay.
However, there are lots
About
in East
lot
Stewart.
splits?
Yeah, there are lots in East Stewart that are currently being held as, where it's two 50-foot lots being held as one parcel 100 feet wide. That will not be allowed to have a lot split in the future because they won't be 6,000 square feet.
So those families have held those properties
So
for
that,
years. are
that parcel will
disadvantaged.
still be a buildable parcel, but it won't be able to be split in half.
So only wealthy owners will, buyers will be able to deal with that.
That will be the start of gentrification.
Yes, it will. It's exactly what it
The
is.
start of gentrification was that East Stewart master plan that Marcella was a part of, where everything's business mixed use over there. That's the
Okay,
start of gentrification.
moving on.
If you want to go.
Moving on, moving on.
Absolutely.
Marcella,
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor, stop. Stop,
You were the lead person on it.
stop.
Show me the lie.
I don't
It's just
have to
inappropriate.
stop.
Not
the
the
truth.
place, not the form. Let's stop.
Let's be honest about who's gentrifying the neighborhood. Don't say it's us. It was in 2004.
Vice Mayor, do you want to get through this, or do you want us just adjourn every 20 minutes?
You're gonna say something like that.
Where are we, Jody?
We're at section 20500 cottage lots. We're just changed that to parcels. We do need to clean up the language. Again, we did put in here the same language that we've been putting consistently. We did change the language from parcel record as of December 10th, 2007 is now considered any parcel record as of September 4th, 2024. That language has been modified throughout this section.
The logic behind that is that the minimum lot size had changed to 4,365, so all lots that were 5,000, whether they were a cottage lot before December of 2007, would have fallen under the 4,300, and so they all vested, so we move them back to September to make it
Yep.
clean.
Okay, thank you for that.
This rendering here, we just need to update where it says lots. We need to change that to parcel. I just had to re-image this. It was in the code as an image.
What page are you on, Jody?
Your pages are going to be different to me, so I'm going to get to the next section. I'm around section 20603, assistant living facilities. This is about where I'm at.
Hold on,
It is
So you-
page 323.
so you've passed the types, frontage type. Parking code relief,
Do you want to, Commissioner Clark, do you want to consider prior pages?
is that page 3? No, hold on, she has.
There's no changes there.
205.06 is the development standards, yeah.
We're currently on page 42 of 80, correct, Jody?
Well, that's her
Yes.
agenda item, but not yours. You're at 339
Well,
and
I have her
725.
page numbers and our page
Yeah.
numbers.
Our page numbers are different
He's also
because-
referring to the section number, so you can look
Yes.
regardless of what
Yes.
page it is.
2.06.03.
Okay, so there's
Elf.
essentially no changes up to you get to, and I apologize, I'm scrolling too fast or making
No,
you
you're doing
dizzy.
good. Just keep moving.
So in your section 2.06.09, your home occupations, we did change parens number 7, where it said no home occupation shall be conducted in any accessory dwelling, building unless approved by a conditional use. So we added the language.
I'm sorry, Jody, could you just go back to 2.06.04? Why is that yellowed?
So if you
The
see some of the
head
yellow, I do
and A.
apologize. That was just some of those things that we were still working through. So in my document, there's no more yellow. We've already researched that area. We just highlighted all the sections. It's not applicable in your section.
So it will stay the same.
It will stay the same.
Number A, okay.
So again, this is a
For our second
working.
reading, I would just ask that you remove that highlighting if it's,
Yes, so this, again, when you get this in second reading, it will be in an ordinance format. This is just your working copies because, again, staff had very little time to kind of put this together, so this would be my working draft. And typically, I would write the language
okay,
from there.
thank you. Now we're on 2.06.09, home occupations.
Yes, and it's parens. It's A parens 7, and it said, "No home occupation shall be conducted in an accessory building unless approved by a conditional use."
Hasn't the state preempted us on this?
No.
No?
This was also, because it's, home occupation is, but this is a secondary use. So this was we had a planner that came in and said she wanted to have her office be a separate, like in her thing, and the compromise the commission had was to have it be approved by a conditional use permit, and that's where it got.
So these will be on a case-by-case basis. It's not a permitted use by rights.
There's no state law on our,
About,
that constrains our ability to limit?
you can have a home business, and we can't prevent you from having the home business under the state law in your primary structure, but you can't build a primary house and then build a second business and have a second use or business and have a house here and a business here, because now you have two uses on the property. If you want your living room to be your home business, have at it.
So you
If you
can't-
want to build the out parcel,
You can't conduct your business out of your ADU?
that's what the code says.
Really?
Before, it said, "No home occupation shall be conducted in any accessory building, period."
That's legal?
What we're adding to it is to allow it to be used as by conditional use. So the code prior to this change was no opportunity ever, you can't even come in for it. Now we're saying you can, and it can be approved by conditional permit.
Seems a little heavy-handed, but more government.
I mean, it's your guys' choice if you want to do whatever you want.
So I just skipped through some of
So-
the,
I'm just trying to understand, I'm sorry, but, so, my adult son lives in the ADU, and he has a business, that's not allowed.
If you
And I
guys,
have, and my wife has a business in the primary residence.
so you would come before the board to get
Okay.
approval.
In the accessory building.
For the accessory, right, your wife's is
Okay.
allowed. But that was what the code said already, that's not a change we're making.
Someone,
So-
I'm just sorry, I thought this was a very good point. What if somebody rents their house and they rent both the primary residence and the ADU? And the person in the ADU is a family member, so they're not the owner, but it is a family that's in the primary residence.
The
and
the intention is to not have two separate tenants. So
So that would be allowed.
you think of renting if someone rented a primary house with a guest house on it to one family, and one family lived in it, it would still be one family living in it, and it wouldn't be contrary to the
So
intent.
even though they're not the
The-
registered
Well, then
owner.
that's right, and maybe our language needs clarification on it, but the intention was to not have one person
I
renting the
understand
front
what-
house and one person renting the back house. If one person's renting both, then it wouldn't be two different rentals, it's one rental.
Okay, as long as the language is clear. Because I do know people in town who have rented for years and years and years, and,
It's gonna be almost impossible to enforce.
okay, sorry. Go on, Jody. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark.
So Jody, section 2.0615, have we reached there yet? I want to find out why we took out the roof pitch.
roof and architectural, so there's a state statute that was passed around 2020 stating that that municipalities or government cannot do architectural standards for a single-family or duplex unless it's in a PUD or a CRA or a overlay district. So
Agreed.
this would be just some cleanup language.
Okay, and the same thing goes for number 8, main entries, that's an architectural thing, and ornamental structural details.
Yes.
That's on page 346 of 725.
Yes,
Arbors, all that is taken out,
And number 9.
yes.
okay?
We can no longer regulate that.
Because the state statute
Ah,
preempted us.
So that's cleanup language that staff is requesting.
Why did the state, excuse me, why did the state go for that?
Because big
Affordable
developers
housing.
were building cookie cutter houses and municipalities were wanting architectural stuff, and the state said no to the municipalities, you can't do that.
I'm up to section 202.06.22.
Oh, 1.7 was that marine related, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's just that was just some cleanup language. So RV chargers,
Yes.
as you know, we cannot no longer mandate them, so we struck out the language.
Oh, that's why we're taking that out. I was wondering if it was because we're
I'm sorry, what page are we
anti-RV.
on, Commissioner?
Page 350 of 725. Removing the RV charging stations because
The
the
state
state statutes
Said we had to,
preempted us.
right.
Correct,
Said we're no longer allowed to regulate that.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Require or mandate it. Right.
So that's why we're taking it out.
And then for the drug and alcohol rehab treatment facilities,
We are not touching that language as of right now.
The commission
So
directed us to bring that back separately.
Is Raj Patel going to be required to build them at the Hilton?
That was in a PUD, and I don't know if he
you
did or
can
not.
come back and ask for change, yeah.
Yeah.
Non-secure residential, the facility with 1,500 square feet. So these requirements are what, these are standard requirements, which is why we suggested them.
I'm sorry, what
Section 2.0623.
23, okay, let me just go back up there.
Oh, the main thing was about with it not being in 1/2 mile of another such facility.
We're not
Right.
doing the,
We struck that language and removed it altogether, so that's
Oh, so
not-
that's struck, okay,
Yeah,
see,
that's
it's not
no
struck
longer
on
in
mine.
your, in the new updated document. So we will,
so 2.06.23, the commission told us to bring back standalone unrelated to the zip, so it's not being changed.
correct.
So.
This red
none of
language.
I know, but
this-
it's
None
not,
of this
but
is
it's,
in?
right, in the revised version, it's black now.
Right.
So it doesn't have.
Because the resolution originally had it in it, but then after you voted on it at the resolution stage, you told us to take it out, but the resolution didn't get modified, so so the development department had the direction to leave it in, but the actual meeting minutes show that the commission voted and told us not to address it.
So this is gonna be gone.
It's gone already. So if you see on the screen, it was already gone. It's removed out of your, it's removed out of your working document.
Mayor,
Commissioner Giobi?
yes, can I ask the city manager a question?
You
So let me
certainly
just
may.
clarify, so we don't have that they cannot be located within 1/2 mile?
Correct, all that's not, what happened was, we brought it back in the resolution form to address it, where you guys adopted the resolution of stuff. And on that day, you guys said, we're not ready to adopt all this stuff within the county yet. We want you guys to postpone it and bring it back separately and on its own.
Okay,
And then
thank you.
it didn't get, unfortunately, the resolution itself didn't get updated, so when it got sent over to development to write this code, they thought it was still in and included it, but the resolution, you guys told us to take it out. Now, if you want to go down the path,
No, we're going to address it separately.
right, exactly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, can I have my
Commissioner
light
Clark?
on? Thank you. Ms. Kugler, on page 356 of 725, the mixed use being added into the mixed use PUD, as well as the parking standards and parking requirements, and everything else on the other two tables, table 207.008 and table 207.00B and 207.00A. All of those are in yellow. What does that mean?
So, and if you look up on the screen, you can see that
Oh, you're
going back, we listened and had to, like the manager stated, that the resolution and some of the verbiage for the resolution versus the actual minutes were a little inconsistent, so we actually had to go back and strike the parking requirements. It was requested during the mixed use portion of it. So there's no shared parking, there's no conversion for shared parking, so that's all been taken out.
So everything in yellow is in fact redlined?
So we are still evaluating this section, and this is probably a question that that staff has to the board, is being that this is part of your D, I do believe, is something that you wanted deleted with the same thing with the shared parking. But I still think you want to maintain the upgraded sidewalks, that you, if you're in a mixed-use PUD, you still want them to create a private amenity. So I think this still is something that we want to maintain, but take out the verbiage for D.
Question.
Commissioner Clark?
So I have my light on. So the ITE standards, we're not following the ITE standards?
So staff did suggest that, but when the final resolution came out, the board did not support the ITE.
So what standard are we gonna use? Just these things in table 207000A? What is that? Weekday, weekend?
You're gonna have to park it accordingly. So you'll have to go back to your parking table. You'll have to park your commercial based off the parking requirements for commercial and residential.
So that will give us bigger parking lots, more hot areas, less trees.
Smaller building.
And no ability to share parking.
That is what the board directed the staff.
Shared use parking is mentioned numerous
That's what I need
parts
to,
of the comprehensive plan,
yeah.
and we'll have an impossible time providing justification or data
It'll be possible.
to justify those comprehensive plan changes. Because that data just doesn't exist.
So why do we keep you're not keeping the tables, you have them, the red.
Yes, they are redlined.
So what is the actual standard?
What is the parking standard?
Uh-huh.
According to the parking calculations in section 6 or chapter 6, you'll have to take each use and park them accordingly.
So did the LPA actually consider the parking standards that you are going to, that will be written?
So that is something that the LPA did want us to do more evaluation on the parking standards.
So they did not consider that, okay?
They considered it, but they didn't agree with making the changes.
And can I just,
Commissioner
sorry,
Clark?
my thing went
Commissioner
out.
Clark?
So we had taken out commercial from the zip. And I think commercial is one of the places where you have a lot of parking. And then, of course, there's multifamily. But I hear that we don't have any multifamily except for the multifamily that's, or the R3 that's available in East Stewart. I hear that we don't have a lot of multifamily vacant. So I'm not sure why what we're doing with the parking standards here. But I know what, I think what it is that if people decide to go 3 stories or even 4 stories, then it's like, well, if they're gonna do that much, then they're gonna have to quote-unquote park it, based on those standards. But, what is your actual recommendation, Ms. Kugler?
You're looking at it.
Well, staff did make a recommendation. We requested that we use the ITE standards that's evaluated every 2 years.
And
It
did
is
Kimley
published.
Horn say anything on that?
The commission voted to
Ignore that.
direct us to do it this way.
And can,
Mr. Vice Mayor?
yes, I think a point to consider with regard to parking requirements, in light of SB 102, would be if, the developer was trying to convert a project to apartments, they would have to meet these parking requirements.
They're gonna come in for apartments without
Under
bringing
Senate
a
Bill
plan.
102, they have to, they
bringing
give
a
the
plan.
density and the height, but they have to meet parking.
Okay, I just want to make sure that when we take out these spots, if we are taking them out, that there's some congruency in this whole thing. And I know you're saying it goes back to part 6 or something.
Back to chapter 6 to your parking standards.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Residential unit bonus.
That is removed as well. That was one of the things no residential bonus unit.
Removed.
I mean, I don't agree with it. I think that it's something that can be worked on during PUD time and so on, because that's why we have the guidelines like that, but we'll see. Residential unit variety density. Okay, so if we're changing we did it once and we crossed it out, then I see it in black in that table that doesn't have a name or number, but it's under section H, mixed-use density calculation. It says residential unit variety density bonus. What's the difference between that and the part in red that's under total development floor space?
I agree. I think you should clean that up too.
Clean this up, okay.
TRF/TDF, because that's using that 3.
Under H.
Under H.
Yes.
And do you have a little legend for the TRF and the TDF?
Really, Jody, that whole chart, right? Correct? Would be.
Vice Mayor, could you ask to be recognized? We're doing so well
Sorry,
here.
sorry, thank you. I just think it needs to be explained, I mean, the short form, maybe you did put the short form somewhere else, Ms. Kugler, but I don't see it. All of a sudden, it just shows up in the chart as TRF and TDF, although it's total development floor area. It probably needs to say it after where it says it there, total residential floor space. It needs to say it over there instead of after the number. 75,000 square feet, 120,000 square feet. And mixed use. What's the purpose of adding in this mixed use PUD?
This is the language that was requested that I'll have Mike explain that a little bit better.
Who suggested that?
Well,
This is actually, it should be
It falls under the floor area ratio, but so if you had, when you guys gave us the instruction, it wasn't thinking of it all in the same building,
You did put it up.
but it's still the same. So when you said for every 800 square feet of commercial that was developed, the developer was deducted 1 unit of density. So if someone built a 10,000 square or a 15,000 square foot office building, you would divide 15,000 square feet, and I'm pulling up my calculator. So you'd take 15,000 and you'd say 15, 1, 2, 3, divided by 800 equals, that would be 18.75, or rounding up to 19 units would be taken away. So if the 15,000 square foot office building was on 2 acres and they were entitled to 30 units of residential units, and instead they built 15,000 of commercial space, it would reduce the 30 units down by 19, and it would only leave 11 residential units available, rather than letting the developer build the maximum building envelope of commercial and then still having the maximum density regardless of what commercial was built. The commission's direction was to reduce the density by 1 unit for every 800 square feet of commercial that was constructed.
Solid.
I mean, that's the explanation for it.
Okay, and I see that she had the definition somewhere else on another page, but
Oh, well, it was 1,000 originally
table
proposed, but it
2.0
needs to be
says shall be
under
used for the
800.
purpose residential parking space.
Okay, let's not read out loud,
Sorry.
Commissioner Clark.
Sorry.
We have any, we're at the end of section 2, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
What's it?
and that's chapter 2.
Do any commissioners have any other comments or questions regarding section 2?
I'm proud of you guys.
I should be writing to be able to
Chapter
catch
2,
it.
I'm sorry. Jody, do you have any other comments?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Clark?
Just to be sure, since we did something with the drug treatment facilities earlier, and I forgot where it is. At the very end of that whole thing where it says, page 61 of 375, non-secure residential drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers.
We discussed that, we're bringing that back separately, it's not being addressed on this.
Okay, so, okay, I just want to be sure, because this just shows up at the end of the chapter underneath, I'm not sure where it fits
It
in.
was because we had to get the agenda out about 2 days after the meeting.
Okay, that's fine. I know that the LPA didn't see all of this, and I'm even saying things that your version is a little bit different up there, but I just want to bring it up because it has to be on the record. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna,
we're on
if there's no
chapter 3.
objection from the commission, if any members of the public wish to comment on our conclusion of chapter 2, or I'll let you comment as we move into chapter 3. Madam Clerk, do we have any green cards?
Sorry, yeah.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
good evening.
I am here. I was,
Could you introduce yourself,
yes,
please?
Duet Price, 257 and 245 St. Lucie Boulevard. The duplex properties that I think are the only ones that are somewhat vacant right now, where, you know, I've been silenced, but I'm coming here tonight to make sure that everybody understands. So I see where now we're going to duplex properties going from 50 to 60 and 75, and then making setbacks at 7.5. So are they gonna make like R1s and Rs and all that comparable in their setback requirements? So if you do a calculation, which we talk about the data.
The commission voted not to make those changes and to leave it.
Right.
Okay, it was just a
Right.
discussion.
Today?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Well, we
fine.
woke you
Well,
up,
that's good.
though.
Sorry.
Yes, yes, you did. Well, at the same time, I will tell you that just as I was getting ready to go into the data, there's no data. I hear staff, they're struggling to go through this, and there's a process. I've heard the mayor go through certain things. I think I've already spoke to Mike and the city attorney as we go through this, is that this process is not being followed in a proper way. So, Bert Harris, I'm gonna say it over and over, Bert Harris, the complaint, everyone thinks it's a simple process. I hope you do send everything that you're saying to the state, because that will wake them up. And maybe somebody else will take the torch and really take a look at what we're doing here. So I just want to put that on the record, that a lot of what I see happening here is a disservice to the community. Don't let me get into East Stuart, because you know what? Everyone already knows my point and where we are with East Stuart, okay? Because at the same time, everyone says they're protecting, but no one has a plan, and no one is looking to try to get them a plan. That is disingenuous. Everyone can say we're trying to save them because the developer is gonna come and build a Starbucks in the bottom and a high rise. Guys, I'm in the development game. You look at City Place and Clematis, you go one block off of Bright Line, you go to Boca, none of that has changed, okay? And for a developer to come in here and do what everyone is claiming is gonna happen, it financially isn't feasible. So, but that's just me, because I just do that for a living. So I just wanna make sure that everybody understands that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Cambler.
Thank you. Marcella Camblor, for the record. My council sent 3 letters, which we requested they be part of the record. I don't know if they are part of the record or not. One of the letters is appropriate to the impact that the changes to parking are having on an approved urban PUD that I have. In fact, the changes to the requirements of parking for single-family apartments, for example, studios that are now going to have proposed 2 parking spaces per studio, the same as a big house in Palm City, or 2-bedroom apartments now having 2.5 parking spaces per unit. Again, more than any house requirement in the entire county, as if that's really going to stop the traffic or affect any of the policies that are bringing the traffic through us. That included with the removal of the shared parking policy That is inconsistent with 3 policies of your comprehensive plan, and it affects my development potential directly. I did the calculations. I don't know if any calculations have been done. I know that for many of you, it doesn't matter, but for a project that I am trying to do with 16 residential units, where that project would have required 45 spaces when I add some commercial, and I won't have the benefit of getting a parking exception like the people in commercial apparently have. This change would take it to 85 spaces. That couple, so from 45 to 85 with 16 residential units, if I keep a 1-to-1, you know, each unit has to be mixed use, so if I keep each little bedroom apartment with an office downstairs, I'm going to 85 parking spaces. Whether it fits or not, that's my problem. What that's doing to our environment, coupled with the new laws from the Department of Environmental Protection that are coming in, and it will affect the city and will affect developers with stormwater runoff. These things need to be addressed. And like I said, the letter from my council has been submitted for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Aye.
Okay, Jody. Chapter 3, please.
I have it out. Is it
I'm
up?
just gonna scroll down till
My light is on.
this is just some cleanup parcels. A lot of the first section is just gonna be, so in section 3.01.03, Urban Center talks about shared parking. That has been striked through. And then you'll see a lot of the lot versus parcel cleanup in the first part of the urban area.
Could you give me
384.
a head?
So I think a lot of the substance for chapter 3 is going to be in East Stuart, where you directed staff to, so this is your new parking table for urban areas. For duplexes, you requested staff to change it from 1 to 0.5. So in duplex residents, you will have to have 2 per unit. And then single family also, multifamily 2 per unit.
So you're in 3.0200 East Stewart Neighborhood Code now?
I'm in the urban code district uses. It's by the parking table. If you look at the screen, Commissioner Clark, you can see some of my changes that will help.
Oh, I had the 2-unit thing. I thought we had passed that already.
Yeah.
Because, okay, that's when Ms. Kembler came up.
Could you ask to be recognized,
Sorry,
Commissioner
may I
Clark?
be recognized? I'm sorry. So just right above that, right above that, you had some language about the exemption, the parking exemption is before that, and then there were, I wish I could find it.
So the staff was not directed to touch anything in the Old Town District or the parking exempt area in the CRA. So we did not make any changes there.
Okay, but the one I was thinking about was V and Y, 6, 5, and 6.
Could you give us a clue what page you're on?
Page 378 of 725.
Are we in the urban area?
It says the width, it's right above that land use type where you had the 2 per unit. It's Roman numeral 5 and Roman numeral 6,
apologize.
but they're small print.
Let me just,
Is it the word exemption?
No, the width of the parking spaces may be reduced to 8 1/2 feet for up to 10% of the required parking, right there.
we didn't make any changes.
Okay, so I was thinking of a development like Marcella's and how you comply with the parking, if that kind of gives her somewhat, a less, if she's in this category, I don't know, this is urban something, so maybe she's not in that
Central
category.
Parkway development isn't in this.
It's not in that category, that's what I thought, okay. Okay,
So the only changes we made here was we increased the 0.5 parking space requirement.
1.5 to 2. Okay.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'd passed through that long time. Okay.
So I'm just gonna, there was no changes in the parking exempt area within the CRA. A lot of this is cleanup from lot to parcel. And I think you'll see more of the changes go to the East Stewart over form-based code.
3.022, and then
Let me just get down to that.
Are you down to
So-
409 yet, Jody?
So I'm at section 3.01.06, where it talks about urban code conditional use requirements.
3.02 I have.
I had a question about that.
Mr.
Yes,
Vice
sir.
Mayor?
So scroll down a little bit to number 3.
Public art, no?
Number 3, okay.
Yes, so where it says mixed residential unit types, the proposed development includes a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom rental apartments, 1,000 square feet or less of gross floor area. Why would rental be, like, why would the rental versus fee, why is that relevant? If it's for rent or you could own a unit?
I mean, it's not being changed, so.
No, I know, but that caught my eye. Why is that?
What page are you on, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, 394. I just thought that was interesting. Like,
I think
what's
this
the
is,
rationale for that?
so,
Well, I think that it probably was
Urban.
a mistake. I mean,
Okay.
it probably was simply,
affordable
at the
housing.
time, they were thinking of, because people were saying, you have to remember, you have to put in context with the workshops that staff was being presented with. The public was coming in and saying, we need more housing, we need workforce housing. And the Department of Economic Opportunity had come in and recommended to the city commission to build apartments. And they were, like the room would be filled with people saying, we need more apartments in Stuart. In all of 2017 and all of 18, we had like 5 workshops, and they all came out. So I think staff did it.
Part of it,
But I think they just said rental because at the time, that's what was being discussed or created by the board. Azul wasn't going to be condos.
Right.
It was rental that they were discussing. But I agree with you that it probably should,
Just to
the
say
word
units,
rental shouldn't
maybe?
be there.
Just
It should just say,
1 and
the
2
proposed
bedroom
development
units.
includes a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units.
Right. It just
Right.
seems strange that it would
Right.
drive one type of product.
Right, and I think that was just a typo or a Freudian slip, as they might say.
Does the rest of the board see where I'm coming from?
Is that number 3 you're speaking of, Commissioner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
So you're asking to strike rental apartments 1,000 square feet or less? of
No,
gross-
just the units. The size is fine, but
Oh.
just-
Rental.
See, my language
Not
is
the
not
product
even the
type.
same. Okay, number 3.
Just
but
this
just
right here?
Rental apartments should be
Yeah.
units,
1,000 square feet.
And apartments, yeah. Just saying
Proposed
units.
Place with units.
doesn't make 2
There are
bedroom.
2-bedroom apartments of
Apartments.
less than 1,000
A
square.
Right, but
1,000 square
there's
feet
also
or
2-bedroom
less.
condos that are less than 1,000.
Instead of driving one type of
So
product.
he's saying it's not just rental, it's also
Oh,
a condo.
Just anything.
Otherwise, we're just saying that the urban
Thing is for rental.
code is just for rentals.
Yeah, I hear you, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Remove
Okay.
rental, thank you.
It's
That
been
was all.
updated.
That was all there that I saw. That was,
Can
Okay.
be rental or anything
yeah, any
else.
kind of unit.
Sorry.
Would you like to be recognized, Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I still have my light on.
You
Section,
can't just leave your light on the
I
whole
did,
time.
Section 3.0201. So is that start in the East Stewart Neighborhood Code?
Yes, it does.
I have no problems with those pages with the blue thing and so on. So that variance that's on page 403 of 725, variance section 8.0501, what does that mean?
What page, Viola?
Page
So it's-
403.
It's going to be figure ESN-3, required board presentations. So if you recall, your Board of Adjustments are no longer in all
any variances are going to be heard by your local planning agency.
That's right.
So we struck out Board of Adjustment, and also it's kind of redundant to go to the Community Redevelopment Board
Okay.
agency. So it's just going to the local planning agency.
Okay, so that's a reference to the thing that struck out the Board of Adjustment, and we have that out. So now it'll be a pre-application conference. What about the CRB? That, you have that checked?
No, that has actually been strike through.
Okay, see, that's why
Yes, so
okay.
the only-
See, that's struck through.
The only board or final decision for any type of variance would be the local planning agency for the variances.
Well, that's not correct at all, that table.
So the local plan agency only has one thing checked on it, there in the red, which is not struck out. That's underlined, or is that struck out?
Variance is underlined.
It's underlined. If you look at
Yeah.
the document on the screen, which is the most recent document, that is underlined.
So that means it stays?
It stays.
Well, that's not what we have here.
Yeah, we don't have it here.
So,
Yeah, we don't have it here.
yes.
Okay, that's
So-
why I'm going carefully like this so that I know that what I'm reading. So, so these black, check marks are good. There's no Board of Adjustment, no CRA, local plan agency, and everything goes in front of the city commission.
Yes, the only thing that we did administratively is if you do a zoning change, and we did this with a Project Lift, you had to go do the pre-app, then you had to go to the Community Redevelopment Agency, then you had to go to the local planning agency, and then you had to have two city commission readings. So it was very redundant language. So we struck out the local planning agency for any zoning changes, any future land use changes, because your community redevelopment agency acts as your local planning agency in a CRA.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. And I'm trying not to digress, but I know that we're at this East Stewart juncture, and I know that there has been something from Mr. James Christie Jr., who talks about some kind of an oversight board and having elected people to make decisions, similar to like a homeowners association or CDC or something for the community in that vein. But since we're here, it's going to be through the city commission. I just want to say that that was something there. Maybe, of course, we're going to be talking to the community and the neighborhood about some of those ideas. But I'm wondering if that was some of this stuff, because I remember we asked, and we do ask people when they come in here, have you gone to the neighborhood? Have you talked to the residents? Can you set up a time to talk to the residents? But we don't have an official thing that says everybody needs to get out there and meet with the neighborhood. We only require them to send the letters within 300 feet to those in the 300 feet radius. And once they send those letters, then they're okay. But sometimes we do ask people to go out and talk to the neighborhood. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think that we need another, at least without any study. I'm just thinking we don't need another oversight board, but I just want to be sure that this is the procedure that we're using, and people would just come straight to the commission. And if the commission has any conditions and requirements, that's when the commission tells that person who's developing in any one of these, any major plat application, major development project, or conditional use, or zoning change, or future land use change. Is that correct, Ms. Kugler?
I think your
We're
question-
looking at ESN 03, required board presentations.
Right. So these are just the boards that are, that's already established. There is some language in the Creek District that does require you to have a neighborhood meeting.
Okay, in the Creek District.
Right, so, but it's not in the
East Stewart.
East Stewart. And as staff or development department, we always encourage our applicants, even though it's not required, to go talk to the neighborhood. Have you?
If you want us to add that, we
Yes.
can.
Well, I think they did ask, they want something like that. I'm not sure what they said that, people said that they wanted to know what was coming into East Stewart, because they were upset about the gutter project and, well, I shouldn't call other people's names. But whatever projects they were concerned, they were even concerned, you know, is there another mortuary gonna come in, or is something else coming in? So I think they wanna know, but it's not that it's gonna be, a second level of somebody making a decision. It's more of an informative thing to let people know if something major. But Mr. Mortel, with history, even though we have never done this, would it be something to put a requirement that if it's a PUD or if it's something that's over a certain square footage, so that we don't have everything bogged down? Is there some guideline that we could use to say when something goes to the neighborhood?
I mean,
What do you guys
could do the
think?
same criteria as the Creek District.
Okay, what is the Creek District criteria?
Anything?
Anything?
It requires a community meeting.
Okay, so if a
Anything that's-
business is
Anything that's a
coming in,
deviation of code
Right.
requires a public meeting.
okay. But then, that's the point, is that with East Stewart not having, there's a lot of things that they used to be able to do by right, but it's not happening, so it's like everything is gonna be a deviation of code.
Then it will all have to go before the community.
And I think that we need to go back on some of those uses, but we haven't gotten to it yet and see which
What
one.
form of community board would that be?
It's not a community
No,
board. You have to have a
it's a
community
public
meeting
meeting.
at 10th Street and let people just come. Right,
Publicly
Yeah.
noticed.
right.
The community board was just his suggestion, but that's like legally with sunshine and everything, it's not gonna even work, but,
It's just they have to reach out to the public and provide a public input meeting.
okay, well, when we get to the land uses in East Stewart, I'll definitely have some comments as to some areas that I think need to be outright instead of having to come to the commission. This Mother May I thing and beg you, Master Joe, to do something is not my thing.
It's one of the most racist documents I've ever seen. ESN Todd 08.
So I'm at section 3.02.03, and it's permitted uses. And this is the language that we pulled from chapter 2. We added allowed through city commission public hearing process are marked with A by resolution. So it was staff's understanding that the only thing that's permitted by rights within the BMU or the GRO district is single family. The rest would require a public hearing to the city commission, and it has to be approved. The use would have to be approved by a resolution. And that's consistent throughout, unless it said conditional use, then you would follow the conditional use process.
Commissioner Clark?
So that home occupation that says a full black, has it changed now? Because I have it just all black on.
So, home occupation,
Where are you?
I'm on table ESN 08, permitted uses in the East Stewart neighborhood, page 409.
It needs to have a C there, right?
And under the BMU,
Home
the
occupation.
GRO, and the SFD.
You need to change the duplex one as well to add, I guess if we call it allowed or whatever.
Is there?
No, what's under SFD?
It would be conditional use for duplex under SFD.
Doesn't duplex require a hearing?
That's
so,
Moreover, that's BMU,
right, and then
that's
GRO.
GRO, then under SFD, it's still duplex.
So shouldn't it be allowed?
It's gotta be, it's not just by straight zoning, it has to be authorized by resolution of the commission.
Why is that now? I thought it was already
I thought it
allowed
was-
in there, and it's
Because
only in
you
the
guys-
BMU and the
Because you
GRO.
just voted about an hour ago to tell us to make duplexes require a resolution for approval.
I'm going to let the,
I thought
I'm
we
going to
said
let
that-
the vice mayor
I
comment.
thought that we said that East Stewart was not gonna be touched when it came to that.
Commissioner Clark, could we allow the vice mayor?
Oh,
to comment?
sorry, I thought you
So-
talked to me.
Jody, can you pull up the,
I think we should first address this issue on the duplex, because Commissioner Clark, her recollection is that East Stewart was not being addressed under that, so we need to address what's the intent of the board?
that's why I want to talk about this regulating plan as
Okay.
the context for that. So can you go back to the larger map? Okay, so I had Mike, my intention is what I said earlier, to restore this back to what it was before that 2004 master plan update, to what looks more like the zoning pre-1998 or 2004, exactly when that was. So I had Mike shoot that over, and I believe all of you got that.
Mm-hmm.
And so where we see a lot of that green GRO, historically, and I'm going to do two layers of this. One is the historic zoning. Two is what is actually over there. And I think in the context of both of those, this makes sense. But historically with zoning, you have R3 all the way until you get to East Street, right?
East Avenue.
East. And then east, where it's all BMU there, east going north and then cutting to the left is B1. Everything other than that is R3. So what we have in this 2004 update is wildly different than the historic zoning, because it takes one, existing single-family homes, and I'll go into that in a minute, single-family homes in R3 and converts them into GRO. And then where you had something more like GRO, I guess you could make a case for it being BMU, you know, it was B1 with houses intermixed on east. And so this is the further context, is when I went parcel by parcel looking through here. If I were to zoom in on Tarpon, right, between Lake and Church Street, that GRO that's there, those green parcels, those are all single-family homes. Can you zoom in?
You highlight that, Jody?
So from Lake Street to Church on Tarpon, all of that GRO that's there, yeah,
Right there.
exactly. All of that is single-family home. If I'm on Bahama, so just go a little bit up, Jody. I'm sorry, I almost need to walk over there and point it. But if I'm on Bahama, all that GRO that's above Spectrum, next to Gertrude Walden, that pond, that's all single-family home. It's been made GRO.
It's
Up.
right between the purple and the green at the very top, right? The little, see
That's
right there to the
okay.
left of it, to the
Right.
left?
Oh,
Right.
okay, right
Okay,
there.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
That's all single-family home, right?
No.
So, yes, currently as it sits.
What's the name of the street? Is it Bayou?
Bahama,
Bahama.
all single-family home. That is the low-hanging fruit to start with, is both in the historic zoning
And the baby.
and currently as the parcel sits are single-family homes, not residential office. And if we go to GRO, right, where's the sheet for GRO? What's allowable in GRO, right? Duplexes, multifamily dwelling units, mixed use, family daycare,
That's fine.
home occupation, whatever, room and boarding houses, bed and breakfast inns, adult daycare, child care centers, which you got 2 over there, but not there.
I need more.
Community centers, government buildings, libraries, ALFs, religious institutions, which there's religious institutions in the neighborhood, but a lot of those uses don't look anything like the single-family homes that are there. So what I had talked to Mike about, it was a little clumsy what actually ended up on here. What I was describing was expanding the single-family home SFD into some of these other areas. And
It used to be R3. There's so much
Yeah,
R3 here.
multifamily.
Multifamily,
but
right?
they're all single-family homes.
But
Doesn't matter.
traditionally, it's R3, so
But what is there is not R3.
I thought you wanted to go back to what was there.
I know, I'm saying the context of both. So you had residential, and then what's actually there is a single-family home.
Yeah.
So instead of it being GRO, which allows all those other uses, it should be truly converted back to SFD.
I say truly converted back to multifamily.
SFD is our closest equivalent to that.
R3 is multifamily.
Multifamily.
That's, what we have for that is SFD, not GRO.
Okay, let me talk.
The closest thing we have to that is the SFD. Now, if I move off of those two that are low-hanging fruit, besides a lot of the housing authority, that's in there, once you get over to east, right? If I go down east, most of it, if I'm going
East Avenue.
north-south on east, right? Most of that northern part of east is either vacant or single-family home, or there's some duplex up closer to MLK. But besides Styles and the daycare, right, and right up on MLK, what I'm describing here, I'm not talking about touching anything up on MLK or 10th. In the same way that on 10th Street you have GRO on 10th, I think that's appropriate. Same thing too would be with MLK. You can have BMU or GRO right on MLK, but anything interior of that, these are all single-family homes. So if you allow those to be GRO and BMU use, you're going to lose potentially those. You're setting this up to not be single-family homes. That's the whole point of doing this. If I wanted it to be single-family home, I would have it be zoned as single-family home. If I want it to be GRO and BMU, that's what I would zone it as, and that's what has happened here.
Can we allow Commissioner Reed to make a comment, Mr. Vice Mayor? Or are you
Sure.
done?
No, I'm not done, though. But
Okay,
if you-
no, then continue, I'm sorry.
So on east there, that, I think it's, if you were going to make sort of a concession to move in this direction of having BMU, I think east is appropriate in the context of it historically being B1, along with going along that MLK corridor, like from east to center and MLK. That was historically B1. But south of that, that's like right up there, is all single-family home, and historically was R3.
Okay, I'm confused. You keep saying historically, because
It-
supposedly this is a historical map, and that B1 went all the way down to whatever that is. All the way down. That says B1 there.
B1 is this, it's an L
Right,
shape.
yeah.
So you've got east, and then you've got
You're
along
saying, but just
MLK.
along MLK, and then all the way
And
down
then all
here.
this inside here was
R3.
and is homes, yeah.
R3. This little piece, R1 right there, I see, but otherwise R3.
But even today, like all of that internally in there is homes.
Okay, so you're not saying historically, you keep saying what is there today?
Well, our
Okay.
closest equivalent to R3 is SFD that we're picking from on this.
Which
map.
includes
It's
duplexes.
SFD.
Which,
Single family and duplexes.
right.
So instead of GRO, for instance, that R3 that's tucked in that little L should be SFD.
Okay. All right.
You get what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly how this works, Mike. You had talked about, when I brought this up, having a map amendment.
So that's what the mayor was talking about earlier today with the notice. When you do a zoning map amendment, it requires a publication, and there's a whole criteria in the statute that we can do that, but it's not going to be part of this zoning in progress adoption, but we can bring it back separately as we're doing the comp plan amendments and do it at the same time.
I'm sure the community would really appreciate that.
But what I'm prescribing is effectively restoring the single-family zoning that was historically and also matches with what's currently there. Why are you shaking your head no? You disagree with that?
Let him finish.
I'll wait until after
Yeah,
Mr.
Commissioner
I
Reed
think
is
this,
actually
this
next.
might be a point where there's some
No,
discussion.
because I lost control of that situation. We're not going back to that.
Mr.
Are
Reed.
you done with your comments, Mr. Vice Mayor?
For now.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base on Mr. Christie's comments and what he had sent us, and Commissioner Clark's comments. And I noticed when you look at the East Stewart Neighborhood Code that we're looking at, it's figure ESN-02, how to use this code, Jody. And if you guys really want the public input in East Stewart, when you're looking at, you're gonna, let's see, where are you at, Jody?
That's ES.
ESN 06, so it's back some then in the East Stewart Code.
In the beginning.
Yep, keep going back.
94.
It's the blue.
beginning.
All right, scroll down now, just a little bit, and it's gonna be section C. If you scroll down a little bit, it's right below this. Keep going,
No, it's a map amendment.
keep going.
We can do it at the same time.
So where it says C right here, it says the development director may, is that something where we can change it to the development director shall request an applicant? So then they would have to have a community workshop in East Stewart for any major development projects?
That's exactly what we were just talking about.
Oh, gotcha,
Right.
okay.
Okay.
So just changing from may to shall should
Right.
get us, right, Lee?
Right.
Perfect.
Big difference.
And it's also applicable in the Creek District, but I don't think there's as much concern as far as fixing the language there. It
Actually,
might be
I
on,
think that the development director said in the Creek District it was required.
Yeah.
it says the same language, I believe.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Clark, are you done with your comments, Commissioner Reed?
Yes, and that would allow the public to weigh in then for major development then. That should take care of a good amount just by changing one word.
Commissioner Clark?
Okay, so, East Stewart. Commissioner, okay, I'm not gonna call names. There's a, suggestion that we go back to what is a historic, or go back to pre-2004, which is like 25 years or 20 years, plus, even before that would be over 30 years. We're talking about a community that's growing and changing, and the reason why the BMU and the GRO was kept in when Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council met with the community and did stuff was because from the time when, I said I wasn't gonna call name, one of our former commissioners who was on here for a very long time, and a couple of our other commissioners, they wanted to have, in fact, East Stewart used to have a Main Street district, and they wanted to have business come back again, even though, as Ms. Helen just said today, that because of desegregation after 1968 and in the 70s, and then the malls were built in the 80s and 90s, and people didn't have to go to the corner store except for Taylor's Grocery, I am calling names now, that they, and maybe the kids going to school had a little place to stop by. Now they have the Harvest Plaza or Sam's Plaza on MLK where they can stop by and get a drink and so on. But you can't look at a neighborhood, or should not look at a neighborhood and say, let's bring it back to 1999 or 19 whatever. Those people's lands have value. Those people want to do something, and they want to have the option to do something. And they're going to keep it, if they're going to keep it a certain way with, they used to have all along Martin Luther King, there were bars and houses on top. There were multi-family motels where the Cherokee was. On East Avenue, there was a pharmacy. The McCarty family had a pharmacy. They had homes upstairs, rooms upstairs. There were other people who had, and these people, every time I hear somebody from East Stewart, they say, we want it back in the old days. That doesn't mean that that's the only place that they're going to shop. But they want to be able to have the ability to have a little dress store, to have another little hair place or to do something. I know that we had the Vista Plaza that was there and that didn't work out. And I don't know what happened, what the landlord did and what kind of tenant he had, but it's been probably 30 years now since that plaza hasn't worked, or at least more than 20, since that plaza hasn't worked. But people are saying that they want the option to do that. And all this R3 is there because people can have the ability to meet the parking if they go up, and they can have parking underneath or have parking in the back, and they can still have some type of a multi-family unit that they rent out to others. People don't have to rush off to Port St. Lucie and pay $2,400 a month or whatever for one single place. They could have a place. You ask, I'm not going to call names. There's a couple people, he's a famous barber in the community. He rents, literally in today's world, he rents for peanuts, but it's because somebody needs that place and it's a good, decent place to live. And he is a very good and well-respected landlord. And people want to be able to do that so that they can have 3 or 4 or 5 units. St. Paul, I'm calling names. They have property. They have land. They want to redevelop. I'll call names. When Mr. Commissioner Christie was on the board, he wanted, and they wanted.
You don't have to qualify it every
They
time.
wanted redevelopment. This is the history. I'm giving the
I know,
history.
but-
They wanted redevelopment, but they wanted it in a sustainable, refined way that met with the nature of the people in the community and the landowners who have a history in the community. So it's not that everything should be single family because that's what they want. People have their land, they know what the zoning is, they know what the value is, and I think that we need to go with what the historic thing is, that it was a mixed use. The only problem that happened during the East Stuart Code was that the way that it was set out in the Stuart Urban Code, or East Stuart Urban Code at the time, it says that you had to marry the mixed use with the residential. And when the East Stuart Code came in, that was changed to where you could have business, office, residential, even in separate different categories, but it was all underneath that use name. But you could be residential, or it could be business, or it could be office. It didn't have to be married together. And that's why there was some hesitancy on redevelopment on East Avenue. But East Avenue is considered the main street as well as Martin Luther King Boulevard. And people want the option to develop and not just have one land use type and say stick to one land use type, and that's because that's what it was 30 years ago. No, it was not that 30 years ago. People have a single family house because that's what they can afford to live in, and because they've been hemmed in by refinancing laws and all kinds of different things with the family names. We have a program now where we're trying to get people to get property in their name instead of living on their grandmother's property and still not have it in their name. But that's why it's like that. That's why we need community studying. That's why we need good economic development. That's why we need a relationship with the BDB. That's why we need to be a city and plan and work with our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Vice Mayor?
So I think this is, I hear your point, that people want flexibility in there, but how long have we had this type of zoning in that neighborhood? Over 20 years, right?
The BMU GRO 2 years since 2024 when we did the East Stewart.
No, when we did that master plan, it changed this, what we
No, just the
approved.
name BMU.
What we approved with form-based code was just recodifying what was already there in 2004.
Mixed use.
So for 20 years, this has been the way it is, and these projects that you're describing haven't come online.
Well, that's people's fine. It's their property, but that doesn't mean you take the option from them.
So,
Let him finish, please.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
it is disingenuous to me to make this point that in the past, East Stewart was this mixed-use area that had all of this business. After desegregation, that did change, right? And since then, that hasn't returned. So what you have since that time is a single-family home neighborhood. Rezoning a single-family home neighborhood to all mixed use and GRO erases, with time, a single-family home neighborhood. Would you want your street to be mixed use and GRO? No way, because you like your single-family home. Now, I know that there's property owners that would like to be able to sell their property for more, right? I get it. But the people who live in homes in this neighborhood, I would challenge you to have an event at 10th Street. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Let the people who live on Bahama, right, and Tarpon in those houses understand that their parcel is set to be whatever's in GRO and BMU, and not just Jerry Gore and people who own property. The people who live in the houses. Okay? Because I think you might get a very different reaction. And to point back to what I said earlier about that East Stewart master plan, right, of which Marcella was one of the lead people involved in that, I'm going to bring it up again because I think it's very important to get the spirit of what this did, okay? All of this 2- and 3-story and up stuff that is not single-family home neighborhood, right? And I found the most interesting, I think this really captured the idea of this, was on page 38 of that again, Marcella was keenly involved in organizing and leading. And it says, a new name for East Stewart, Eula. A new name for East Stewart. Okay? When we're talking about erasing a neighborhood and turning it into something else, even to the point that we're going to give it a new name.
I think some people have asked for that. Sorry to bother you, sir.
East Stewart, as a neighborhood, has always been centrally located within the city. Its name has never been a reflection of its geographical location. During the charrette, several residents expressed concern regarding the neighborhood's name. Over the years, negative connotation seems to have been attached to the East Stewart designation. We're completely reformatting this neighborhood all the way to the point of giving it a new name. So to me, I said this before, this is disingenuous what we're selling, that somehow we're going to return the vigor to East Stewart, where it's going to be people from East Stewart owning these businesses and these developments. It's not. They're not going to be black-owned businesses. It's not going to go back to what it was. But what we can do with these zoning changes is gentrify this entire neighborhood and turn it into a little city place for Brightline. That is the reality of this. That is what the intent was, even to the point of erasing the name of the area. That is crazy. And to pretend that anything else is going on so that we can help certain people cash out for more when all the developers come calling when there's a station there is wrong. I wouldn't want it in my neighborhood. I wouldn't want this where I live. I would fiercely defend it. And I don't live in this neighborhood, but I'm going to fight for this like I do. Like I live in one of those houses, and it was me. Because I bet you that the vast majority of people that are living in all those single-family homes have no idea about this. They have no clue. They just know that the city screws them over time after time. That's all that they know.
Commissioner Clark?
Thank you. So a couple of things. The mix of the neighborhood in terms of density. So we have, and Mr. Mortel, if you could help me, I'd appreciate it, or maybe Ms. Kugler. We have something that was created back in 1962 called the Housing Authority, federal housing. That housing authority by acreage, as well as unit numbers, as well as people, is the predominant use of land and of the source of people in East Stewart. So to say that it's mostly single family, it's a lot of multifamily, and that's the federal units that are there, and they're 3 stories, 2 stories, plus there are duplexes, a lot of duplexes, and that's what it is. The other thing is that most of the people who were here much earlier on and made comment, if all of them, if not most of them, are actually landowners who rent. Some of them rent properties, whether it's along Bahama, whether it's along East Avenue or Central, they actually rent property to other people. So some of the homes that you see that are listed are looking like single family on a map. Sometimes people rent them. Okay, they're not necessarily their home. There are some single-family homes that were put in Dixie Lane, and I think those people own them. Even that area is not a part of the traditional East Stewart area because it's new. And of course, Sherwood Forest on the other side is not a part of what we consider the traditional East Stewart area. It's a very small, discrete area. And so along Tarpon Avenue, along East Avenue, and even along Central Avenue where Mr. Willie's bait shop and other things used to be, that's what people see as the areas that used to be commercial, and they want to have some things come back. People may not have the money to finance these things. Maybe that's why it's been sitting like that, but that doesn't mean that the land shouldn't have the opportunity to have that. And this speculation that somebody's gonna sell their land to somebody and we're gonna have this or that. We have a historic district that we've created with a code
If I
that
can-
says that's what we wanna do.
If I can chime in for 1 second, we're actually talking about a map change.
Change, yes,
Which
sir.
is not on the agenda for tonight.
Thank you, sir.
And so we'll have to bring that back anyway, and since it's after 12, we should probably focus on what's on the agenda.
So we're essentially tabling chapter 3.
No,
just
that
the
has
map-
nothing to do
just the
with,
map amendment.
just what I'm talking about, changing single family to BMU or whatever, that's a zoning map change.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Getting back to the text amendments,
Okay.
we've spent about 35 minutes on a matter that's not on the agenda, so I'm trying to
Okay.
bring it back in.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, would you want to comment on that?
Page 416.
Or did you?
Yeah, I'd like this to come back
Yeah,
after
well,
this with
right.
with the map amendment. My next question's just centered around page 413. Page 413, but it's the East Stewart neighborhood, lot size, building placement, building height. So after this,
I don't agree with that.
because I wanted to make sure that we did the same kind of a thing where we get down to 20 units instead of 30. We did it in the other chart, but I wanted to make sure it was mirrored here.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Mayor, can we just go back? I wanted to talk about that figure ESN-08 permitted use.
08, okay, I'm on
What
0.
this says to me is, to the people who own these properties, we don't trust you. We don't think you have the intelligence to develop your community correctly. We have to protect you. This is sounding really ugly. And the potential downside of this is enormous. We don't treat any other community in this city like this.
You're right, we don't turn it into a business mixed use district.
We don't
let them stay
treat any
neighborhoods.
other community. And if there's an election and potentially they get some other commissioners here who don't like this community and want to hamper them and shut them down, they can do it completely. Or they can say, hey, I have a family day, you know, I have this business, I don't want competition, I'm not going to approve that. So to deny these residents of our city the same rights, the same property rights, the same opportunities that the rest of us have, it's just racist. You have to call it for what it
Are you
is.
talking about the allowed portion, is that what you're saying?
It did. Anything they want to do, they have to come before the
So
commission.
remember, the purpose for this was for the community to have input, not to restrict anybody. That's what we had discussed, was the community was gonna,
We can ask them to go to, sorry, Mr. Mayor. We can ask them to go and have a community meeting and then work with the development director, but let the land use stand. I mean, let the land use and the zone stand.
All right, so we're done. I'm sorry I interrupted you. You wanted to speak about.
He's
Sir,
referring to,
could you, Just wait till the end of the section. I'm trying to keep some order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
I think we're close to the end.
Vice Mayor Collins was referring to the chart at ESN-09.
Okay.
Where
Yes.
it references 30 units per acre, and I've taken the note to fix that to make sure it says 20.
Where is it? I'm sorry.
Bottom half
Mr.
of that
Vice
chart.
Mayor, 412?
I don't know what page it's on, because my page number is different, but it's ESN-09, the
413.
chart,
Page 413.
Right under 30204.
or page 413 is Vice Mayor's point.
Residential max in unit? See where it is, Beulah?
It's the
I'm
chart.
on page 16, read it, 416, read
It
it.
says gross
Should be
density.
changed to what?
Instead of CU 30, it'll say CU 20.
On the porch, yeah, residential units per acre,
says
gross
gross-
density.
It says gross density.
Yeah,
Residential
17.
density,
So does the
max
LPA
in
see
units
that
per
incorrect
acre.
number as well?
Yes,
Okay,
but it was also discussed.
okay.
Okay, so this is a different, you have a different document, which is fine, I
But
mean,
it was essentially advertised then incorrectly.
yeah.
Right, and it's again because we had to get the agenda out literally 48 hours after the meeting.
The whole process has been very compressed.
Okay.
Anything, so, keep going.
No,
Jody?
So under that
Commissioner Clark,
density,
do you have a comment?
Yes, page 416, the ADU must be on the same water and electric meter as the primary residence. Can you explain that one? Because I know that there was a question on that.
You guys discussed it, and it was intended, and again, it's the pleasure of the board, but it was intended to discourage from, the idea was that some guy from Miami would buy the whole thing and rent the front out to one guy and the back out to another guy, and they would be strangers, so it wouldn't be as easy for them to reconcile the water and the electric. Whereas if the owner of the property lived in one of them, they could rent it out to somebody, but they would be the owner, so they could go in and say, hey, you owe me $28 for the water, or whatever it might be or for the electric. Or if it was their kid or their family member, they might let them off the hook completely and not have to pay it all.
It keeps it small town versus like a commercial enterprise with these ADUs that developers can leverage.
Is that legal? Hasn't the state preempted us on that?
It's not preempted, but we do have multiple occasions where we have people on multiple electric meters for one reason or another. And for that matter, ADUs, it's actually more expensive for the homeowner to have 2 meters because they have to pay for a second equivalent residential connection and a second meter hookup. So they would also be getting a second sewer bill and all the stuff. So it's probably in their best interest for the water to be on the same meter anyway. But the electrical, sometimes there's circumstances where people have had their pool area or their dock and things like that on a separate meter, but
Commissioner
that's
Clark?
convenience too.
Thank you. Ms. Kugler, on page 432 of 725, and I just happened to see this. So the word may is used with the cottage lot, and I'm wondering what system you'll use to make changes, because if you just do a universal
Can you tell us what
change.
section that is, Commissioner Clark?
ESN 26, Cottage Court. If you just do a universal change, this may is good here, this is good, may is good here, so it's not everything that should be shall, so I just wanted to make sure that.
She's not gonna change every may to
Okay,
shall,
okay,
yeah.
that's all. I just
It was
wanna make
that one line,
sure.
right.
That shall be a disaster.
Yeah. That. Okay,
Shared parking is gone, 438.
right.
Again,
Nothing else in East Stewart?
no.
Yeah,
We're at the end,
Is
no?
there anything else?
Yeah, page 451, just the parking.
451,
Want to make
yes.
sure that the parking updates that we made would also apply.
What's the section?
1 unit, 1 per unit.
ESN-42?
Yes, sir. Yep.
That
One
should
per
read,
room.
how do you want that to read, Mr. Vice Mayor?
That our
He's gonna
parking,
go with the
our
2.
parking requirements would extend also to East Stewart, the changes we made.
The
We
multifamily
have small
does,
lots.
the residential units, so when it says all residential units, we want it to change to say 2 bedrooms equals 2.
Maybe just have our existing parking requirements
Okay?
superimposed into this instead of.
The lots are so small, oh, sorry.
Yeah, you'll never,
Yeah, you won't get that. I thought we weren't gonna touch
because
this.
East Stewart doesn't even have minimum lot size as well.
They do now.
Well,
You guys are adopting it to 6,000 square feet, so they're going to.
Ay, ay,
Yeah, that'd be
ay.
only applicable to lot splits, though.
Well, I mean, it's not, the parking is not applicable to the buildings that exist already either.
Right.
It's just new construction. So, I mean, it's the pleasure of the board, but that's, I mean, the question is whether it applies or not. What's the direction?
If, again, we're looking at what would be new development. We're not trying to punish who's there, they would be grandfathered in. But for new development, it would have to follow the citywide parking requirement. So if this were to turn into the East Stewart master plan where it's all, 3-story mixed use, it would still need to follow our rules. Where if you make East Stewart the only place where you don't have to adequately park, you could create a mess there as it develops into what it appears it may develop into.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board here?
I don't think we should change it. Where was the change again? ESN?
451.
It's ESN-42, the first sentence says, all residential uses, including ADUs, 1 per unit, and we would tomorrow switch that out for the exact same parking requirements for the remainder of the thing, which is a 2-bedroom unit has to have 2 parking spaces, the whole, instead of 1.5 per
whole
unit,
new-
it's 2 per unit, and all
Whole
that
new
stuff.
onerous standard.
It's not onerous, it's just what we have citywide.
Okay, I have my letter.
Commissioner Clark?
Couple of things. In the Creek District, I know I did the walk and we did a lot of things in the Creek District, but I'm looking at page 470.
Okay, is this related to this parking issue?
Yeah, is it?
Oh, no, I'm just moving
Okay,
on.
could we, what is the,
Yeah,
I think we should have the one parking per dwelling unit.
John and Laura, what do you guys
Commissioner
think?
Reed and GOB, do you have an opinion here? Absent and affirmative.
Well, I think,
We'll leave it as it is.
just looking at the map and stuff and trying to figure out how many parcels, I guess, it would even be applicable to.
It would be 100% of the parcels
I get
Right.
that.
if they redevelop.
Right.
All of the parcels that are vacant, which is about 50%, would be subject to it.
Just gonna hamstring people.
Commissioner Clark, can we allow Commissioners GOB and Reed to express their opinion? Your opinion is clear on this matter.
Yes. She wants to speak again.
No,
Well, she has her light on.
before we can move on.
Okay.
I'd much rather see it at 1 personally, just for those guys. I get the whole redevelopment side of it. Maybe 1.5 for a compromise. It's obviously more for a mixed use or multifamily. That's what you're going after, I would imagine, with the parking. Vice Mayor Collins?
Yeah, it's gonna be mixed use. That, if you look at the East Stewart master plan, that's the whole thing, is the bottom floor is commercial, and then the top 2 floors is apartments.
Yeah, I have the poster pulled up, so
Yep.
yeah, that was an '04, yeah.
No.
Then they had a master plan update
Well,
in 2023.
I'm going to say there doesn't seem to be a strong motivation to change it. Mr. Martell.
Well, I do feel that the issue would be under redevelopment. I guess I'm on the fence. I'm thinking about it.
Okay, we'll come back to it. We'll
Then
keep-
they'll be coming to the board if they have it.
I mean, I don't know if you guys want to come back to it tonight, but this is going to be something we're going to come back to second reading, I guess. We'll leave, the question is, I'm looking for direction if we should change it between now and second reading.
Leave it.
Okay,
Okay?
thanks.
Commissioner Clark?
Okay, so, Ms. Kugler, I ran through the Creek District, and I don't know if I had missed this when I was working on this before, but I'm seeing that there are color guidelines in the Creek District similar to our guidelines downtown. I'm just bringing it up, that's all. I don't think we had color guidelines in East Stewart, but I guess we did put that in the Creek District for the color of walls, and they had more landscaping details.
We can't
Yeah.
do architectural requirements.
Yeah.
That, remember?
No, but they have color in here, though. I saw it. I just have to find
So
it.
we'll take it out.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I saw it. I just have to find it.
But
All
even if it's-
exterior buildings, okay, page 470 of 725. All exterior building wall colors shall comply with section 3.0104G architectural standards and regulations of the urban code.
I do think a CRA and a historic neighborhoods may be exempt from that
They are,
requirement, so
Really?
that's why it's still in there.
yes. They're in an overlay.
Okay, I did
Did
this.
anyone just hear what Jody said?
She said, yeah, they're in an overlay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
No,
And
that's, I didn't know if you heard it.
Yeah. And my next one, sir, is on page 477, where the yellow is marking out section 3.04 after conditional uses. What does that mean? Is it that 3.04 is a new name, now a new number, by the time it gets changed?
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm not
K,
following.
K,
What,
477K,
477
K is,
Just above the bottom of the page.
H-I-J-K, what about it?
Yeah.
is the 3.04 going to be a new designation? Like,
3.04?
by the time we make a change, it will have a new number or a new name?
Oh, you're just saying, why is it highlighted?
Yes, sir.
I think that was just because it was something that they were trying to remember, but we'll take that out.
yes, it was probably, it's on a working document.
That was for staff
Right.
Yeah,
purposes.
it was.
Okay, thank
It
you.
was
Something we had to go
because it
back and
jumps under
verify.
planned unit development, and it was to cross-reference it.
James.
How are we doing? Jody, is there any additional elements you want to point out?
No other changes in the Creek District other than.
I had a question about CD 08, page 481, within the permitted uses in Creek.
I'm sorry, what?
It's CD 08, figure CD 08. Oh, wait, we're in East Stewart.
Keep going, keep
Page
going.
120.
Yeah.
481?
120, he's almost there, keep going. Keep going. Oh, is it? Oh, you keep going.
CD dash 08.
3 more pages.
Yeah, 08.
2, 1, that's it.
No,
Keep
it's-
going,
Keep
120.
going.
Oh, I thought that was a
That's
chart, but
8,
it's
right?
not.
That's 4, we're halfway.
Yeah, we're halfway there. Sorry, it's getting very late.
You're gonna find it here, too.
I think it's
Okay,
past this.
permitted use.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so for duplex, multifamily, and mixed use, anything that's, this kind of stuff should be conditional use.
Across the board, or?
Yeah. Don't you think? I mean, that's what the whole point of this zip was.
Well, multifamily wasn't conditional use, I guess you're putting it in the Creek District, it might have been. But there is multifamily that would be by right zoning. If you came in and you had a 10-acre parcel and you wanted to build a 12-unit apartment complex in land that was future land use of multifamily, it wouldn't require conditional use because you could meet the zoning on it.
But right now, if it's in, tell me if I'm interpreting this wrong. If it's a parcel in Creek North, and you can meet the parking and setbacks, you can build any of those things, or it has
Well,
to be.
that's right.
When I'm looking at
looks
this,
to me
that's what it looks
It's
like.
changing to conditional use, but I don't know if that's black or red or which one it is.
Conditional is
So-
only in industrial, but
I
in
think it's
If I
got a
could-
check mark in the CU, so it makes no sense to have by right and conditional use, so they took away the check mark.
But
This
it
was just cleaning up some language. It had a check mark and a C,
Right.
and a CU, so it typically is by conditional use. It's just cleaning up some language.
The non-landowner.
Right, so am I interpreting that properly? If I have a parcel anywhere in Creek North,
We need
It
to
could
have
be
the
a-
commission vote to do that, just because it didn't require conditional use before, but we can have it require, the duplex was your intent, based upon the meeting, to have all duplexes in East Stewart require conditional use. But if you're expanding that, that's fine. We can also include that to the Creek District. And.
am I correct in what I'm saying?
That what?
The way that this is set up is you can, on any parcel, you can do any of this.
in Creek North or Creek South, if you meet the zoning right now, you can do it.
Meet the zoning, meaning if it is.
So if I have a
multifamily
2-acre
currently-
parcel and I could do up to 15 units per acre, that would mean I could do up to 30 units per acre. So if I decided I wanted to build a 12-unit apartment complex on that 2-acre parcel, and I provided the
But it would have to be
parking,
zoned multifamily or not?
it's already, it's already zoned, that it allows
That's what I'm
multifamily. That's a
saying.
use that's allowed.
So it's wide open. in
Right.
Creek.
Right. So you
put
can do it
apartments
by
anywhere
right.
in Creek by right.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Again, I'll bring this up. So the Creek District, as we can see, and I know that I adopted this, I was a part of the adoption. Everything is allowed by right, and then we go back to the East Stewart map. Everything is,
Only
based,
with our permission.
yeah, Mother, may I, please?
I don't think that this is good in Creek District either. I don't think having no zoning is good.
It's not no zoning.
It's good zoning, it's predictable.
Zoning. It's just,
In any parcel in Creek North, I can build any of those things that have a check mark by it,
Yes.
right? So there's no more multifamily, there's
in
no more
any
commercial there.
R3 parcel.
Yeah, it's,
you
the
can
thing
do
is
what
at
I'm
the top of the
asking.
line.
Yes.
It's not wide open then? It has to be zoned R3?
Well, no, in R3 throughout the city, you can do it. In the Creek District, it has a future land use of downtown.
Correct.
And Creek District's zoning, which allows it to be.
Anything.
Correct. At
That
least
is
these
not
things,
good.
right. That was how it was adopted.
Any of those parcels can be apartments.
Correct.
You guys
Yes.
understand that?
I do.
You do.
And there are
I
lots of
agree with that.
apartments there. It's all apartments.
It's also, the Creek
mostly.
District's not as big as it actually seems.
it's
It's
very
not like,
small.
right, it's not like it's an
How
overwhelming
is that
amount.
predictable?
Right.
To your point. That's
You
like
said you
opposite.
wanted straight zoning, and people should know what their zoning is.
The straight
and they-
zoning is you buy commercial property and you can build commercial property, not you can buy a parcel and it's anything, right?
No, it has certain
we
uses
please-
that can be, sorry.
To be recognized?
Sorry, may I respond to him? He did say you.
Are you done with your comments?
Yeah, I'm trying to have more of a
I
discussion,
know,
not just
but that
comments.
hasn't worked, so we're going to stick with this.
Why is it not working?
Commissioner Clark?
So, yeah, so the predictability and the fact that if somebody has the property, they can do any one of these things, but they still have to meet the requirements. It's a small thing, they can't do multifamily, they can't just go and build a hotel on it. There's all
Yeah, they
kinds of
can.
Yes, they
requirements
can.
to meet.
Yes, they can.
If they can.
If they meet the requirements,
Right.
right, but all the requirements was the form-based code.
Yes.
Was where you went through it and did all the requirements so that they could, without coming through the public hearing
yes.
process, apply the code and do these different uses.
And
That was and then again, if it's commission's intent to turn that back, we should just do so and keep moving rather than debating it one way or the other, because I don't
seems
want to
like we
surprise
went through-
everybody at the second reading.
We went through all of this to try to limit multifamily, and then in Creek, multifamily is wide open.
Well,
I
it's
agree
still
with you.
limited to 15 units instead of 30 units, and it's still going to have to require 2 parking spaces per unit instead of 1.5.
That
So-
will extend to Creek as well, the parking requirements?
Yeah.
Or does she
That's
have,
your
like,
intention.
like
I mean,
East
if it
Stewart?
doesn't, it's my understanding that it's supposed to be citywide.
Well, not in East Stewart, though.
yes, sir.
Well, you guys just skipped these Stuart 5 minutes ago, but before that, it was,
We're gonna come back to it.
right.
What is that requirement?
I'm letting the vice mayor cogitate here for a moment.
I've made my point. I would like for at least multifamily to be conditional use across those.
There it is.
Okay.
I
Commissioner
would
Clark?
support.
Okay.
Mixed use and multifamily.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for cogitating, Vice Mayor. Section 6.019, Stewart Parking Code. So that brings up this whole thing about the urban code, the East Stewart District, the Creek District. That's page 543, 544, and 545 with the parking alternatives. Ms. Kugler, can you talk about those, please?
Are we still on?
Golf carts.
Are we
Chapter
now
three,
moving
or
from
are
chapter
we-
3 to
Are
chapter
we moving
6?
to chapter 6?
We're
Yes, as
moving
far
to-
as I know, I just went through
No,
all
no.
those. There's no
Commission-
changes on anything
Commissioner Clark,
else.
can we just finish?
We didn't
with
have any
six?
changes.
we're still discussing the parking citywide versus the creek.
That's why I brought this parking thing up. It's
We're still
parking.
discussing.
He said he finished
Commissioner
cogitating.
Reed?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on Vice Mayor Collins. I would support the conditional usage for the multifamily. And mixed use, yeah.
Well, I suppose we should take a vote on it, Mr.
Are we
Martell.
just talking about the creek right now? Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you should.
This would have to go back to the LPA, too.
I don't know that it has to go back because it's still a subject matter. I can have the city attorney research it tomorrow because I don't think it would because the commission has the right to, the notice, the notice that you provided was that everything was at issue. The draft that we presented, right.
But people who have affected parcels wouldn't know, they look at that and they go, I don't have to worry, so now they.
Right.
That's not fair.
I mean, it was pretty clear to the public that multifamily was at issue.
And the parking requirements
Right.
citywide would apply to
So
Creek.
much for transparency.
Other than that,
Okay. So do we need a motion?
I don't know what the proposal is right now. I heard Commissioner Reed say he would support it for multifamily, and then Vice Mayor
Conditional usage.
Collins said mixed use.
Okay, so the motion would be in Creek North, South, and Industrial. You would have multifamily with conditional use. And then in Creek North and South,
So there is no one could build a 4-unit apartment building without a conditional use approval?
right, because there's no multifamily zoning, no
Yeah.
Well, they do have multifamily zoning because it's got the downtown future land use and Creek District, which allows multifamily.
Correct, so if you want to do multifamily, you'd have to have conditional use.
Okay,
And then conditional use for mixed use as well, across
okay.
north, south,
And duplex.
and duplex. So for those three, you would have conditional use.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor and a second by Commissioner Reed. Is there any public comment on this item? Mr. Price?
Let me see, defamation, libel, slander, but I digress. So I keep hearing City Place being brought up as this huge item. Let me give you a little bit of history of City Place. In the 1980s, downtown West Palm had acquired a reputation for crime, poverty, vacant and dilapidated businesses and houses. Local politicians were not optimistic about the redevelopment of this area. Sound familiar? So, a good friend of mine, the mayor at the time, Nancy Graham, you know what they did? They put their money where their mouth is. So I challenge you guys. You guys feel that, hey, they not like us, so we know better. So guess what? Put your money where your mouth is. You have enough money in the CRA. Go buy these properties and figure out how to develop it correctly to help the community. I don't think that's too far off. Hey, you say they don't have the ability to do it, they're not smart enough to do it, and you're gonna protect them, go buy it as a city. You've got a lot of dollars in the CRAs to do that. You don't have to buy it all, but buy the.
Just died. It's been on a long time.
No, Mr. Price, we did not turn off your microphone.
You can
It's
have
as-
mine.
Your mic is as tired as we are.
Sorry. But all I can tell you is, listen, y'all want to make these changes to protect this community. Like I said, I think you can do it. Put your money where your mouth is. You got how much money in the CRA? 40 million, 30 million? Take about 5 million where these folks that you claim want to take a buyout. But tell them you're going to go back and build something for that community. You can take that CRA dollars right now and expend it, cleaning up the neighborhood, putting in shade trees, putting in parking, putting in parks. You want to do something for the community? Stop the bickering and stop the foolishness where you're gonna hold back developers coming from Miami. Put your money where your mouth is. Take the dollars and go do it for the community that you claim you want to protect. I will tell you that that will go a farther way to show that you're trying to protect them. And then if single family ends up being what it is, then single family ends up being what it is. But today, someone goes and buys one of those lots, it's gonna cost them $250,000 to build a 1,000 square foot house. 1,000 square foot house, $250,000. And that's not including land cost, permitting, and coming in front of the different boards, probably spending another $3-4 grand just to get that process. So put your money where your mouth is, buy the properties, and go help East Stuart. I challenge you guys to do that.
Thank you.
You?
Good evening. My name is Frederick James. I'm the pastor of St. Paul Stuart in that area where we're talking about tonight. Not only am I the pastor there, I'm the only one in this room that lives in East Stuart. I live in the parsonage. The concern that you have that the people will never redevelop that area, well, I'm a man of faith. And with man, it may be impossible, but with God, all things are possible. I know the people that own a lot of the lots, in those lots that you're concerned with, and I know that they would desire to develop and keep that property in their name, in their family name. It's their family's wealth that they would like to keep in their name. And for you to suggest that they may not ever redevelop that, it's far-fetched. When I have conversations with them and I know what their desires are. Not only that, and I do appreciate your passion, but there's a phrase called snake talk where you say one thing when it involves one area, and then when it came to Creek, because you had said one thing about East Stuart, you figured you'd give us a bone. We've been there. We've done all of that. We know, we can see through the facade. And all I'm saying is, before you make that decision to limit us that we can't do for ourselves, when you put a chain on us that we can't develop for ourselves because of the zoning that you just did, I would ask you, I would pray that you really reconsider. The people that you're representing that voted for you are some of those same people in East Stuart that you want to chain up.
Any other comment, Madam Clerk?
I have no more further comment.
Any comments or questions? Commissioner Clark?
Okay, so officially, I'm crossing through everything that goes for,
We have a motion and a second.
oh, there's a motion. Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm moving.
We're having comments and questions regarding the motion, regarding changing to conditional use in all 3 Creek districts, duplex, multifamily, and what was the third one?
Mixed use.
Mixed use. Do you have any questions regarding, do you understand?
Okay.
We're all getting tired, I sympathize.
Okay, since my light is on, I'll make a comment. Okay, in the Creek District from Colorado east to A1A, there is public housing, and of course, the old health department, and there's vacant land, and then there's the Delaware Commons. When I was on the board of the East Stuart Housing Authority, and we had to get the Delaware Commons going, it was a struggle to get that going, but the city worked and they got it done. That's multifamily. There's other places in there that other people want to put in some multifamily or do some things, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. As long as they can meet the requirements, I don't see why it can't happen. It conforms with what's in the area. All of that public housing is there. In that area along 6th Street and 5th Street and 3rd Street, whatever those streets are, north of Martin Luther King. And they're compatible. They're compatible with the historic homes that are there, the historic buildings that are there, as well as new developments. So I don't think the single-family homes on the other side of Colorado, behind where the commercial is on Colorado, are suddenly going to change on Akron and some of those other places. But some of them do have, there's some, I don't know if you could call the K a multifamily, but they're very close. They're attached units or semi-detached units, whatever it is. But I think that it should just stay the way it is. It's just that we don't do enough, and I think I agree with you, Mr. Price. We don't do enough proactively to help housing. That we talk about the housing situation, but then, you know, we say we don't want to have more people in Stuart. But we've looked at the land use that we have, and we looked at the projections, and Mr. Mortel has told us that 29,000, that's our max for the city of Stuart, unless we. 23. Unless we annex some other areas, some other geographic areas. But that's it. But at the same time, we need to help create that incentive for the few parcels that we want to redevelop, that they're able to do it without spending an arm and a leg. And I think that it's important to create that option. People can have a nice, cozy little place, someplace in there, and have a place to live, even if it's just a single person living in a small unit. I think that that is what downtown areas are for, and that is what, you know, artists and other people were trying to encourage them to be there. At least that's what the thought was when I came onto this board, and what people worked on, and the vision of some of the people who are have businesses in that area and who live in the public housing. It's all public housing. All of the multifamily there is all public housing in the Creek District, and people are fine. So.
Any other questions or comments? If not,
Just want to go on to page.
roll call, please.
Oh, we have to vote.
Commissioner Clark?
No.
Commissioner Giobbi?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
No.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
You have your direction, Mr. Martell?
Yes,
Are we on to 6, Jody?
looks like it.
Are we sure we want to start going forward on this at 10 of 1 in the morning?
Is there really anything in,
It's just on page 543, 6.0109, Stewart Parking Code. That's what I see. And then it goes on for the next 3 pages. And that's it. No other changes.
Right.
Is Commissioner Clark correct?
Well, no, page 517, it was a highlight on nursing homes.
No, we didn't change
was
anything.
not okay.
So section 6.01.09, the Stuart Parking Code, we did change that sunsetted date.
thank you, Chief.
That,
He's not leaving.
He's getting.
He's helping Helen.
There was,
Um,
well, the EV
Helping
charging
Helen.
stations, those are
yes.
Xed out because.
So we changed the date, it should be the 4th. So you don't have in compliance
Yeah, will you
parking,
carry me?
same thing, all through this code. It should be the 4th.
This is my laptop. Rock
You
this
could do a
is-
search and replace option in Word too.
Yeah.
Just, that would make
I'm-
your life so much
Oh,
easier.
yeah, it'll find it everywhere in that
Yeah.
Word document.
And just
Good, we're
replace it
moving on.
automatically.
Where are we?
So in the section 6.01.09, the Stuart Parking Code, we just amended the date from July 1st, 1995, to say that anything's in compliance as of September 4th.
Yeah, let's get moving, right? Let's go.
In 6.01.10, we took out the shared parking requirements. You can't be sharing parking. This was something else that you spoken about, parking alternatives, like for 2 motorcycles, it would equal 1 parking space, golf carts, and then a transit bus. So we are adding that language. Same thing here is you can no longer share parking off-site within 500 feet, you have to park on site. Also, this date will be for the 4th. Shared parking, this is where,
Did we say, because the 500 feet is not shared parking.
it's a
So,
shared.
I know, but I know that, but there also could be a situation where a person buys a business, and I have a doctor's office, and I buy the property across the street from my business to provide the parking for it, and it's got a surplus of parking, and I'm not sharing the parking with anybody, it's just for my business, and it's off-site or down the street from it, so it could still be used. I'm thinking about like the orthopedic doctors at the Triangle parcel on Monterey. They use the parking garage as their assigned parking, and their parking units are in that parking garage. It's not shared with somebody else, it's designated as theirs, but it's not on site. So it's not shared parking, but it's within 500 feet of the property. So if you go back up to that 500-foot paragraph where you took it out,
Yeah,
I don't know that that,
unhighlighted it.
that probably needs a little tweaking, and we can address it because it's, yeah, because that's, as long as it's the primary parking and it's not being shared,
Right.
it should be okay. Okay, good.
Shared parking, this is, again, it's been requested to be removed. Here's your off-street parking schedule where you changed it to 0.5. So this shows the addition parking spaces requirement.
I don't worry about this at all. I'm completely
Yeah.
opposed to it. The state
And then
will
your
never-
EV chargers.
The state will never approve this change. It's against so many elements of comprehensive plan. There's not a single study you're going to be able to put forward to show that this makes any sense. In fact, all the studies prove quite the opposite, so.
Is there anything else, Jody?
This is a wasted exercise.
No, just the EV chargers, so that's.
And that had to come out.
And then there's one section of definitions, which we did add a definition for parcel, which is in your chapter of.
Oh, that was fun. Gosh. I have a couple other items to go over.
Do you need us to formally move it to second?
Yes. Yes. We need a motion.
Lee,
to
what was
second.
that exact language to move it to second reading?
Transmit.
Yeah, motion to transmit to the second reading.
What?
A motion to transmit the agenda item to
Okay.
the second reading.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to transmit this to the second reading.
We have a motion by
I'll
the
second
Vice
it.
Mayor, a second by Commissioner Reed. Is there any, do we need public comment on?
Yep.
Is there any public comment on this?
All right.
Comments or questions by the commissioners? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
No.
She doesn't want to transmit it.
You guys can do
She
whatever
doesn't
you
support
wanna
it.
do.
She's out.
Vice Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Mayor Rich.
Yes.
Okay. See you guys at 8:30.
The meeting is adjourned.
I've got a trial, I have 2 trials tomorrow in Fort